Chapter 352. 3 days later, the 5 mountain chiefs once again gathered in Bretel City. Apart from the oldest Adelman, the 4 younger mountain chiefs all agreed to Han Shua's request. Even Adelman, who'd lost his lofty ambitions, had most of the mountain people in his minds leave the mountain to join the army. After some discussion with the 4 young mountain chiefs, they decided that he would be in charge of the mining of the surrounding 5 mines. A portion of the ore obtained would also be given to the 4 young men. Bretel City was brimming with vitality. More than 8,000 mountain people had come down from the 5 mines. Dorcas had returned after hearing the news and split the troops into 4 large groups. The 4 large groups' captains were all on Han Shua's side. Although the mountain people had received a portion of the weapons and armor last time, they were far from enough for 8,000 people. Only 3,000 of them had received a portion of the weapons and armor, while the other 5,000 still used simple weapons. With Jack and Dorcas' help, a weaponry workshop jointly funded by the Buzzed Merchant Guild began operating on the original Mount Silk. Bretel City invested in the purchase of facilities for smelting metal ores, while the Buzzed Merchant Guild was responsible for recruiting skilled blacksmiths. Because Han Shua had the dwarves of the Dark Forest to help him, the weapons workshop on Mount Silk was mainly in charge of forging armor for warriors. The dwarves were highly skilled in forging weapons, but they weren't as meticulous as humans when it came to refining armor. Under Dorcas' meticulous training, the mountain people were divided into 4 large groups and trained vigorously outside Bretel City. Dorcas, who'd graduated from the Imperial Military Academy, was indeed a talented general. Under his fierce training, the 8,000 mountain people's combat strength had increased to a certain extent. After Falk returned from outside, he started instructing the 8,000 mountain people on how to familiarize themselves with war chariots, ballistae, and catapults. These kinds of powerful defensive equipment often required strong people to operate. The mountain people were the best candidates. Under Falk's guidance, the mountain people slowly familiarized themselves with the use of war chariots and other equipment at the 4 gates of Bretel City. My lord, the moats that were originally dug at the 4 gates of Bretel City were all low-lying sewage. Now that we have these 8,000 mountain people, we can spend some time digging the 4 moats even deeper. This way, even if the 7 grand duchies invade, the moats will be littered with their corpses. One day, Dorcas found Han Shua and proposed. Bretel City's moat had originally been half-excavated, but due to the Lancelot Empire's repeated defeats against the 7 grand duchies, they had been unable to excavate the moat. In the end, Bretel City was reduced to a chicken rib, and the moat was slowly forgotten by everyone. Dorcas had a keen mind for war. He had long since seen the value of the moat at Bretel City's city gates. Adding to the fact that the moat was already in its embryonic form, it wouldn't be a difficult project to complete as long as they spent some time and manpower. Once the moat at Bretel City's city gates was successfully deepened, it would be a huge blow to the invading enemies. This proposal was almost immediately approved by Han Shua. The mountain people, who had just relaxed from familiarizing themselves with the various siege equipment, immediately became laborers again, joining in the excavation of the 4 moats. Due to Han Shua's arrival, the number of Dark Mantle members in Bretel City had increased by quite a bit. Under Dick's arrangements, the Dark Mantle members were dispersed to the 7 grand duchies, continuously reporting the latest news to Dick. Dick would then report any news that was beneficial to Bretel City to Han Shua. As the second Dark Sun emissary, Han Shua's position was much higher than Dick's. Han Shua even had the authority to directly award merits and rewards to members of the Dark Mantle. Under Han Shua's deliberate promotion, Chester had become an existence second only to Dick in Bretel City's Dark Mantle organization. Chester's position in the Dark Mantle had also risen by a level. One day, Han Shua, who was studying necromancy magic in Bretel City, was suddenly found by Adelman. Delia of Mount Silk, who had already joined the army, was also among them. City Lord, many stone men have suddenly appeared in the mine in the belly of Mount Silk. These stone men have attacked the miners deep within the mountain, causing the deaths of more than 10 miners. The stone men are not afraid of magic, and their bodies are very sturdy. We don't know how to deal with them. Please help us, my lord. Adelman immediately explained the ins and outs of the matter after finding Han Shuo. Han Shuo was taken aback. He furrowed his brows and asked, "Stone men? How could there be stone men in the mine? Has this ever happened before?" Delia, who was dressed in soft armor, had a tall nose and slender legs. She was very eye-catching as she stood there. She shook her head and replied, "No, there's never been one before. Ever since my father took over Mount Silk, I've never heard of a stone man inside." Delia was originally the chief of the mountain people of Mount Silk. Even now, there were many of her former subordinates on Mount Silk. Mount Silk was the place where Delia's father's generation had lived. Now that stone men had appeared in the mine, she, the former chief of the mountain people, expressed her strong concern. Those stone men appeared in the center of Mount Silk. Did they suddenly discover their existence in the newly opened area? Han Shuo frowned and asked Adelman. Now, not only did the mountain people mine for ores, but there was also a weapons workshop in cooperation with Brettel City and the Boost Merchant Guild. Every day, Mount Silk could produce a dozen or so good armors. When more blacksmiths arrived at Mount Silk, the weapons workshop would be able to operate to Han Shuo's satisfaction. There were many iron and copper ores in Mount Silk. These ores could be directly smelted into iron and copper, then mixed with other metals. A skilled blacksmith could then forge them into armor. For Han Shuo, Mount Silk wasn't just a mine. The successful operation of the weapons workshop was also very important. Therefore, he was very concerned about Adelman's matter. "Yes, my lord. When we dug deeper into the mountain, we discovered that the iron ore there was even more abundant. Just as we were about to deploy our men to do a big job, a group of stone men appeared out of nowhere. These stone men seemed to have very low intelligence and couldn't communicate with us at all. In any case, they immediately attacked us and killed many of our miners," Adelman replied. "I see." Han Shuo thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "I'll go with you to Mount Silk and see what's going on with the stone men in the mines." "Many thanks, my lord." Adelman was gratified. "My lord, Mount Silk used to be my home. Even now, there are still many of my friends there. I would like to go with you to take a look. I hope my lord will allow me to do so." Delia looked at Han Shuo with her big bright eyes and pleaded. After entering the army, they had to obey all orders. They were no longer allowed to do as they pleased. It looked like Dorcas's training during this period of time had paid off. This Delia was much more disciplined than when Han Shuo had first met her. Nodding, Han Shuo replied, "All right." At the foot of Mount Silk, one could still see a lot of greenery. However, the higher one went, the less green there was. At a glance, all one could see were grotesquely shaped rocks. There were no longer any flowers or grass. Spring had arrived, and the weather was warm and comfortable. Han Shuo, Adelman, Delia, and a few mountain people walked towards Mount Silk. Because Adelman was older, he couldn't walk fast. Han Shuo could only slowly walk up the mountain with him. Along the way, Delia, who was clad in a soft armor, shone brilliantly. Her arms and calves were exposed, and she wore a shiny silver armor on her chest and abdomen. Under the sunlight, the silver armor on her body glistened, and when combined with the luster of her wheat-colored skin, it dazzled the eyes of a few young mountain people who were protecting Adelman. Within Brettel City, Delia was publicly recognized as the #1 beauty of the mountain people. Her own strength was extraordinary. In her previous life, she had held a high position, and ordinary youths didn't dare to be presumptuous. However, now that she had become an ordinary squad leader, her outstanding strength still surpassed that of Zack and Kent. Ordinary young mountain people still couldn't attract her attention. On the way to Mount Silk, Han Shua's mind was constantly thinking about the stone men in the belly of the mountain. His heart was full of doubts, and he didn't know where those stone men had come from. He didn't pay any attention to Delia, who was infatuated with the surrounding mountain people. "City Lord, how do you plan to deal with those stone men?" Delia suddenly asked Han Shua when they were about to reach the middle of Mount Silk. Han Shua, who had been secretly thinking, turned his head and revealed a brilliant smile, saying, "Let's see when we get there. Before I see those stone men, I don't know how to deal with them. If that's the case, if the stone men attack us like they did to my people, what should we do?" Delia's bright eyes looked at Han Shua as she continued to ask. "Then let them forever turn into stone." Han Shua replied in a relaxed manner. Hearing Han Shua's words, Delia nodded hatefully and said, "They dared to kill my people, I definitely won't let them off. Those damned stone men, I will make them pay the price." It seemed that Delia was very concerned about the dozen or so miners that had been killed. From this, Han Shua could see that Delia was a responsible person. Even though she was no longer in charge of Mount Silk, she had immediately requested to come with Han Shua to see what was going on when she found out that Mount Silk was facing a crisis. This showed that Delia really treated her subordinates quite well. After Han Shua expressed his attitude towards the stone men, Delia seemed to relax a lot in front of Han Shua. She then excitedly asked about Han Shua's experiences, especially about how Han Shua had ruthlessly challenged the experts of various cities in the Lancelot Empire and left no survivors. There was also the battle with Leah Kane of the Brute Merchant Alliance. Delia displayed a strong interest in these matters. There were currently many merchants from Asan City in Bretel City. These merchants were very familiar with some of Han Shua's experiences. After arriving in Bretel City, out of reverence for Han Shua, they continuously narrated some of Han Shua's heroic deeds to the citizens of Bretel City, adding oil to the fire. Unknowingly, all the citizens of Bretel City knew of Han Shua's past experiences. In addition, Han Shua's performance in facing the 4 bandit groups had been publicized by some of the citizens. Currently, Han Shua's prestige in Bretel City was beyond imagination. To the citizens of Bretel City, a city lord who could bring them stability and prosperity was far more prestigious than the king who had abandoned them in Asan City. Han Shua didn't say much in response to Delia's enthusiastic questioning, only giving her a few perfunctory replies. However, the more indifferent Han Shua appeared, the more interested Delia became. Along the way, she didn't tire of asking questions about Han Shua's challenges to various experts. While Han Shua was having a headache, the group finally arrived at the cave entrance leading to the mine in the belly of the mountain. There were already a dozen or so miners covered in dirt and dust waiting at the cave entrance. When they saw Delia appear, these young miners were full of surprise, cheering, "Leader." From these miners' sincere joy towards Delia, Han Shua knew that Delia should be a good leader in their hearts. Han Shua looked at Delia a few more times in astonishment. When Delia saw Han Shua looking at her in astonishment, she proudly puffed out her full chest, as if saying, "Did you see that? Actually, this lady is also very powerful." Han Shua couldn't help laughing at Delia's behavior, but didn't comment much. When Delia used the tone of a leader to question the miners, Han Shua had already released a Yin demon according to the contents of their conversation. It slowly flew towards the area they were talking about. "Let's go inside and see what's going on." While Han Shua was using the Yin demon to explore deeper inside, Delia spoke to the waiting miners. "Wait, Mr. Adelman, it's better if you don't go in." Han Shua suddenly said, "It's a bit cold and damp inside. Elder is an adult, just wait outside for a while." Adelman didn't insist. He knew that with his current condition, he would only be a burden if he went inside. He smiled and agreed, saying, "Thank you for your understanding, my lord." Nodding with a smile, Han Shua glanced at Delia and the others before walking into the dim mine. Chapter 353. The cave was damp and dark. As an outsider, Han Shua, who was supposed to be led by someone else, walked forward as if he was very familiar with the cave. In the beginning, Delia had thought that Han Shuo would take the initiative to retreat to the back after entering. Who would have thought that Han Shuo hadn't taken a single step back from start to finish? He was actually very familiar with the area and acted as a guide, heading straight into the depths of the mine without making any mistakes. After a while, Delia couldn't restrain her own curiosity under the puzzled gazes of the miners and quickly caught up to Han Shuo. She looked at Han Shuo with her large, bright eyes and asked, "City Lord, you've been to Mount Silk before?" Shaking his head, Han Shuo replied, "No, this is my first time here." "What about it? Then why are you so familiar with the terrain of the mine? I can tell that you didn't even consider which path to take when you came in. You just went straight in and didn't make a single mistake. If you haven't been to Mount Silk before, how can you be so familiar with the detours in the mine?" Delia's doubts grew stronger and stronger as she asked the relaxed Han Shuo. In Han Shuo's eyes, the strength of this group of people, including Delia, was very low. Since there were stone people in the depths of the cave who didn't fear magic and had hard bodies, Han Shuo didn't want them to be suddenly killed. With a Yin demon leading the way, according to Han Shuo's description of the miners, Han Shuo naturally didn't slow down in the slightest. He didn't expect to arouse Delia's doubts. Han Shuo chuckled and said, "When I came in, didn't I hear you talking about the situation inside? Hee, I have a very sensitive intuition about the terrain inside the cave. From your description, I can accurately find the place you mentioned. Do you believe me?" Delia had a face of astonishment after hearing Han Shuo's explanation. She then asked doubtfully, "Really?" "Of course." Han Shuo smiled and said, "I've never been to Mount Silk before, and I certainly wouldn't have had the chance to explore this mine. If I didn't have a keen intuition for the cave's terrain, how could I be so familiar with it?" Delia thought about it carefully. With Han Shuo's status as the city lord of Bretel City and his status as a count, he definitely wouldn't come to this mine for no reason. Now that she heard Han Shuo's explanation, she actually believed 80% of Han Shuo's words. When she looked at Han Shuo again, there was a bit more admiration in her eyes. She thought to herself, the city lord is indeed, as the rumors say, a truly amazing man. Seeing that Delia didn't ask any more questions, Han Shuo continued on his way. With Han Shuo's control over the Yin demons, he truly played the role of a guide, turning from guest to host as he led the way. The miners and Delia in the mines of Mount Silk had instead become his attendants. Han Shuo's remaining Yin demon slowly penetrated deep into the belly of Mount Silk. According to the miner's description of Delia, the Yin demon had arrived at a narrow and dry area. There were 3 cave entrances around this area that led deeper into the mountain. The rock overhead was very low, so if one wanted to pass through it, they would have to crawl. According to the miners, the last time they'd been mining here, they'd encountered some stone men. From the traces in the surroundings, there were indeed traces of mining here. However, the Yin demon was invisible and formless. Even if the stone men were hiding in the dark, they wouldn't be able to discover the Yin demon's existence. After finding the correct location, Han Shuo's speed increased a bit. Delia and the miners behind him were all astonished when they saw Han Shuo's extremely nimble body shuttling through the cave. Delia truly believed what Han Shuo had just said. She believed that he had an innate intuition for caves and could find the correct location in the intricate and complicated paths. "City Lord, be careful. The area in front of us is where the stone men have appeared before." Suddenly, a panting miner reminded Han Shuo, who was still flying ahead. Seeing Han Shuo slowly slow down after this reminder, Delia panted a few times to calm her chest. Only then did she say to Han Shuo, "My lord, be careful. Those stone men shouldn't be easy to deal with. It's better for us to advance slowly." Delia wasn't as carefree as she appeared, but she was quite attentive at critical moments. Han Shuo couldn't help but look at Delia in surprise. Delia only stopped when he looked at her. Her slightly swaying twin peaks attracted more of Han Shua's attention. Han Shua's heart fluttered, and he couldn't help but look at her chest a few more times. It was said that any woman could sense the gazes of the surrounding men on a certain part of her body. No matter how stealthily those men peeped, the woman being stared at would be able to sense if that man had ever secretly glanced at her chest. This saying did make some sense. Although they were in a dark cave, Delia was still able to sense Han Shua's gaze. Han Shua's gaze lingered on her towering chest for a while, making Delia a little shy. Her originally straight back instinctively bent a little, as if she wanted to hide the fullness of her chest through the curve of her waist. "Alright, I think we're about to reach there. You guys come closer so that I can take care of you if there's any danger." Han Shua slowed down his footsteps, looked ahead, and instructed the few people behind him. The miners quickly followed. However, Delia, who was supposed to be the first to lean towards Han Shua, was instead the last. Fortunately, the light in the mine was dim, and the miners didn't have eyes as good as Han Shua's. Because of the distance between them, they naturally couldn't see the bright red on Delia's pretty face. Along the way, they took turns to drill through 3 tunnels. After walking for a few hundred meters, the rocks above their heads slowly became much lower, and the tunnel became narrower and narrower. It could only accommodate 2 people walking side by side. At this time, everyone had to bend down to prevent their heads from hitting the rocks. After everyone passed through this narrow tunnel, they appeared in the area where the Yin demons stayed. This area was quite large, but the rocks above their heads were very low. There were 3 caves around it, and the 3 caves were flat. If one wanted to pass through, they had to lie down. This was the place where the miners had encountered the stone men last time. The stone men had suddenly appeared and immediately attacked the miners, causing a lot of casualties among the miners. Han Shua was more than 1.9 meters tall, but he couldn't walk normally even if he bent down. He had to squat down to look around. The miners who had been here before all looked extremely nervous and cautious. They were holding crude mining tools in their hands, as if they were ready to deal with the stone men at any time. Even Delia was a little nervous. She pulled out the dagger tied to her left leg and looked around vigilantly. Han Shua and Delia were relatively close. Because they would have to face the stone men's attacks at any time, Delia's shyness had long been thrown out the window. It was because of Han Shua's ferocious reputation that these miners and Delia felt that they had something to rely on. Otherwise, they wouldn't be nervous but fearful just by being in this area. Han Shua, who was squatting down, looked around and asked the miners beside him, "How tall are the stone men? What do they look like?" "They are only 1.5 meters tall, but their bodies are very wide. They can move freely in this area and aren't restricted by the low walls," one of the miners replied. After hearing this, Han Shua looked around at the 3 caves that were even lower. He discovered that the 3 caves that could only be entered by lying down were only 1 meter tall. According to the miner, the stone men that were 1.5 meters tall and had very wide bodies shouldn't be able to enter from these 3 caves. Apart from the 3 caves that were even lower, the only cave that Han Shua's group came from was the cave that they came from. Since the stone men didn't come from the other 3 caves, could they have come from the cave that Han Shua's group came from? Han Shua's heart was filled with doubts. He didn't continue to squat down and look around. Instead, he squatted down in the middle. After thinking for a moment, Han Shua suddenly let out a soft whistle. The whistle started out soft, but it gradually became louder and louder. In the end, it was as if a giant dragon was roaring. "Alright, if the stone men are nearby, they will definitely come after hearing the news. We just need to wait," Han Shua said to the miners who looked nervous. On Han Shua's left, Delia was still looking around with her waist bent over. When she bent over, the curves of her perfectly round buttocks were outlined in an extremely enchanting manner. Delia was only wearing a short leather skirt, but her perfectly round buttocks and bare legs were very alluring. When Han Shuo was giving instructions to the miners, he accidentally glanced at her and couldn't help but stare a few more times at her perfectly round buttocks that stuck out from her bent over. 3 of the other miners who had nervous expressions also accidentally saw this beautiful scene. The 3 hot-blooded youths secretly swallowed their saliva and bent their waists even more. It was unknown if they were trying to lower a certain part of their body. Delia, who had been looking around, suddenly turned her head. Her bright eyes stared at Han Shuo, who was still staring at her buttocks. Caught off guard, Han Shuo coughed awkwardly and consciously turned his head away. Delia glared at the embarrassed Han Shuo with a red face. She snorted at Han Shuo, who had turned his head away. Then, she fiercely glared at the other miners and said, "What are you guys looking at? I've only left Mount Silk for a few days, and you want to die?" After saying this, Delia cursed in an extremely low voice, "There really isn't a single good man." It was unknown if the last sentence was purposely said for Han Shuo to hear. In any case, Han Shuo had indeed heard it. He thought to himself, "Women are meant for men to look at. But how did you know that we were peeking at you? You bent over and outlined the beautiful curves of your buttocks. Could it be that you did it on purpose?" Just as Han Shuo was thinking this, a few faintly discernible auras slowly drifted in from the 3 narrow caves. Han Shuo looked around but didn't find any traces of them. However, as a necromancer and a practitioner of magic, Han Shuo immediately felt the auras that had suddenly surged in. They should be existences similar to some kind of soul wraiths. Han Shuo quietly released a soul exploration spell. 8 dusky balls of air were slowly spinning in a corner that the miners couldn't see. The 8 dusky balls of air gradually separated and entrenched themselves on top of the large rocks. A strange power overflowed from their auras. The originally hard rocks seemed to soften after being soaked in that aura. Like a sculpture that had been cut, 8 stone men, just like what the miners had described earlier, split from the intact rocks. Han Shuo, who was well versed in magical arts and necromancy magic, was able to clearly see the process of the 8 auras entrenching themselves on the rocks and then using the rocks to shape them. After the 8 stone men slowly walked out from the corner, Han Shuo finally understood why a group of stone men had suddenly appeared in this area last time. So this was what was going on. It looked like they had only come out of the 3 narrow caves as souls, and then used the rocks in this area to reconstruct their stone bodies. "You 8, you've recovered. Are you ready to attack?" Crouching here, Han Shuo took out the skeletal staff and casually summoned a few dozen skeletal warriors and zombie warriors, surrounding Delia and the miners. He looked at the 8 stone men in the dark corner as he spoke. The rock walls in this area were too low, making it difficult for high-level hate warriors and evil knights to display their might. Only the shorter skeletal warriors and zombie warriors would be able to move freely in this area. Delia was startled at first when she was suddenly surrounded by a group of skeletal warriors and zombie warriors. Those undead creatures naturally didn't look that good, and when she was suddenly surrounded by a large group of dark creatures filled with a gloomy aura of death, she naturally panicked. But when she heard Han Shuo's words and saw that the undead creatures were only surrounding her in the center without any intention of attacking, she finally realized that Han Shuo had summoned them to protect them. She immediately relaxed. "City Lord, have those stone men appeared?" Having calmed down, Delia reacted to Han Shuo's words and gripped the dagger in her hand as she called out. The lighting here was too dim, and the 8 stone men were even darker in the shadows. Delia and the others had no way of seeing any traces of the stone men. Nodding, Han Shuo smiled faintly and said, "That's right, 8 stone men." While Han Shuo and Delia were talking, the 8 stone men scattered in the corners suddenly started attacking Han Shuo, abruptly walking out from the 8 corners. Their bodies were all formed from the ready-made iron ore here. Ordinary magical attacks naturally wouldn't have much effect on these stone men, and even ordinary weapons wouldn't pose much of a threat to their bodies. No wonder so many miners had died here last time. However, to Han Shuo, his own body was probably even sturdier than iron and stone. He didn't even need to take out the demon's lair edge to deal with these 8 stone golems. He squatted down and started fighting with the stone golems. Interesting, what kind of creatures are you? Han Shuo was surrounded by the 8 stone men. His body was fighting with the 8 stone men, but he still had the leisure to ask the 8 stone men questions. Delia, who was surrounded by undead creatures, saw that the crouching Han Shuo wasn't afraid of the stone men's attacks. Even when the stone men's rock-solid fists and feet bombarded Han Shuo's body, he didn't react at all. It was as if his body was even sturdier than these stone men made of iron and stone. Unarmed, Han Shuo bombarded the stone men with his fists, but instead, the stone men were forced to retreat step by step. When those steel-hard stones collided with Han Shuo's huge fists, the sound of metal clashing rang out, causing Delia and the others to be dumbstruck. On the profound continent, swordsmen and knights were the most adept at close combat. However, even swordsmen and knights used fighting aura to increase their physical defenses. They had never heard of a person who could contend against iron and stone without using any fighting aura. In fact, Han Shuo really didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself. He was indeed only using the sturdiness of his body to withstand the stone men's attacks. Having reached the separate demonic realm, Han Shuo's body was as sturdy as iron and stone. Even if he didn't use demonic yuan to defend himself, he could completely withstand the damage from ordinary blades and swords. After fighting for a while, Han Shuo discovered that the 8 stone men didn't show any signs of communicating. He gradually grew impatient and began to gather some fighting aura in his hands. In this way, the stone men's bodies also began to be unable to withstand Han Shuo's punches. Grabbing the neck of a stone man, Han Shuo disregarded the stone man's hammering on his chest and forcefully twisted it. The stone man's iron head was directly pulled off. The crouching Han Shuo's speed suddenly increased. His punches were imbued with demonic yuan. The stone men, as hard as iron and stone, couldn't bear the heavy burden and one by one shattered into stone fragments. In just the blink of an eye, the 8 stone men had become stone fragments on the ground. In the eyes of Delia and the others, there was no longer a complete stone. "City Lord, you're so strong." A miner couldn't help but murmur, his face full of worship. Delia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she stared fixedly at Han Shuo. Han Shuo's actions of crushing the 8 stone golems into dust with his fists with the force of a thunderbolt was simply captivating to the extreme in the eyes of this wild woman who believed in tough men. Her heart couldn't help but become excited. "Want to run?" "Heh heh, it won't be that easy." After the 8 stone men's bodies were destroyed by Han Shuo, the 8 gray auras that drifted out from the 3 caves seemed to know that Han Shuo wasn't someone they could deal with and were preparing to return the way they came. Whether it was his identity as a demonic practitioner or a necromancer, Han Shuo had ways to deal with these strange soul auras. Han Shuo stretched out his left hand and a miniature vortex filled with killing intent formed in his palm. This vortex didn't have any effect on the physical body, but it made the 8 auras feel an irresistible suction force. Not only were the 8 souls unable to take a step away from Han Shuo, but under the suction force of the vortex in Han Shuo's palm, one by one, they slowly fell into the vortex in Han Shuo's palm. When the 8 souls fell into Han Shuo's palm, they were tightly sucked in by the vortex, not a single one able to leave. "Speak, what the hell are you?" This time, Han Shuo didn't speak. Instead, he used his consciousness to transmit the message. The originally gray aura of the 8 souls slowly dissipated under the high rotation of the vortex, turning into 8 little dots that sparkled with green light. Within the vortex in Han Shuo's palm, the 8 little dots that sparkled with green light were like 8 bright and beautiful stars. The vortex in Han Shuo's palm was like the deep Milky Way. The originally somewhat gloomy scene was filled with an intoxicating beauty in Delia's eyes. It was as if the deep starry sky was in Han Shuo's palm, and the faint green starlight was so resplendent and gorgeous. At this moment, if someone asked her if there was a man who could pluck the stars in the sky for her, she wouldn't hesitate to answer that the man was right in front of her, and that he already had the entire starry sky in his hands. After Han Shua's consciousness transmitted the message, Han Shua sensed a weak response. These 8 souls were too weak compared to Han Shua's powerful consciousness, so the message they transmitted was also very weak. Please let us go. We are miners who died after the mine collapsed. Our souls didn't dissipate, but drifted to a strange place, and absorbed a strange power to become like this. As Han Shua listened with rapt attention, he gradually understood the message. He stared blankly for a moment and asked, "What's so special about it?" "We don't know either. In any case, there is a strange power everywhere. We don't know why, after we absorbed some of that power, our souls gradually became stronger. We can also use that power to manipulate stones, giving ourselves a stone body. We don't want the place that can make us strong to be destroyed, so we attacked the miners who were about to mine there. Please let us go, we won't dare to do it again." In the palm of Han Shua, the 8 souls seemed to have united, and the message transmitted gradually became clear. After listening for a while, Han Shua frowned in doubt at first, then his mind flashed, and he suddenly became ecstatic. I know, so that's how it is." This ecstatic shout was not transmitted through consciousness, but a real high-pitched cheer. Delia and the others, who were surrounded by the undead, were startled by Han Shua's sudden shout. They looked at Han Shua somewhat inexplicably, not knowing why Han Shua was suddenly so happy. "City Lord, what's wrong?" At this time, Delia looked at Han Shua again. She didn't know why she always felt that Han Shua was full of bewitching attraction, so she asked tenderly. "It's nothing." Han Shua took out the skeletal staff and sent the undead that surrounded Delia and the others back to the other plane. After thinking for a moment, he said, "You don't have to mine this area anymore, otherwise you will encounter danger. In the future, you only need to come once a month to get the ore. And, the stone men won't attack you again, so don't worry. Alright, you should leave first, I'll take care of the matters here." After hearing Han Shua's words, Delia and the others were full of doubts. They only saw Han Shua easily destroy the stone men, but they didn't know why Han Shua would say such a thing. "Sir, can you tell us what's going on?" Delia thought for a moment, and then asked Han Shua. "Oh, the stone men have pledged allegiance to me. In the future, they will mine a portion of the ore every month, and I guarantee that it will be more than what you mine. You only need to come once a month to get it. I promised them that the area inside the 3 caves will be their living place, and the condition is that they help you mine the ore." Han Shua explained to Delia with a smile. "But, didn't the stone men already die?" Delia still asked doubtfully. "No, their souls are on me. You can leave without worry, I will take care of the matters in this area. In the future, you only need to come once a month to get the ore. This is the best of both worlds," Han Shua said to Delia. Delia had originally intended to settle scores with those stone men. But now that she saw that Han Shua had destroyed the stone men's bodies and captured their souls, as well as offered such generous conditions, she did not ask for much and gladly agreed to Han Shua's request. "Alright, I'll take them and leave first. I'll wait for you at the cave entrance." Delia didn't ask why Han Shua was staying here. She gave a few instructions to the miners and led them back the way they came. After Delia and the others left, Han Shua followed the instructions of the stone men's souls and crawled into a narrow cave. After walking for about 700 or 800 meters, he suddenly arrived at a huge area. This area was filled with colorful jagged rocks. At a glance, the rock walls above his head were all silver white and even shone with a silver luster. Purple, red, white, and all sorts of rare ores that Han Shua recognized or didn't recognize were nurtured everywhere in this mysterious area. Rich metal elemental energy filled the entire area. In the center, there was a huge rock that looked like an iron pillar that was filled with thick metal elemental energy. The last of the 5 extreme places, the place of metal extreme, finally appeared in front of Han Shuo. Chapter 354. The towering stone pillar at the center of the place of extreme metal shone with a faint golden luster. It was also in that area that the energy of metal in the entire place of extreme metal was the densest. Among the 5 places of extreme metal, the place of extreme metal was the most difficult to form. This was because no matter where it was, humans were always tireless in their passion for mining ores. Generally, the surrounding mountains and rivers of the place of extreme metal would be rich in ores. As long as one of the ores was discovered, humans would swarm over like flies, digging to the root of the problem and claiming all the ores as their own. A place of extreme metal could only gradually take shape after hundreds of thousands of years. This process of formation was usually due to the ores being mined and destroyed, making it very difficult for it to form naturally again. The 5 places of extreme metal were all formed by the power of nature due to the uniqueness of the terrain. Even Chu Kanglin, who had cultivated his demonic arts to the 9 changes realm, was unable to use human power to change or repair the 5 places of extreme metal that had been destroyed. The 5 extreme grounds were all formed by nature over millions of years of sedimentation. It was simply not something that could be changed by human power. From the looks of it, this place of extreme metal should have existed for as long as the place of extreme fire for who knows how many years. That towering, golden stone pillar in the center should be the metal attribute treasure that was born from this place of extreme metal. In the world that Han Shuo came from, there was a legend of the indestructible great sage equaling heaven. The great sage equaling heaven, Sun Wukong, was a stone monkey. He obtained the golden cudgel, the sea-stabilizing needle from the dragon palace. It was said that it was a metal attribute treasure nurtured by a place of extreme metal that had existed for millions of years. The great sage equaling heaven, who had cultivated from a stone monkey, was a unique existence of the metal attribute. This was why he was able to skillfully utilize the power of the metal attribute treasure in his hands, becoming a powerful and everlasting existence in the world that Han Shuo came from. In the center of this place of extreme metal, there was a towering stone pillar sparkling with faint golden light. It should be the other metal attribute treasure that had been nurtured in this place of extreme metal. As for whether or not this metal attribute treasure had the same miraculous power as the golden cudgel, Han Shuo wasn't sure. However, Han Shuo understood that the metal attribute treasure nurtured by the place of extreme metal could only be grasped by the metal elite zombie that was refined from the place of extreme metal after the metal elite zombie was born, just like the fire elite zombie that was able to collect the fire attribute treasure, the fire lotus. This metal-type treasure existed in the very center of the place of extreme metal. Han Shuo did not dare to rashly move this metal-type treasure, for fear that it would destroy the natural operation of the entire place of extreme metal. Walking to the side of this towering stone pillar, Han Shuo reached out his hand and touched it. His finger made a metallic dang-dang sound as it knocked against the stone pillar. Streams of dense metal elemental energy slowly flowed into Han Shuo's fingertips, causing Han Shuo's body to stiffen. It is indeed a metal attribute treasure. It seems that metal elite zombie is very lucky. Han Shuo exclaimed in admiration. He excitedly circled around the place of extreme metal a few times. Looking at the various rare ores that shone with a faint luster, Han Shuo's heart was filled with joy. However, Han Shuo did not move any of the ores in this place of extreme metal. Before all the materials for refining metal elite zombie were gathered, Han Shuo did not want to act blindly without thinking, lest he change the natural layout of the place of extreme metal and cause irreparable damage. Metal elite zombie, oh metal elite zombie, now you're the only one left. Now even a weapon has been nurtured. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He then spread out his right hand and scattered the 8 sparkling souls within the place of extreme metal. He instructed, guard this place well. Not only the miners, if anyone tries to come here, kill them for me. Got it, we won't let anyone destroy this place. The 8 souls replied. Without continuing to stay in the place of extreme metal, Han Shuo was burning with anxiety. He planned to immediately gather the materials needed for Metal Elite Zombie. After Han Shuo left the place of extreme metal, he used the Demon's Lair edge to cut out a few large rocks to block the 3 narrow entrances, leaving only a narrow slit the size of an arm for the 8 souls to enter. After walking out from the belly of Mount Silk, Han Shuo discovered that Delia and the miners were all waiting at the entrance. Among them was Elder Ardman, who was currently in charge of the 5 mines. Has it been taken care of? When Delia saw Han Shuo come out, her eyes lit up and she hastily asked Han Shuo. Grinning brightly, Han Shuo nodded and said, "Not bad. In the future, not only will the stone men not attack the miners again, they will also collect some ore for you every month." Pausing for a moment, Han Shuo said to Delia and Andrew with a solemn expression, "But remember, there are a large number of stone men living in those 3 areas. None of you are allowed to trespass into those 3 narrow caves. Otherwise, I won't take responsibility if you die at the hands of the stone men." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Ardman hastily guaranteed, "Rest assured, my lord. I will definitely discipline them well and won't let them enter those areas. Rest assured, my lord. I don't think they will dare to go in. After all, only my lord can deal with those stone men. How can ordinary miners be a match for those stone men?" Delia's bright eyes focused on Han Shuo as she said to Han Shuo with a light smile. After hearing Delia's words, Han Shuo also thought that it was true. The stone men's bodies were sturdy and didn't fear magic. In those narrow spaces, even a senior swordsman would die if he faced the stone men. Although the mountain people of Mount Silk had strong bodies, their strength was far inferior to the stone men. Naturally, they wouldn't be stupid enough to throw away their lives. "Alright, you guys go there once a month and collect the ores inside. The stone men have already agreed to my request. They are more proficient in mining ore. As long as you don't disturb their lives, they will continue to help you mine ore." Han Shuo replied. "Many thanks, my lord. Many thanks." Ardman was extremely grateful to Han Shuo and bowed to Han Shuo. "Elder, don't be so polite. As the city lord of Brettel City, this is what I should do." Han Shuo went over to help Ardman up and said sincerely. Since the crisis of the stone men on Mount Silk had been resolved, Han Shuo didn't continue to stay on Mount Silk. The group that had come to Mount Silk this time had originally been Adelman and some of his subordinates. Now that they'd arrived at Mount Silk, they didn't continue back to Brettel City. Only Han Shuo and Delia were left on the road. The anxious Han Shuo planned to shake Delia off and directly return to Brettel City. However, after thinking for a bit, he felt that it would be impolite to do so. Thus, he slowly walked with her on the rugged mountain road, heading down the mountain. After being caught peeping in the mine, Han Shuo felt guilty when he was alone with Delia and didn't take the initiative to talk to her. However, Delia's gaze towards Han Shuo had a different meaning after she'd exited the mine. Delia, who'd been dressed in a sexy and wild outfit, not only didn't seem restrained at all, she'd even purposefully puffed out her chest. Although Han Shuo wasn't a gentleman, he had been caught alive by Delia the last time he'd peeped on her. This time, the two of them were a bit more well-behaved as they descended the mountain together. In addition, because he was concerned about the Metal Elite Zombie, Han Shuo wasn't as lustful as usual. He didn't stare at Delia's chest along the way. However, the well-behaved Han Shuo was inwardly cursed for being a hypocrite by Delia. As the number 1 beauty of the mountain people, Delia's strength was superb among the mountain people for so many years. Her eyes were at the top of her head, but she'd never found a young man she liked among the mountain people. She'd only teased the young men who admired her. Delia, who was 1.7 meters tall, was extremely tall. For ordinary mountain men, height alone was enough for her to be proud of. However, when faced with Han Shuo who was more than 1.9 meters tall, Delia couldn't feel the slightest bit of arrogance. This time, Han Shua's thunderous method of blasting the stone man's body into stone fragments had awed her heart that admired the strong. No matter how she looked at it, Han Shua was a target that she was satisfied with. Suddenly, Delia blocked in front of Han Shua. Her bright eyes stared fixedly at Han Shua as she puffed out her soft breasts. Han Shua, who was walking, was caught off guard and his chest almost directly bumped into Delia's towering breasts. He abruptly stopped and took a step back. Looking at Delia with a puzzled expression, Han Shua asked, "What's wrong?" "Your lordship, you're a real man. I like you." Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Delia stared at Han Shua with a burning gaze, boldly confessing her true feelings to Han Shua. Mountain women were originally very forthright, and Delia was one of the best among them. Her wild and fiery nature allowed her to dare to love and hate. She possessed a boldness and straightforwardness that most women in the Lancelot Empire didn't have. Delia's sudden confession surprised Han Shua. Han Shua squinted his eyes as he sized up Delia from head to toe, as if he wanted to see her body clearly. As Han Shua's gaze roamed over her body, Delia instinctively felt a little shy, especially when Han Shua's gaze fell on her perky twin peaks, as well as some sensitive parts of her waist and abdomen. Her body felt as though it was being directly caressed by Han Shua's gaze, causing Delia to feel extremely shy. However, Delia wasn't as timid as most women. Having set her sights on Han Shua as her target, although Delia turned her head away shyly, she didn't choose to retreat. Instead, she puffed out her twin peaks. It seemed that she had sufficient confidence in her figure. "You're not bad." After a while, Han Shua suddenly smiled and said softly. Delia's charming face lit up, revealing a fiery smile. She boldly looked straight at Han Shua and said, "Your lordship, so you want me?" Shaking his head, Han Shua replied, "I'm sorry, I already have a woman, and I like my woman very much." When these words came out, Delia's expression darkened. She lowered her head in silence for a while, and when she raised her head again, she said stubbornly, "I, Delia, have never liked any man. Only your strength can truly make me unable to extricate myself. Regardless of whether you have a woman or not, I will become your woman." Han Shua was speechless. Looking at Delia's stubborn face, as if she didn't know what failure was, he thought to himself that perhaps this woman had been stared at by the mountain men for too long, or perhaps she had set her sights too high. It seemed that she was a little stubborn. Han Shua himself wasn't a gentleman who wouldn't be tempted by a beauty. Otherwise, he wouldn't have two women, Emily and Phoebe, and he wouldn't be so obsessed with Fanny. Of course, Han Shua wasn't the kind of stud horse who would sleep with any woman he saw. As a demonic arts practitioner, Han Shua wouldn't care about worldly restraints. As long as he was truly interested in a woman, he wouldn't care about those moral rules. Delia's figure was extremely alluring, and her looks were indeed not bad. Han Shua didn't deny that he had lust for Delia, but it was only lust. If he could irresponsibly possess Delia, Han Shua would definitely make her his without the slightest hesitation. However, there was a limit to everything. If Delia wholeheartedly wanted to be entangled with him, he would probably abandon her after toying with her in Brettel City. Even the 30,000 mountain people in Brettel City wouldn't be willing to do so. Han Shua himself also didn't want to provoke this kind of trouble that was hard to abandon. I do have women, and not just one. Han Shua first explained, then continued, "To be honest, I do have some interest in you, but that kind of interest is only a man's interest in a beautiful woman's body. It's not what you understand. You should understand what I mean if I say it so directly, right?" "What, you have more than one woman?" Contrary to Han Shua's expectations, Delia didn't seem to care too much about the latter part of his words. She only asked about the meaning behind the first part of his sentence in astonishment. Nodding his head, Han Shua's heart stirred. He thought to himself that Delia wouldn't be talking nonsense, right? However, thinking about it again, this matter would be exposed sooner or later, so he didn't deny it. He nodded and replied, "Yes, I indeed have more than one. What about it? If you don't mind, I'll be one more. I'd rather be one of the women of someone like you than be the only one in a mediocre man's heart. Delia's eyes actually lit up as she said somewhat excitedly, I just knew that a man like you would definitely have more than one woman. Then adding me shouldn't be a problem, right? Han Shuo was a bit dumbfounded when he heard Delia's words. He thought to himself that mountain women were indeed a bit more forthright and uninhibited than he'd expected. Delia's attitude towards these matters was a bit too much for someone like Han Shuo, who'd always done as he pleased. Seeing that Delia wanted to discuss this matter in detail with him, Han Shuo, on one hand, was concerned about the Metal Elite zombies' refining materials, and on the other hand, didn't know how to answer Delia. He directly said, we'll talk about this matter in the future. I'm not interested in you at the moment. When I'm interested in you, I'll consider your proposal. Alright, I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be taking my leave first. As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shuo soared into the sky in front of Delia. He circulated his demonic yuan and revealed his disdainful aura. He turned into a streak of black light and disappeared into the clouds. Delia looked at Han Shuo's gradually disappearing figure in the sky with infatuation. Her charming face was resolute as she fiercely nodded, muttering to herself, I'll definitely make you fall in love with me. City Lord, hee hee. Only a man like you can make me wholeheartedly submit to you. Han Shuo naturally didn't know what Delia said after that. Han Shuo flew all the way back to Brettel City and directly found little fatty Jack. He made a list of materials for refining the Metal Elite zombie and handed it to Jack, saying, buy these materials for me. It doesn't matter if you use the Boost Merchant Guild or any other merchant guild. In short, get me the materials listed as soon as possible. No problem. Jack, who had an enormous amount of gold coins in his hands, spoke with great confidence. He had an extraordinary bearing of, leave it to me. After he finished speaking, Jack said, oh, right, Dick was looking for you. When he heard that Dick was looking for him, Han Shuo left Jack's place and headed towards the Dark Mantle stronghold in Brettel City. Under normal circumstances, Dick would be there. When he arrived at the Dark Mantle's secret stronghold in Brettel City, Han Shuo found Dick as expected. He saw that Dick was currently in the Dark Mantle stronghold, handling some information regarding the 7 Grand Duchies that his subordinates had reported to him. Seeing Han Shuo suddenly enter, Dick hastily stood up in surprise and saluted to Han Shuo. He then had Han Shuo sit down and asked with a smile, my lord, why have you come? I heard from Jack that you were looking for me. Did something happen? Han Shuo asked Dick after sitting down. There were only 6 people in this Dark Mantle stronghold, including Dick. However, Han Shuo knew that there were definitely more than 6 Dark Mantle members in Brettel City. It was just that these people were usually scattered around Brettel City or the 7 Grand Duchies. They were usually spying on the secrets of various parties or carrying out secret missions. These people wouldn't come here unless there were special circumstances. They would only report to Dick when they obtained accurate information or completed a mission successfully. Dick originally didn't have enough manpower on his side, but after Han Shuo's arrival, Candide had arranged for some members to enter Brettel City and directly serve under Han Shuo. All of the secret activities of the Lancelot Empire were under Candide's sole responsibility. Although Brettel City was located in the easternmost region of the empire, it was still under Candide's control. As the most popular person at Candide's side and the current city lord of Brettel City, Han Shuo had the right to control all of the Dark Mantle's personnel changes in Brettel City. Dick was naturally under Han Shuo's jurisdiction. My lord, I went to the city lord's mansion to report to you because I just received some news. It's just that you weren't at the city lord's mansion at that time. I didn't think that my lord would take the initiative to come over. This lowly one is truly overwhelmed by the favor. Dick also sat down with a smile before explaining to Han Shuo. Alright, cut the crap. What's going on? In private, Han Shua and Dick never put on the airs of a city lord and asked. Dick chuckled softly, then coughed lightly and said sternly, "I reckon we're in big trouble this time. The 7 dukedoms have all stopped fighting. According to the information our people have sent over, the dukes of the 7 dukedoms have secretly met in a valley. Our people have no way of knowing the contents of the meeting, but thinking about it, it's obvious that they're trying to deal with us. When the 7 dukedoms weren't under the threat of Brettel City, they'd fought tirelessly against each other. However, Brettel City was currently displaying an overbearing ferocious aura. For the 7 Grand Dukedoms, Brettel City had become an important threat. The 7 Grand Dukedoms were originally split from the Verdun Imperial Dynasty. Due to the riots between the princes 100 years ago, the Verdun Imperial Dynasty had been split into 7 dukedoms, gradually becoming the 7 Grand Dukedoms of today. When there were no foreign enemies, they were happy to invade other dukedoms to obtain more benefits. However, the 7 Grand Dukedoms were still considered one family. Once a common enemy appeared, the 7 Grand Dukedoms would once again tightly band together. Last time, the Lancelot Empire hadn't understood the situation and rashly invaded the 7 Grand Dukedoms. In the end, the 7 Grand Dukedoms were quickly repelled by the joint army of the 7 Grand Dukedoms. It was also from that time that Brettel City was unable to recover, becoming a useless existence. It looks like the 7 Grand Dukedoms now view Brettel City as a new threat. Hee, we should be proud. Brettel City, which doesn't even have 100,000 citizens, is far inferior to any one of the 7 Grand Dukedoms. I didn't expect them to think so highly of us. Han Shua said to Dick with a cold smile. My lord, we absolutely cannot lower our guard against the 7 Grand Dukedoms. They are different from ordinary bandit groups, they are a true army. Not only do they have a complete set of siege equipment, but the quality of the soldiers of the 7 Grand Dukedoms is also very high. They might even be a cut above the average army of the Lancelot Empire. Dick smiled wryly as he explained to Han Shua, in addition, each dukedom has at least 30 to 40,000 standing armies, not to mention the private armies of the local nobles. You can calculate how many soldiers there are in total. If the 7 Grand Dukedoms' allied army really arrives at Brettel City, I'm afraid their military strength will be 1 or 2 times more than our population. We absolutely cannot lower our guard. Don't worry, I already have a plan for this matter. I will make sure their allied army can't unite. Han Shua laughed sinisterly as he said to Dick. Chapter 355. Sakamamir Valley was located in the center of the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Duchies would secretly meet here. Although the 7 Grand Duchies had the intention of joining forces to deal with Brettel City, none of the dukes dared to visit the other duchies due to their mutual suspicions. Therefore, the 7 Grand Dukes gathered their armies at Sakamamir Valley. The majority of the troops were temporarily stationed in the plains outside the valley. The 7 Grand Dukes gathered in the valley with their elite experts. Tanai, Mount Sakamamir, was covered in flowers and ancient trees. Under the warm sunlight, a simple tent was set up in the middle of the valley, next to a small stream. Within the spacious tent, the 7 Grand Dukes were secretly discussing something with their experts. The tent was densely guarded by knights. The tent was covered in layers of magical boundaries. With the 7 Grand Dukes gathered in the tent, any mishap would be a fatal blow to the 7 Grand Duchies. The 7 Grand Dukes were debating endlessly inside the tent. The main points of their argument were about the command of the Allied forces and their battle strategy, including the distribution of the spoils of war. The 7 Grand Dukes had been locked in a fierce battle before this. Even though they had gathered here for the sake of Brettel City, the anger on the battlefield had yet to subside. Naturally, the dukes who were originally enemies didn't have any good expressions on their faces. Helentina of Helen Duchy had been in an extremely irritable mood recently. She was no longer as glamorous as before, and had obviously become more haggard. The news that she'd been raped by Han Shua had inadvertently spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. This caused Valentina to become the target of ridicule overnight. Everyone looked at her with strange gazes, making her feel extremely uncomfortable. The Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, who used to be her staunch ally, had stopped communicating with her ever since he heard the news. Now that they had truly met in this place, Benedict Sackville only greeted her politely and didn't have his previous attentiveness. Valentina understood where the problem lay. However, she had indeed been captured alive by Han Shoa and brought to Bretel City. She'd even been locked up for several days. This fact made it impossible for her to explain herself. The haughty Valentina had been tormented by strange gazes during this period of time. Even some citizens of the Hellen Empire felt that the impure Valentina was no longer suitable for the position of Grand Duchess. If it wasn't for Valentina's ruthless methods of killing several rebellious nobles in succession, it was likely that she wouldn't have been able to maintain her position in the Hellen Duchy. Now that they had arrived at the meeting point between the 7 duchies, Valentina had once again become the object of neglect. At this moment, Benedict Sackville was quarreling with Bavenden Duchy's Alec Ambridge. The topic of their quarrel was actually the distribution of the spoils of war. Alec Ambridge had his eyes set on the 6 magic crystal cannons worth 600,000 gold coins in Bretel City. He was determined to obtain them. These 6 magic crystal cannons had originally been purchased by Benedict Sackville from the distant Brute Merchant Alliance for Valentina through his own channels. Benedict Sackville had taken it for granted that these 6 magic crystal cannons should belong to him. He didn't back down in the slightest as he argued with Alec Ambridge. All of a sudden, Valentina, the person who'd paid 600,000 gold coins to purchase the 6 magic crystal cannons from the Brute Merchant Alliance, had been forgotten. Benedict Sackville, the modest gentleman who'd previously disregarded everything to pursue her, had now become the one who'd directly plundered her interests. Valentina coldly watched the dispute between the 6 Grand Dukes, feeling increasingly irritated in her heart. Unconsciously, Valentina actually thought of Han Shoa. She'd deeply experienced Han Shoa's ruthlessness. She didn't know why, but Valentina faintly felt that these 6 men who were endlessly arguing in front of her didn't seem like real men. On the contrary, the image of Bretel City's lord, whose eyes were filled with a fiendish and ruthless rage, had appeared in her mind from time to time. She always felt that the 6 Grand Dukes in front of her were no match for the ruthless city lord of Bretel City. Bretel City's population didn't even reach 100,000. Not to mention the other 6 duchies, even Hellen Duchy's military strength was more than enough to compete with Bretel City. Now that the allied forces of the 7 Grand Duchies were planning to march into Bretel City, Valentina actually had the laughable thought that the allied forces would fail. Even she herself felt that this was a bit absurd. Duke Helen, what do you want from Bretel City? Randy Allard, the Grand Duke of the Bonton Duchy, leaned against Valentina and looked at the silent statue-like Valentina as he asked politely. Valentina was roused from her contemplation. She calmed her heart and thought for a while before saying softly, I only want the life of the city lord of Bretel City. However, I don't know why, but I feel that it won't be so easy for us to win. Grand Duke Helen, you must be too tired recently. With the allied forces of our 7 Grand Duchies, we easily routed the Lancelot Empire's army that had been soaring to the heavens. You want to stop our advance with just that shabby Bretel City? That's just too laughable. I think that Grand Duke Helen's courage must have been broken after being captured by that city lord, right? Alec Ambridge suddenly butted in after hearing the conversation. He didn't hide his contempt for Valentina at all as he laughed and ridiculed her. At this moment, Benedict Sackville, who was supposed to speak up for Valentina, had just been arguing with Alec Ambridge until his face was flushed with anger. But now, he suddenly turned silent and slowly nodded his head, as if agreeing with the argument of someone who had just been an enemy. Valentina only felt a chill in her heart. She looked at the man in front of her who had once said that he would take care of her for the rest of his life. She suddenly had the urge to laugh. I'm a bit tired. You guys continue your discussion. Helentina stood up wearily and said a few words to the 6 Grand Dukes. She then walked out alone. None of the 6 Grand Dukes tried to keep Helentina. After she left, Alec Ambridge said in a disdainful tone, "It looks like this woman has been conquered by the new city lord's skills in bed. She can't even see the situation clearly. Heh, I really don't understand why such a fool wouldn't let go of such a woman in the first place." "Who are you talking about?" Benedict Sackville flew into a rage. To Benedict Sackville, the matter of him crazily chasing after Helentina had already become the greatest humiliation of his life. If anyone offended him in this regard, he would relentlessly pursue the matter. Heh, it's nothing. Seeing Benedict Sackville fly into a rage, Alec Ambridge, who hadn't been able to suppress him regarding the ownership of the magic crystal cannons, suddenly felt a lot more carefree in his heart. On the plains outside the valley, Helentina returned with a gloomy face inside a tent where the Helen Duchy's army was stationed. Her heart gradually sank to the bottom of the valley. "Helen, why are you unhappy again?" The super-rank magical beast called Fire Phoenix had transformed into a beautiful woman dressed in red. She poured a cup of tea for Helentina in the tent and handed it to her. "Sister Firewind, is a woman's body really that important? Why is it that after I return from Brettel City, it seems like everyone is making life difficult for me?" Helentina sighed softly and asked Firewind. "Helen, why would you say that? That Brian didn't do anything to you. He only extorted 1,000,000 gold coins from you." Firewind looked at Helentina in astonishment and asked in puzzlement. Putting down the cup of tea that Firewind had given her, Helentina sighed again and said in annoyance, "But everyone thinks that it happened. I have no way of explaining it. Who cares about those mediocre people? It's fine as long as you know in your heart that it didn't happen. Why bother so much?" Firewind continued to persuade Helentina, "It's just that that person is too strong. Otherwise, I would have helped you kill him long ago. Please don't. He's not someone we can handle. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allied with the 7 duchies." Helentina was startled and hastily persuaded Firewind not to be impulsive. She then shook her head and smiled bitterly, "Sometimes I think that maybe I really was raped by that person. Maybe he would take care of me. Unfortunately, I know that's impossible." "How can you think like that? He is your greatest enemy. Not only did you extort 1,000,000 gold coins from him, but you also released such a sinister message. We must kill him, otherwise it will be difficult to wash away your innocence." Flame Phoenix said hatefully. "How can you think like that?" Sighing once again, Helentina helplessly said, "Even if I kill him, I won't be able to clear my name. Not only is this Brettel City Lord sinister enough, his strength is also extraordinarily terrifying. I don't know why, but I always feel like he's beside me. It seems that my mind is really a bit muddled." Looking at Helentina's fretful and worried face, Firewind also sighed in her heart. She really didn't know how to comfort her. Ever since returning from Brettel City, Helentina had always faced the doubts and mockery of everyone. Originally, Helentina was a goddess-like existence in Helen Duchy, but now she became the subject of discussion among the citizens. Having been suddenly thrown down from her high position as a goddess, Helentina simply couldn't adapt to this kind of change. The smile on her face became fewer and fewer, and her entire being was tormented by worry to the point where she couldn't bear it. "It's all that Brian's fault. I must help Helen kill him." Firewind thought to herself. ****** On a mound 5,000 meters away from Helentina's tent, Han Shua clearly heard the conversation in Helentina's tent through a Yin demon. "This woman still owes me 600,000 gold coins. Looking at the days, it's about time she pays me back." Han Shua muttered to himself. He turned his head and glanced in Helentina's direction, then snuck towards Sakamamir Valley. A Yin demon gradually returned from Helentina's tent and headed towards Sakamamir Valley with Han Shua. When they were about to reach the central tent, Han Shuo hid himself deep in the ground that the Earth Elite zombie had opened up. He only used the Yin demon to spy on the tent in the center of the area. The Grand Dukes of the 6 Grand Duchies were all inside. They'd spared no effort in setting up the security of the tent. All kinds of magical boundaries had been set up densely. Han Shuo used the Yin demon to spy on the area for a long time, but discovered that he couldn't approach the area without making a sound. It looks like I'll have to wait for them to leave. These fellows' defenses are really tight. There are enough boundaries in the sky and on the ground, and there's the army of the 7 Grand Duchies stationed around. Even the undead army can't destroy them. They're really a bunch of cowards. Han Shuo thought inwardly. He used the Yin demon to spy on the area, but he himself remained deep underground and didn't move an inch. After about an hour and a half, the 6 dukes walked out of the tent one after another. All of them had dissatisfied expressions on their faces. It looked like the discussion this time hadn't come to a conclusion. The operation to deal with Brettel City would be delayed for another day or two. They would only be able to proceed after they'd arranged everything properly. The 6 dukes were all protected by experts. They'd brought the experts of their respective duchies here for fear of being ambushed. Every duke was protected by an expert with a powerful aura. In fact, these dukes would indeed take advantage of the opportunity to harm others. This kind of situation had happened from time to time when the 7 Grand Duchies had held some sort of conference in the past. It was precisely because of this that they'd been so careful. Han Shuo hid deep underground, not in a hurry to make a move on anyone. He waited until they'd all left the valley. Only when night had fallen did he slowly move in a certain direction. That area was where Duke Alec Ambridge's army of Bavendon Duchy was stationed. In the dead of night, it was the most appropriate time for some dishonorable things to be carried out. Duke Alec Ambridge did not forget to indulge in the meeting here. In a luxurious tent in the center of the hall, Duke Alec Ambridge pressed a tall female knight on the table, and from behind, he conquered this female knight who was wearing a formal knight's armor. Only her buttocks were exposed, and it was perked up high. The female knight lay on the table, panting and moaning softly. She swayed her plump buttocks, coordinating with Grand Duke Alec Ambridge's subduing movements. Her fine black hair spread out to cover her face. There were actually 2 sinister-looking men in Alec Ambridge's tent. The 2 men turned a blind eye to Alec Ambridge's debauchery, indifferently gripping the long swords in their hands as they vigilantly guarded their surroundings. They were both at the level of great swordmaster. Alec Ambridge let out a loud cheer. When the pleasure spread from his lower abdomen to his entire body, he suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet shake to a greater extent. However, Alec Ambridge didn't pay too much attention to the changes in the soles of his feet due to the brief dizziness he felt when a piercing pain came from the soles of his feet. Only then did Alec Ambridge shout in alarm. He grabbed the female knight that was still pressed down by him and dragged her towards the soles of his feet. Puff! The sharp weapon pierced through the body of the female knight who had just recovered from her orgasm. Her mithril armor, which was known for its sturdiness, was penetrated along with her body. The sharp edge of the weapon continued to stab upwards without diminishing its might. Alec Ambridge, who was scared out of his wits, felt a chill in his chest. Ignoring the tearing pain in his left foot, he limped towards the outside of the tent and shouted, "Assassin! There's an assassin!" The 2 sinister-looking great sword masters in the tent had already rushed over the moment he had used the female knight as a meat shield. 2 dazzling silver rays of light fell unceremoniously on the female knight who hadn't completely died yet. The silver sword rays instantly tore the female knight apart. The 2 rudely tossed the body of the female knight, which was riddled with holes, to the side, and cautiously looked at the dark hole below. This hole was only the size of a person's arm. It seemed that the attack had come from that arm-sized hole. Damn it, wasn't there a rock barrier underground? How could someone still be able to attack me? Alec Ambridge's left foot was badly mangled. He furrowed his brows and said, "Fortunately, I reacted in time. Otherwise, I would have died here today. That damned earth mage dared to slack off. I'm going to kill him. Your Grace, the rock barrier underground is still there. It's just that the strength of the enemy is too strong. The power of his weapon had exceeded the endurance of the rock barrier. This person is definitely not an ordinary expert. Fortunately, Your Grace is fine. I wonder who it is that wants Your Grace's life. One of the sinister-looking great sword masters said with a gloomy face. Who else could it be? It must be that damned Benedict Sackville. I only mocked him a bit today, but he actually sent people to attack me in the middle of the night. This guy really deserves to die. Alec Ambridge shouted with a gloomy face. He then shouted towards the outside of the tent, "Priest! Damned priest! Hurry up and come over. One of my legs is about to be crippled. I've spent so many gold coins on you guys, why can't you hurry up at the most crucial moment?" While Alec Ambridge was shouting and yelling, Han Shoa, who'd missed his first strike, quietly left. Even the tunnel formed by the Earth Elite zombie was blocked once again. Han Shoa had tried to directly kill Alec Ambridge, but he hadn't expected that this person would be so merciless. At the most crucial moment, he'd actually used the female knight he'd just had fun with to block a fatal blow. Fortunately, Han Shoa had heard Alec Ambridge's suspicions and jealousy towards Benedict Sackville through the Een demons as he left. Han Shoa felt that his goal had been achieved, so he didn't recklessly attack again. Chapter 356. Every one of the 7 Grand Dukes was especially careful about their own safety. In the Sakamamir region, they were even more careful in protecting themselves. After leaving Alec Ambridge's place, Han Shoa made a trip to Grand Duke Niam Beige of Bisley Duchy. Han Shoa planned to make a move against Niam Beige, but before Han Shoa could approach, he sensed a divine aura coming from Niam Beige's tent. Han Shoa was incomparably familiar with this kind of divine aura. He immediately understood that someone from the Church of Light was definitely inside. From the strength of this divine aura, Han Shoa knew that the person inside wasn't weak. It was most likely to be cause of the Church of Light. Instead of making a move against Niam Beige, Han Shoa had been hiding in the depths of the ground, only using a Een demon to spy on the area from afar. When dawn was about to break, Han Shoa discovered through the Een demon that Kas and his party had quietly left the tent. Niam Beige himself was a Sky Knight. Among the 7 Grand Duchies, his Bisley Duchy had many temples of light of the Church of Light. He guided the citizens to believe in the God of Light and offered their pious faith to the God of Light. Now that Han Shoa saw through the Een demon that Niam Beige and Kas were close, and thought of the friendly attitude Bisley Duchy had towards the Church of Light, he faintly felt that this Niam Beige himself might be a follower of the Church of Light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spared no effort to help the Church of Light. After Kas left, there were still light magic fluctuations in Niam Beige's tent. Apart from that, there were also 2 faint powerful auras. Seeing that the sky was already bright, Niam Beige continued to discuss with his subordinates after Kas left. It seemed that he had no intention of sleeping. Han Shoa pondered for a moment and gave up on the idea of attacking Niam Beige. On this day, the 7 Grand Duchies were discussing the matter of sending troops to Brettel City in the Sakamamir Valley. Alec Ambridge, who had been attacked earlier, dragged his left leg that was covered in bandages. He loudly cursed Benedict Sackville the moment he came over, accusing Benedict Sackville of sending people to despicably attack him last night. Benedict Sackville felt greatly wronged when he was ridiculed by Alec Ambridge yesterday, so he had a belly full of anger. Inside the tent, the 2 of them didn't give in and almost got into a scuffle. If the other Grand Dukes hadn't stepped in to stop them, the 2 of them would have fought endlessly. Even after the 2 of them were separated, their anger hadn't dissipated. Their eyes shone with an ominous glint as they thought of some sinister plan to deal with each other. In addition, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy was very dissatisfied with the distribution of profits. He insisted on seizing the 5 surrounding mines after attacking Brettel City. Due to Bert Zili's insistence, the Duke, who was also interested in the mine, was naturally unwilling. In the end, the day's discussion ended in discord. If this goes on, the 7 Grand Duchies will start fighting again before the war against Brettel City has even begun. I don't think these people would join forces so quickly unless they're facing imminent death. Last time, it was also because the Lancelot Empire's army had attacked right at their doorstep that they quickly joined forces. It looks like they don't care about the threat of Brettel City at all. These people only know how to quarrel all day long. What great things can they accomplish? Helentina complained to Firewind with a frown after returning to her tent. Let them quarrel. When the day comes that Brettel City really attacks, they'll know fear. Firewind and Helentina had also participated in the discussion inside the tent. They could clearly see the faces of the 7 Grand Dukes inside. Although Firewind didn't have the right to open the door and speak, she still despised the 6 fellows who only cared about fame and profit. Your Grace, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy requests an audience. While Helentina and Firewind were muttering resentfully, a guard's voice came from outside the door. What is that guy doing here? The smell on his body makes me feel very uncomfortable. Firewind frowned at Helentina after hearing the guard's report. Ask him to come in. Helentina instructed the guard outside, then said to Firewind, this person has always been a sworn enemy of the Bisley Duchy. The proposal to form an alliance against Brettel City this time was made by Niam Beige of the Bisley Duchy. I think this Bert Zili seems to have the intention of destroying the stability of the alliance. I don't know why he's looking for me. While Helentina and Firewind were talking, Grand Duke Bert Zili of the Boulette Duchy walked in with a faint smile. Bert Zili was an old summoner. However, it was rumored that he had signed a contract with the evil god. His summoning magic often summoned monsters from hell. Bert Zili's entire body gave off a faint, eerie feeling that made people tremble in fear. Even if he had a kind smile on his face, people would still feel that his smile was sinister and sinister. Firewind was a holy super-rank magical beast. She hated the smell on Bert Zili's body very much. After seeing Bert Zili come in, Firewind instinctively distanced herself from him. Grand Duke Bert, what business do you have with me? Helentina and Bert Zili's Boulette Duchy didn't have any real conflicts due to the distance between them. However, Helentina had always disliked this sinister and evil Grand Duke. On top of that, she hadn't been in a good mood recently, so she naturally didn't have a good expression on her face. Heh, I've come this time to discuss matters regarding Brettel City with Grand Duke Helen. Grand Duke Helen has stayed in Brettel City for a period of time. What do you think of Brettel City and that city lord? Bert Zili revealed a kind smile as he spoke to Helentina in a friendly manner. Helentina's face turned cold as she said, Grand Duke Bert came here just to mock me? No. Bert Zili hurriedly waved his hand to indicate that Helentina shouldn't misunderstand. He then explained, as the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will emerge victorious in every battle. Among us 7 Grand Duchies, Grand Duke Helen should be the most familiar with Brettel City. I want to hear Grand Duke Helen's opinion on Brettel City and that city lord. Helentina let out a soft snort and said in a low voice with a straight face, I'm not very familiar with Brettel City, but I know that City Lord Brian is absolutely not someone an ordinary person can deal with. Perhaps you haven't seen him in person, but I know that he single-handedly repelled Red Archbishop Koss of the Church of Light and a few temple knights. This person is vicious and merciless. Once he's set his mind on something, he'll do it by hook or by crook. Whether you believe it or not, I feel that this person isn't easy to deal with. If the Allied forces continue to waste time like this, I think it will only give Brettel City more time to prepare. Heh, it looks like this person is very much to my liking. Interesting. Bert Zili said with a sinister smile. He then stared at Helentina and said, Grand Duke Helen, I wonder what you intend to do with regards to the operation against Brettel City this time. Are you interested in forming a secret alliance with me? I'm sorry, I'm not interested at the moment. Helentina tactfully declined and replied in a lukewarm manner. Nodding, Bert Zeely let out a strange laugh and didn't say anything else. He said, You can think about it. I'm very interested in cooperating with your Helen Duchy. Alright, I'm sorry for bothering you today. Alright, then I won't send you off. Helentina said. After Bert Zeely left, Helentina said with a strange expression, How strange. Did this person come all the way here just to ask about that city Lord Brian? I feel like there's something wrong with him. Who cares about him? I've discovered that my entire body feels uncomfortable with him being in the tent. I really want to burn him to death. Fire Phoenix frowned as she spoke to Helentina. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. After Bert Zeely left Helentina's area, he directly returned to his own tent. Inside, a familiar figure to Han Shua was lazily lying on a large sea mink fur bed in the middle of the tent. He gracefully smiled at Bert Zeely as he walked in and asked, How was it? That little girl doesn't seem to know anything, but it doesn't matter. This won't affect our plan. Wolf, do you really think that person can bring us any benefits? Bert Zeely shot a glance at Wolf lying on his bed and asked in a sinister manner. After the Calamity Church's necromancer Wolf had been rejuvenated by Han Shua's skeletal staff, he had turned into a handsome and elegant youth. His skin was even fairer than a woman's, and the sharp claws that had been formed from old fey demons had long since disappeared, replaced by a pair of slender and beautiful hands. Slowly sitting up on the large sea mink fur bed, Wolf chuckled and said, Old friend, that Brian's strength is beyond your imagination. He also has the skeletal staff in his hands. The higher-ups have already given the order to not let anything happen to him no matter what. All we need to do is to support him as much as possible. Bert Zeely furrowed his brows and said to Wolf, Could it be that the Pope values him so much just because he's the master of the skeletal staff? We might as well seize his skeletal staff and let you absorb all of his memories. Wouldn't that be more convenient and less troublesome? Shaking his head, the necromancer Grand Magus Wolf, who had lived for who knew how many years, smiled and explained, It's not that easy. Kos personally led 300 Templars but still couldn't take him down. Both times, they were seriously injured and forced to retreat. Do you think we can easily capture him? Besides, he's already an Archmage necromancer. Oh, no, I think his mental strength shouldn't be at the Archmage realm. The skeletal staff is related to the secrets of the Holy Land. What we need to do is to absorb him into the church at all costs. In addition, we can build a good relationship with him. I can guarantee that this will be very beneficial to us. Alright then. All these years, your decisions have always been correct. I will act according to the plan. I just hope that he won't disappoint us. Bert Zeely replied. While Bert Zeely was conversing with Archmagus Necromancer Wolf inside the tent, Han Shua, who had followed behind the Demon, could clearly sense the evil aura emanating from Wolf inside the tent. Bert Zeely's Boulette Duchy and Niam Beja's Bisley Duchy, who believed in the God of Light, had been fighting fiercely for so many years. They had never reconciled. Originally, Han Shua didn't know what was going on. Now that he sensed Wolf's aura inside the tent, he immediately understood. It seemed that Grand Duke Niam Beja of Bisley Duchy was a member of the Church of Light, while Grand Duke Bert Zeely of Boulette Duchy was a member of the Calamity Church. The two most powerful churches on the continent had been fighting openly and covertly for so many years. It seemed that it wasn't just a small-scale battle. So it turned out that they were secretly controlling the war between duchies. Wolf had previously obtained his youthful appearance from the power of the skeletal staff. From their previous conversation, Han Shua understood that Wolf seemed to care a lot about him. He was actually willing to protect Han Shua at all costs. This made Han Shua understand that it must be because of the skeletal staff. Inside the tent, there were two sinister high-ranking members of the Calamity Church. Han Shuo didn't know what kind of sinister scheme they were plotting. He was unable to get close enough to listen to the contents of their conversation. After finding out that Bert Zeely was a member of the Calamity Church, Han Shuo gave up on the idea of attacking Bert Zeely. However, he also didn't plan to show himself and discuss in detail with them. He once again left quietly. After leaving the tent, Han Shuo set his sights on Grand Duke Alji Kirans of Etman Duchy. Like the other places, the area where Alji Kirans was at was also abnormally heavily guarded. Han Shuo weighed his surroundings and discovered that the sky and earth were all sealed by magic. He knew that the chances of killing him in one blow were slim. Damn it, the 7 dukes are really more afraid of death than the other. It seems that they really don't trust each other at all. They even brought so many experts for a lousy meeting. Han Shuo cursed in a low voice. However, since he had come, he couldn't possibly return empty-handed. Han Shuo pondered for a moment. A demon patrolled the surroundings. Suddenly, Han Shuo discovered that other than Alji Kiran's own tent that was incomparably heavily guarded, the tents of the other high-ranking generals didn't have any experts guarding them. Hardening his heart, Han Shuo didn't make a move against Alji Kiran's. Instead, he set his sights on Alji Kiran's subordinates. These people's tents were usually only guarded by a few guards. Naturally, they weren't as well guarded as Alji Kiran's. Using the Earth Elite Zombies' underground abilities, Han Shuo stealthily snuck into the tents of those people. Han Shuo, who was in the separate demon realm, concealed his presence and soundlessly killed 6 of Alji Kiran's high-ranking generals. After leaving Alji Kiran's tent, Han Shuo made another trip to Grand Duke Randy Alad's territory. Following the same method he used on Alji, he assassinated another 4 high-ranking generals before leaving quietly. After making a big detour, Han Shuo went to Alec Ambridge's tent and similarly killed 3 high-ranking generals. It was also on this night that Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy was ambushed. His tent was set ablaze. Benedict Sackville managed to escape in time to save his life, but his hair and eyebrows were all burnt to a crisp. In the span of one night, apart from Helentina of Helen Duchy, Bert Zeely of Boulette Duchy, and Niam Beige of Bisley Duchy, the armies of the other 4 Grand Duchies all met with major incidents. All of a sudden, the nature of the gathering at Sakamamir to discuss a joint operation to deal with Brettel City had completely changed. The 4 Grand Duchies that had been ambushed were suspicious of the duchies that had grudges against them in the past. Each and every one of them was furious. Among them, Benedict Sackville's heart was as clear as snow. He was already certain that Alec Ambridge of Bavenden Duchy had made a move against him last night. Alec Ambridge also believed that the death of his generals was related to Benedict. This time, the two of them didn't start a fight in Sakamamir Valley without a care for their manners. Instead, both of them had gloomy faces as they silently stared at each other with hatred, constantly thinking of ways to retaliate. The other 2 Grand Duchies that had been ambushed were also filled with righteous indignation. They targeted their former enemies. Helen, Boulette, and Bisley Duchies, which had been safe and sound last night, were the first to be suspected. The originally unstable alliance had long since changed in the dark. During the day, the 7 Grand Duchies would get to the bottom of this matter and investigate who was responsible for it. At night, they would each send out assassins to roam about, fighting to the death. For 3 days in a row, Han Shuo didn't continue to make a move. The 7 Grand Duchies' grudges, old and new, surged up together. Some masked men in black robes roamed about everywhere. Strange shadows often flashed on the ground and in the sky. From time to time, mournful screams could be heard from the area where the 7 Grand Duchies were stationed. This meant that someone had been secretly killed. Han Shuo had originally planned to take advantage of this opportunity to make a move, but he suddenly discovered that he simply didn't have the opportunity to do so. This was because there were too many men in black robes roaming about at night. Han Shuo didn't even have enough demon to deal with them. He didn't know which duchy these people had come from. In any case, the situation was gradually becoming chaotic. The 7 Grand Dukes are indeed a bunch of rabid dogs. Han Shuo couldn't help but sigh as he couldn't get involved. Chapter 357. Chaos. The situation was completely chaotic. The 7 Grand Dukes had originally gathered in Sakamamir Valley in order to deal with Brettel City. For some reason, old and new enmity had erupted at the same time, causing them to fight amongst themselves. In the beginning, they only acted stealthily at night, assassinating hostile countries. But later on, the 7 Grand Dukes had lost their minds due to anger and started to mobilize the troops in their hands. What should have been a joint meeting had instead turned into a battlefield. What the hell is going on here? Red Archbishop Kos asked Niam Beige with a headache inside the tent of Grand Duke Niam Beige, who believed in the God of Light. Niam Beige was also having a headache. He said to Kos with a wry smile, "The 7 Grand Duchies have accumulated too much hatred for so many years. A small fuse can ignite a big fire. I'm also powerless. Sigh, it looks like we really can't count on these people." "Oh, right. Do you think Bert Zili of Bullet Duchy is behind this? He's from the Calamity Church. I think he definitely wouldn't want something to happen to that city Lord Brian." Kos asked Niam Beige. "I don't know, but it's also possible. But the current situation is a mess, and it's already out of my control. It looks like this plan will have to be changed." Niam Beige sighed and said to Red Archbishop Kos, "Forget it, I'll think of another way." Kos said helplessly. On the plains near Sakamamir Valley, the 7 Grand Dukes that originally had enmity with each other suddenly changed from secret assassinations to open battles. Han Shuo, the mastermind behind the scenes who'd thrown a small stone, hadn't expected the hatred between the 7 Grand Dukes to be so deep. Seeing that the surroundings of Sakamamir Valley had turned into a battlefield, Han Shuo no longer paid attention to the situation here. Instead, he chased after Helentina who'd returned from Helen Duchy. Among the 7 Grand Dukes, Helentina was the first to be disheartened. From the moment the battle started, she immediately understood that the alliance had fallen through. Helen Duchy had just gone through a civil war and was at its weakest. Helentina wisely chose to immediately withdraw from Sakamamir Valley and return to her duchy. After marching for 2 days, Helentina ordered the army to camp on a small mountain, Tunai. After arranging guards to guard the surroundings, Helentina and Firewind went to a hot spring to bathe. "Looks like they'll only let go of their prejudices when they're at death's door," Helentina said angrily to Firewind as she lazily lay in the hot spring. The Fire Phoenix returned to her original form and cleaned her beautiful feathers by the hot spring. She spoke in the human language, "Don't worry about them. Let them reap what they sow. If this situation continues, they might not be able to defeat that ruthless city lord. Right, I still owe Brettel City 600,000 gold coins. Sigh, this demon, what should I do?" Helentina said to Fire Phoenix with a worried expression. "Let's drag it out a little longer. Right now, the duchy has just gone through a civil war, and all the wealth is concentrated in the hands of the nobles. If we give him 600,000 gold coins from the national treasury, I'm afraid the Helen Duchy will truly fall into a predicament." Fire Phoenix was also extremely helpless as she tried to persuade Helentina. "But that demon, he's not a magnanimous person. If we drag this out, I'm afraid he'll harm us." Helentina knew that Han Shuo was not a kind person, and she understood how terrifying Han Shuo's strength was. She was really worried that Han Shuo would attack them. As Helentina and the Fire Phoenix were talking, a faint ripple suddenly came from the outside. A figure, like a ghost in the dark night, silently appeared on the other side of the hot spring, quietly standing on a protruding rock. "Hee, it seems like you understand me very well. I really feel very honored." "That's right, I, the demon, have come to collect money today. Pay me back." The shadow in the dark night suddenly opened his mouth. Helentina, who'd been soaking in the hot spring water, suddenly screamed. She'd hated this familiar voice for so long. Even if she couldn't see the figure in the distance, Helentina knew that Han Shuo had arrived. As she screamed, Helentina's smooth and sparkling shoulders hastily submerged into the warm spring water, afraid that Han Shuo would see her white, naked skin. The fire phoenix, who was currently cleaning her fiery red feathers, let out a sharp cry and spread its wings, rushing towards Han Shuo. The fire phoenix hadn't even gotten close to Han Shuo when a surge of flames flashed towards Han Shuo. However, before the fire phoenix's flames could land on Han Shuo, the hot spring water in front of him suddenly gathered into a water curtain under the control of Han Shuo's demonic arts. It swept back towards the fire phoenix and the ball of flames she'd shot out. The hot spring water formed a water curtain, instantly extinguishing the fire phoenix's flames and sending the fire phoenix into the hot spring, turning her into a drenched phoenix. Without waiting for the enraged fire phoenix to rise up and attack, Han Shuo immediately laughed strangely. If you're worried about the lives of your subordinates, don't be in a hurry to make a move. As soon as these words were said, the fire phoenix, who'd been flapping her wings in the hot spring and was about to continue attacking Han Shuo, was stopped by Helentina's scream, "Sister Phoenix, don't." The fire phoenix immediately stopped and flapped her wings, flying out of the hot spring. She landed next to Helentina, who was completely curled up in the water. She then angrily said to Han Shuo, "What did you do to those people?" Helentina was a woman, so the guards around her were also women. Although the strength of those female guards wasn't bad, Helentina knew that Han Shuo's strength was even more terrifying. When she heard Han Shuo's words, she was worried about the lives of her subordinates, and she also knew that the fire phoenix wasn't Han Shuo's match, so she stopped the fire phoenix. "It's nothing, let's get down to business." Han Shuo looked at Helentina, who was curled up in the hot spring, and first smiled. "Grand Duchess Helen's skin is quite good, hee. However, shouldn't you return the gold you owe me?" You demon, close your thieving eyes." Helentina shrieked, "I don't have that much gold right now, I'll return it to you after a while. Don't worry, I won't renege on my debt." The fire phoenix and Helentina were both proficient in fire, so Han Shuo chose to appear in this hot spring. With this hot spring, normal fire magic wouldn't have any effect. Now that he heard Helentina say this, Han Shuo smiled. "Grand Duchess Helen, lying isn't a good habit. I've already been here for a while and heard your conversation with my own ears. I think you should return the 600,000 gold coins to me first." You've been here for a long time." Helentina was startled, and then cried out involuntarily, "Then, you've seen my bathing body. You despicable demon, you'll get your retribution sooner or later." Let's not talk about this. Cut the crap and return the money, or else I'm going into the water." At first, Han Shuo was a bit embarrassed. To be honest, he had indeed seen Helentina's body through the Yin demon, and during the process, Han Shuo even had a physiological reaction. Now that he heard Helentina yell, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. Helentina was so angry that her whole body was trembling. When the fire phoenix heard Han Shuo's unreasonable words, if it weren't for the rational Helentina holding her down, she would have probably charged at Han Shuo with all her might. "If you want to come down, then come down. Since you've released such a malicious news, no one will want me anyway. Just kill me while you can, and I won't return the gold coins to you now." Helentina was about to go crazy from Han Shuo's torment. At this time, anger had rushed to her head, and she shouted at Han Shuo without a care for her manners. As soon as these words left her mouth, she felt all the grievances she had been suppressing for so long burst forth like a mountain torrent. She actually stood up straight in the hot spring and revealed her perfect body in front of Han Shuo. She continued to shout at Han Shuo, "Look, if you want to look then look. You might as well just kill me. Haven't you tortured me enough? Just how many more malicious tricks do you have? Bring them all out. Once a woman went crazy, they were completely unreasonable. The current Helentina was a true portrayal of this. Ever since she'd returned to Brettel City, she'd suddenly discovered that the entire world had changed. Everything was because of Han Shua's appearance, which had completely messed up her original life. The gazes of admiration that had originally been directed at her had all turned into contempt and disdain. Even the originally loyal and devoted citizens now treated her as an unclean person, believing that a woman who'd been raped wasn't worthy of being the Grand Duke of their Helen Duchy. Helentina, who'd always been proud and arrogant, had endured too many grievances and helplessness during this period of time. Now, the culprit who'd caused all of this was right in front of her, still overbearing and unrelenting in wanting to put her to death. Helentina couldn't beat him in a fight, nor could she escape. She simply had no way of dealing with Han Shua, and she also had to worry that Han Shua would make a move to take her and the Fire Phoenix's lives. Finally, her rationality collapsed. Faced with this lineup, Han Shua himself was a bit stunned. His eyes roamed over Helentina's alluring and perfect body, taking a few more glances at her plump peaks and the fragrant grassland with sparkling water droplets hanging from her lower abdomen. He secretly swallowed his saliva, then looked at Helentina's fearless appearance. He really didn't know what to do for a moment. "I only want you to pay me back. Don't seek death so easily. There's only hope if you're alive. I'm not trying to kill you." Han Shua looked Helentina's entire body from top to bottom, then looked her in the eyes and said with a dry smile. "Because of your appearance, my life no longer has any hope." Helentina yelled hatefully, glaring angrily at Han Shua. "I can't take it anymore, Helen, don't stop me, I'm going to fight it out with him." The Fire Phoenix raised its head and let out a shrill cry, breaking free of Helentina's obstruction. Flames surged all over its body, and it charged at Han Shua without a care for anything else. Seeing the Fire Phoenix charge over, Han Shua pressed his hand against the hot spring surface and circulated his magical yuan. Curtains of water rose from the hot spring, sweeping towards the Fire Phoenix. The furious Fire Phoenix was swept away by 5 or 6 curtains of water, and was once again swept into the hot spring. Han Shua chuckled oddly and charged towards the Fire Phoenix, saying proudly, "Luckily I chose this place, or else things would have been a bit difficult. No, I beg you, don't kill Sister Firewind. Demon, I'll give you the gold coins." Helentina cried out as she saw Han Shua step through the air towards the Fire Phoenix. Han Shua had only planned on capturing the Fire Phoenix, but he hadn't thought that Helentina would care about her so much. He happily smiled and said, "Very good, I won't kill her. Return the gold coins to me. Helen, don't give it to him. If you give him the gold coins, Helen Duchy will really lose control." The Fire Phoenix, who had been flapping her wings and preparing to fly out of the hot spring, suddenly shrieked. Han Shua was just about to tell the Fire Phoenix to shut up when he suddenly sensed several powerful auras rapidly approaching. He furrowed his brows and ordered the demons in the distance to patrol the area. Han Shua suddenly said with a calm face, "I'm afraid that your Helen Duchy won't be able to control it now." Helentina was frightened when she heard these words. She stared at Han Shua and asked, "What do you mean?" "Someone's coming, and one of them is a high-ranking officer in your army. I think that person must be someone from your Helen Duchy. It looks like you're in trouble," Han Shua said as he looked at Helentina. Helentina and the Fire Phoenix glanced at each other. Helentina seemed to suddenly regain her reason in the face of such a crisis. She went ashore with her back facing Han Shua and put on her clothes. On the other side, the Fire Phoenix had also returned to Helentina's side from the hot spring. When Helentina put on her bright red magic robe and faced Han Shua, her entire body radiated brilliance after bathing, giving Han Shua a breathtaking feeling. "Demon, what happened to my guards?" Helentina hastily asked as she faced Han Shua. "They're fine, they're all on the outskirts. I only went past them to enter." I set up a soundproof boundary around you, but they can't stop those people. I'm sure of it. The majority of the female guards were mid to high-level swordsmen and knights. There were a total of 27 of them, and they were 300 meters away from the hot spring where Valentina was. These female guards were practically useless to Han Shuo, who could fly through the air and burrow into the ground. Han Shuo didn't make a move against them at all as he silently entered the hot spring without alerting any of the female guards. Protect the Duke and the others. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting came from the surroundings of the hot spring, along with the panicked voices of the female guards. As soon as the sounds came from outside, Han Shuo immediately understood that the soundproof boundary must have been broken. Then, even more intense sounds of fighting rapidly approached. 3 female guards rushed over with panicked expressions. The middle-aged woman who was leading them anxiously shouted, "Lord Duke, Herodias has betrayed us. He's bringing people to attack us. We can't stop them, Lord Duke, quickly escape." At this time, Valentina and the Fire Phoenix were already standing together with the 3 female guards. Valentina even took out her magic staff and asked in a slightly panicked manner, "How much longer will it take for them to attack?" "Hee, aren't they already here?" A complacent middle-aged man's voice suddenly rang out. Then, an armored earth knight riding a warhorse, 30 knights, and 6 mages suddenly appeared. The middle-aged man in the lead had long brown hair and a rather robust appearance. He should be the Herodias that middle-aged woman had mentioned. As soon as he appeared, he brought his men and directly rushed in front of Valentina. First, he respectfully saluted with the etiquette of a knight, then smiled and said, "Lord Duke, you've already been surrounded. The troops of Helen Duchy no longer need you. You should just give up and be captured." Valentina's charming face was filled with anger as she angrily pointed at Herodias and said, "I didn't think that you would actually betray me. When you were still a commoner, I was the one who allowed you to enter my night guards. From a commoner to your current position of count, I gave you all of this, yet you actually betrayed me." Shaking his head, Herodias said, "It wasn't me who betrayed you, it was your people who betrayed you. I'm just following the will of the people. Lord Duke, don't resist anymore, otherwise you'll see even worse things." Raising the magic staff in her hand, Valentina indignantly said, "I won't let you get what you want." As she said this, Valentina planned on chanting a magic incantation to burn all the traitors in front of her to death. However, before Valentina could finish chanting the incantation, the middle-aged female guard beside her suddenly raised her hand and shook out a large net that flickered with a grey luster, trapping both Valentina and the Fire Phoenix within. Having finished chanting the magic incantation, Valentina suddenly discovered that fire magic had no effect at all. The large grey net above her head had already imprisoned her magic. "Aunt Ellie, even you betrayed me?" Valentina's heart suddenly sank to the bottom of the valley. She looked at the aunt who had taken care of her since she was a child with a face full of despair. The middle-aged woman indifferently retreated a few steps and coldly said, "Helen, just accept your fate." "Hee, Lord Duke, I told you that if you resisted, you'd see an even more embarrassing scene. Why didn't you believe me?" After pausing for a moment, Herodias smiled and brought even more despair to Valentina. He said, "I'll imprison you and hand you over to Grand Duke Benedict Sackville. Even if your body is already impure, Benedict Sackville is still willing to pay 50,000 gold coins for you. However, in the hands of Grand Duke Benedict Sackville, I'm afraid that you'll no longer be the goddess in his heart, but a slave girl at his feet." "Ha! Everyone, you seem to have forgotten my existence." At this moment, Han Shuo courteously smiled at the traitors surrounding Valentina. Chapter 358. It wasn't until Han Shuo opened his mouth that Herodias and the others turned their attention to this existence that they had originally ignored. In their eyes, the young Han Shuo was nothing to be afraid of, so they naturally didn't take him to heart. "Who are you?" Herodias looked at Han Shuo in displeasure and frowned, "But no matter who you are, since you've come here, consider yourself unlucky." Herodias waved his hand and said to a knight beside him, "Get rid of him." With these words, a knight rushed out from behind Herodias, heading straight for Han Shuo, who was next to the hot spring. More than a dozen arrows were aimed at Helentina and the Fire Phoenix, who had their magic shackled. The other 3 female guards that had been leaning towards Helentina all aimed their weapons at the two as well. As a super-rank magical beast, the Fire Phoenix could raise a storm even if she didn't use magic. However, Helentina's body was weak, and with so many attacks aimed at her, the Fire Phoenix had some misgivings and didn't dare to make a move. It was this moment of carelessness that allowed a magic-slaying arrow to hit the Fire Phoenix. The Fire Phoenix suddenly felt her body slowly weaken after being hit by the magic-slaying arrow. She could no longer muster up any strength. Crap, the arrow is poisoned. The Fire Phoenix tugged at the corner of Helentina's clothes as she felt her strength gradually disappear. Her gaze fell on the calm Han Shuo. Helentina, who had originally been filled with despair, suddenly felt hope reignite when she heard Han Shuo's voice. Her mind quickly turned, and she sweetly shouted to Han Shuo, "Brian, help me kill them." Helentina had never been kind to Han Shuo before, but her sweet voice sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child to her lover, startling Han Shuo. He glanced at Helentina with a smile that wasn't a smile and teased, "My dear, don't worry. You still owe me so many gold coins. How could I bear to let others capture you?" Helentina couldn't help but blush when she heard Han Shuo's words. She sighed inwardly, thinking that she hadn't expected to yield to this demon for the sake of survival. However, Han Shuo's teasing, "darling," caused a ripple in Helentina's heart. Although Helentina knew that Han Shuo was just teasing her, she didn't know why, but she had an unusual feeling in her heart. The redness on her cheeks didn't seem to be an act. This feeling made Helentina very uncomfortable, and she didn't know how to reply for a moment. As for the adept knight charging over on his warhorse, Han Shuo didn't even look at him from beginning to end. He waited until the knight was right in front of him before casually shooting out a ball of purple flames that resembled a long snake, enveloping the adept knight and his horse. As the advanced knight and his warhorse rushed over, their bodies burned with purple flames. The advanced knight and his warhorse slowed down bit by bit, their bodies emitting a chilling aura. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the advanced knight and his warhorse froze. By the time the knight and his horse arrived in front of Han Shuo, both the knight and his horse had been frozen into a sparkling and translucent ice sculpture. Han Shuo casually pushed his hand, and the man and horse that had been turned into ice fell to the ground with a loud bang. The pieces of flesh were frozen stiff and emitted a cold air. When Herodias saw one of his subordinates' elite knights die in such a strange manner, his gaze towards Han Shuo was completely different. He solemnly said to Han Shuo, "Just who are you? The matters of our Helen Duchy have nothing to do with you. As long as you leave now, I won't pursue this matter any further." The strength Han Shuo had displayed caused Herodias to feel apprehensive. From start to finish, Han Shuo didn't seem to have used any strength. It was as if he was taking a leisurely stroll in his own courtyard. However, the sudden and tragic death of a senior knight immediately caused Herodias to feel that Han Shuo was somewhat unfathomable. "Don't you have eyes and ears? Did you not hear what I just said? Hee, your Grand Duchess Helen is my woman. Do you think I'll leave so easily?" Han Shuo unhappily berated Herodias. Afterwards, his gaze was fixed on Helentina as he spoke. It was obvious that he didn't care about Herodias at all. "Humph, since you're courting death, then don't blame us." When Herodias saw that Han Shuo was determined to intervene, he coldly snorted and ordered the mages behind him. The mages slowly spread out, ready to cooperate with him at any time. Helentina's heart was filled with humiliation when she felt Han Shuo's gaze on her. She understood that Han Shuo was making fun of her, but when Han Shuo said that she was his woman, an indescribable feeling arose in her heart. Perhaps, being his woman isn't that bad. This thought suddenly appeared in Helen's mind, but she immediately suppressed it. No. He's the main culprit who made me a laughing stock. I should kill him at all costs. How can I have such an absurd thought? Han Shuo leisurely walked towards Helentina. His tone became even more gentle as he said, "How can I let you be tied up? Moreover, you're worth far more than 50,000 gold coins. Isn't that right, Helen? Don't come over. If you dare come over, we'll kill her." The middle-aged female guard pointed a dagger at Helentina. When she saw Han Shuo approach, she suddenly screamed in panic. Glancing at the middle-aged woman, Han Shuo sighed and said, "She's worth 50,000 gold coins. Do you dare to make a move? Besides, you won't have the chance to make a move." As soon as she finished speaking, the ground suddenly trembled, and a few earth spikes suddenly burst out from the ground, piercing through the 3 female guards, including the middle-aged woman, as well as the traders who were guarding them. They were all hanging on the earth spikes just like that. Ferodia's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with fear when he looked at Han Shuo. He looked at the ground beneath his feet with lingering fear, fearing that there would be a spike that would nail him to death. Ferodias clearly hadn't seen Han Shuo chant any magic incantations, yet the earth spikes had suddenly killed several of his subordinates. This stunned Ferodias once again. Helentina and Fire Phoenix, who were trapped within the magical net of imprisonment, were naturally safe and sound. They watched as Han Shuo easily walked in front of them and listened to Han Shuo say with a smile, "How about it? I've helped you take care of these people. You just have to return the gold coins to me and I won't charge you extra. That's generous enough, right?" Helentina stared blankly at the gentle expression on Han Shuo's face and listened to Han Shuo's soft voice. She suddenly had a strange illusion. At this moment, Han Shuo's figure overlapped with that of Benedict Sackville, who had always courteously pursued her. That kind of modest gentleness caused her to fall into a trance. "Helen, what's wrong?" Fire Phoenix tugged at Helentina, who was staring blankly at Han Shuo, and asked anxiously. Helentina, who was suddenly roused, suddenly saw that Ferodia's men were gradually approaching. Several mages had already started chanting magic incantations. She couldn't help but snort and say, "Even if you don't kill them, they will still kill you. I'm not interested in this deal." Han Shuo was stunned when he heard these words. Soon after, he spread his hands and said to Ferodias, "All right, there's nothing else for me to do. You guys can continue. I'll be leaving first. Actually, I'm not familiar with Grand Duchess Helen. I was only joking with everyone." Ferodias, who had been prepared to kill them, was startled by Han Shuo's words. He hastily stopped the mages from casting their spells and said to Han Shuo, "All right, I don't want to be your enemy either. As long as you leave, I'll pretend that this never happened. All right, you guys can continue. Goodbye." Han Shuo smiled in a carefree manner. It seemed that he intended to leave. "Demon, I promise you, I promise you. You damned demon, don't leave." Helentina panicked and hastily screamed. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Don't waste my time." Han Shuo's figure stopped. He once again spread his hands and said to Ferodias, "Sorry, but you're done for. Damn it, you played me. Kill him for me." Ferodias had just witnessed Han Shuo's strength and originally didn't plan on provoking him. He didn't expect that Han Shuo would go back on his words and obviously play with him. Ferodias couldn't control the anger in his heart any longer and suddenly shouted. The mages who had long since disliked Han Shuo started chanting the magic incantations that had been forcefully interrupted when they heard Ferodia's order to kill. "So what if I played you? Trash like you are only fit for me to play with," Han Shuo said with a smile. He calmly took out the skeletal staff and started chanting a lengthy magic incantation. Rows of undead creatures suddenly appeared around Ferodias under Han Shuo's continuous magic incantations. In the blink of an eye, more than 100 undead creatures had appeared. A group of gargoyles howled as they flew towards the mages who were still chanting. The mages were so frightened that they once again stopped their incantations and began to dodge in panic. "You, who are you?" When several hundred undead creatures surrounded Ferodius, with 3 powerful evil knights among them, Ferodius could no longer suppress the shock in his heart and cried out to Han Shuo. Han Shuo shrugged and said, "You're about to die, why are you asking so many questions?" Brian, you're the new city lord of Brettel City, Brian." One of the mages suddenly cried out in alarm. He had obviously heard Helentina call Han Shuo at the beginning and couldn't help but cry out. "That's right, perhaps you can rest in peace this time." Han Shuo replied with a smile. He waved the skeletal staff and the enormous undead creatures instantly submerged the mages. The strongest among the mages was the Earth Knight Ferodius. Han Shuo didn't even put a few small mages in his eyes. When faced with the attack of the enormous undead creatures, their fates could be imagined. Sure enough, the mages were annoyed by the gargoyles and couldn't deal any damage to the several hundred undead creatures with their scattered spells. Although Ferodius' strength could be considered passable, one evil knight was enough to make him have no chance of victory. When he was surrounded by 3 evil knights at the same time, he was destined to die a miserable death from the start. Mournful wails rang out from among Ferodius and the others. Under the attack of the undead army, the previously arrogant group was torn to shreds one by one. The terrifying sounds made one's scalp go numb. However, Helentina, who had been betrayed by them, felt a kind of carefree feeling when she heard the blood-curdling screams. Helentina felt that she had treated them well, but she never imagined that these people would betray her. If it wasn't for Han Shuo being present at this time, Helentina would have been hard-pressed to escape the fate of being sold to Benedict Sackville as a slave. If it was an ordinary person who had rebelled, Helentina would have been able to accept it. However, the heartless betrayal of the people she had treated with sincerity made her hatred for them even deeper. Listening to their mournful wails, Helentina gnashed her teeth and shouted, "Serves you right. Traitors, this is the treatment you deserve. Hey, Miss Helen, they're already finished. Shouldn't you pay me back the gold coins you owe me?" Han Shuo walked in front of Helentina with a smile and courteously helped her remove the large net that was imprisoning her. He conveniently stored it in his space ring and continued to press for the debt. Are you done yet?" Helentina didn't know why, but she felt a bellyful of anger when she saw Han Shuo's smiling face. She couldn't help but shout at Han Shuo. Han Shuo was surprised and said, "What? You want to renege on your debt? Heh, you should know that even though they're dead, I can still easily kill you. At the very least, I can still exchange you for 50,000 gold coins from Benedict Sackville. You dare?" Helentina glared at Han Shuo with hatred. After a moment of silence, she seemed to have made up her mind and took a deep breath. "Brian, I have a suggestion." "What suggestion? Tell me." Han Shuo asked. "Marry me, and the dowry will be the Helen Duchy. What do you think?" Helentina's bright eyes looked deeply at Han Shuo as she blushed with shame. Chapter 359. Helen, are you crazy? How can you have such a crazy idea? Fire Phoenix, who had just been freed from the magic net, shrieked as she looked at Helentina in disbelief. "I'm not crazy, Sister Helen. This is a way to restore stability to Helen Duchy, and also to stop others from looking at me with strange gazes. Only by marrying me can the impurity on my body be washed away, and only his words can others believe." Helentina sighed and explained to Fire Phoenix very helplessly. Regarding the matter of Helentina being raped by Han Shuo, as long as one of the parties involved, Han Shuo, could stand up and tell the truth, as long as a portion of the people believed that she wasn't impure, even if there was still a portion that didn't believe the truth of the matter, it would make up for it once he married Helentina. At the very least, the people of Helen Duchy wouldn't continue to oppose him regardless of the consequences. But, you have to know that he is the city lord of Brettel City. The people of Helen Duchy have always treated Brettel City as a hunting ground. I'm afraid they won't be able to accept this fact either. Fire Phoenix tried to persuade Helentina not to be foolish. It doesn't matter, they will accept it little by little. I understand them. The people are the easiest to fool and the easiest to settle down. As long as we eliminate the rebellious nobles, the people won't be threatened by food and clothing. They will be very obedient. Helentina said stubbornly, a cold light flashing in her charming eyes. She seemed to be thinking about how to get rid of the rebels one by one. Listening to the conversation between the two women, Han Shua stared blankly at Helentina. Helentina's proposal was very tempting to Han Shua. Behind her was the Helen Duchy. Han Shua also fully believed that as long as Helentina married him, he would definitely be able to use Helentina's hands to tame the Helen Duchy into obedience. In terms of absolute benefits, this was a business that would definitely be profitable no matter how one looked at it. The only thing that worried Han Shua was that once this matter was leaked out, the other three women wouldn't let it go. This was a difficult problem. What's the matter? No matter how you look at it, an ambitious and ruthless character like you wouldn't refuse this proposal, right? Helentina's bright eyes stared at Han Shua as if she was discussing a business deal. Her previous shyness was no longer present on her face. Actually, I already have a woman. Han Shua scratched his head and explained to Helentina. What woman? Could it be that she's more valuable than the Helen Duchy? Helentina didn't find it strange. It would be strange if a person like Han Shua didn't have a woman by his side. However, Helentina believed in her own worth. The Helen Duchy behind her was enough to make Han Shua accept her. Feelings can't be measured by value. Han Shua answered Helentina, his mind spinning at lightning speed. After a while, he smiled faintly and said to Helentina, right now, you have a powerful enemy outside of the Helen Duchy and internal turmoil. As a Grand Duke, you can't even protect yourself. Your dowry isn't very reliable. Humph. I'll marry you and give you the Helen Duchy as a dowry. Of course, there are conditions. The condition is that you help me stabilize the Helen Duchy. In addition, even if I marry you, the Helen Duchy will still be under my management. Helentina answered as if it was a matter of course. The reason why she made this decision was partly for her own sake, and partly because she had taken a fancy to Han Shua's strength. Otherwise, even if Han Shua really did rape her, an incompetent man was definitely not someone a woman like her would consider. If that's the case, then you still need my help to obtain the Helen Duchy. It's not like you're going to directly hand over the Helen Duchy as a dowry, right? Han Shua looked at Helentina with a smile that was not a smile as he spoke neither quickly nor slowly. Hearing Han Shua's words, Helentina was furious. She glared at Han Shua and said, "You demon, you still dare to bargain with me on this matter? After I marry you, my entire body will be yours. Naturally, the Helen Duchy will also be yours. If you don't want to, then forget it. Don't tell me that I can't live without you." When it came to matters of marriage, Helentina had already put down her self-esteem and negotiated with Han Shua with a low attitude. For someone as arrogant as Helentina, pretending to be calm while discussing this topic with him still made her blush with shame. She didn't expect that Han Shua would have a politician's face and haggle with her in this aspect. This made Helentina feel humiliated and couldn't help but fly into a rage. "Don't be agitated, don't be agitated." Han Shua hurriedly persuaded her, then said in a serious tone, "First of all, the status of my women won't change because of you. In addition, this transaction cannot be made public for the time being. Your position in the 7 Grand Duchies is still useful to me, but I will help you completely control the Helen Duchy." After hearing Han Shua's words, Helentina slightly calmed down her surging anger. She asked with some doubt, "What do you mean?" "That is to say, you are only one of my women, but not the only one. Also, our relationship cannot be made public. The Helen Duchy is still very useful to me in the 7 Grand Duchies, but I will help you control the Helen Duchy and let you steadily continue to rule the Helen Duchy. What do you think? Han Shuo explained. Helentina quickly weighed the gains and losses in her mind. She understood that a man like Han Shuo wouldn't be restrained by any woman. She naturally wouldn't be able to tame Han Shuo just because of her. Therefore, although the first condition made her faintly uncomfortable, she could still accept it for the sake of the overall situation. As for the second condition of their relationship not being made public, Helentina's mind turned in a circle, and she was immediately shocked. She was the Grand Duke of the Helen Duchy. Being able to climb to this position as a woman, her brain naturally wasn't stupid. What did it mean for the Helen Duchy to remain in the 7 Grand Duchies? Helentina's heart was as clear as snow. Han Shuo had ambitions for the entire 7 Grand Duchies. A country that was secretly rebelling would definitely play a crucial role in the coalition of the 7 Grand Duchies. This could even reverse a great war and help Han Shuo realize his ambitions. When she thought of this, Helentina's gaze towards Han Shuo became a bit more peculiar. Men with ambitions would always be able to attract women. If this ambitious man had the strength to match his ambitions, then this kind of man's attractiveness towards women was even more fatal. This was especially true for a woman like Helentina who was similarly unwilling to be mediocre. This kind of Helen was even greater. Therefore, when Helentina looked at Han Shuo again, she didn't know why, but the more she looked at Han Shuo, the more pleasing she felt to her eyes. The more she looked at him, the more imposing he became. Helen, Helen. Beside her, Fire Phoenix saw Helen's dazed expression as she stared at Han Shuo. The radiance in Helen's eyes made her feel somewhat embarrassed. Helen's gaze clearly carried a hint of infatuation that was a woman's nature. What are you doing, Sister Fire Phoenix? Helentina was startled, looking at Fire Phoenix with some astonishment. Nothing. Fire Phoenix couldn't say much in front of Han Shuo, so she coughed lightly to cover it up. However, Helentina and Fire Phoenix had known each other for so many years. When she saw Fire Phoenix's expression and recalled her previous performance, she suddenly reacted. Blushing red, she glared hatefully at Han Shuo and said, "I can agree to your conditions, but how can you help me stabilize Helen Duchy?" "It's very simple. I'll tell others that last time, I only captured you to extort gold coins. I didn't force you to have sex with me. Those rumors were just speculations from some talkative subordinates. That was the result of rumors. In fact, it is indeed so. I really wasn't the one who spread this malicious news. Others might not believe it if it was you who said it, but if it was me, there should be some who would believe it. After all, not only is this not a bad thing for Brettel City, it will also help to raise Brettel City's morale. If this is really the case, then according to my character, I should admit it. Of course, there will also be some who won't believe it. Your Helen Duchy is definitely the same. However, if those nobles dare to rebel against you, I will help you deal with them while I'm at it. You obviously understand this principle, so you don't have to worry too much." Han Shuo calmly explained. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Helentina frowned and thought for a while. She then looked at Han Shuo and asked, "That news, was it really not you who spread it?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said with a wry smile, "It really wasn't me. I'm not that bored. I don't believe you. I've long known about your despicable and insidious nature." Helentina said hatefully. Then, she changed her mind and said, "Aren't you afraid that I'll run away, and then use you to destroy your Brettel City with the Allied forces?" "I'm afraid, so I also have a condition." Han Shuo said to Helentina with a mischievous smile. Helentina looked at Han Shuo's smile and faintly had an ominous premonition. She cautiously asked, "What condition?" Before that, I want your body first." Han Shuo's lustful eyes swept over Helentina's curvaceous and charming body as he shamelessly put forward this condition. No, you demon, this is absolutely not possible. Although Valentina had a premonition that Han Shua's words wouldn't be anything good, when she actually heard Han Shua make such a shameful request as if it was a matter of course, she still panicked and found it hard to accept. Helen, don't agree to it. He's just a swindler. Fire Phoenix said angrily. If you don't agree, then this matter is over. You return my gold coins, and I'll leave. From now on, we'll meet on the battlefield. Han Shua shrugged indifferently, as if he didn't care too much about Valentina's body. It was as if the person who was lustfully looking at her body just now wasn't him at all. She didn't know why, but when she heard that Han Shua wanted to meet her on the battlefield, her heart inexplicably panicked. Just thinking about this possibility made her heart begin to feel uncomfortable. This feeling made Valentina very uncomfortable. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Valentina clenched her teeth in silence for a while before raising her head to glare hatefully at Han Shua. She made up her mind and said, I promise you, but only after you help me eliminate all the hidden dangers of Helen Duchy. Otherwise, this matter will be over. No problem, a beautiful woman delivered herself to my doorstep with a duchy's dowry. Only a fool would refuse. Han Shua looked up to the sky and laughed complacently. He didn't think that this trip to the 7 Grand Duchies would have such an unexpected harvest. It seemed that Chester, Dick, and the others had done him a big favor by spreading the malicious news. Women were truly strange creatures. Their thoughts were truly unfathomable. While Han Shua and Valentina were conversing, the mournful screams gradually faded away. Han Shua turned his head to look and discovered that none of the rebels, including Herodias, were able to escape being torn apart by the undead army. All of them had turned into corpses and were silenced for eternity. The surrounding scene was a bit bloody. For Han Shua, who had a beautiful woman by his side, it was indeed a bit unsightly. Taking out the skeletal staff, Han Shua chanted an incantation, and the group of undead creatures gradually disappeared. Alright, let's leave this place for now and see if your army still listens to your orders. Han Shua smiled at Valentina and said. Don't worry, not everyone in my army is like that despicable Herodias. My family's personal guards absolutely won't betray me, I can guarantee that. Valentina said proudly. Han Shua actually believed this point. Early on, when he had come to the 7 Grand Duchies, Han Shua had already learned a few things about Valentina. Valentina's family was the largest aristocratic power in the Helen Duchy and controlled the majority of the military power in the Helen Duchy. If not for this, Valentina would have already been overthrown by the rebels. As far as Valentina's family was concerned, only Valentina's position as Grand Duke of Helen Duchy could maintain their family's interests. Once Valentina fell, her family would naturally suffer along with her. Valentina also understood this truth, which was why she had handed the power of the Helen Duchy to her family members. Therefore, even if Valentina was opposed by the people and some of the nobles, she still supported her without any hindrance. The Grand Dukes of the 7 Grand Duchies also did this. Once they were in power, they would spare no effort to let their family members take over the important positions in the duchy. The advantages of doing this were obvious. Even if some of the nobles in the country rebelled, the power would still be in the hands of their own family, and they could still rely on the family's power to suppress those nobles. However, the disadvantages were also very serious. That was, not all of the family's trusted aides were talented generals and ministers. If the people in charge of the country were all mediocre people, not only would the duchy not have the possibility of expanding its territory, the power of the nation would also gradually decline. Alright, don't be so proud in front of me. If you don't even have this much ability, then you simply don't deserve to be my woman. Han Shua dealt a blow to Valentina, then looked at the powerless Fire Phoenix after being hit by the demon-piercing arrow. He frowned and said, her body was hit by a poison demon-piercing arrow. This is a bit troublesome. My body is just a bit weak, that's all. With the body of my family, I'll be able to recover in a few days. Fire Phoenix angrily said. She clearly still hadn't adapted to Han Shuo's new identity, and her attitude was still as unfriendly as before. Thinking about it, before today, Fire Phoenix had wholeheartedly wanted to kill Han Shuo to avenge Valentina. She never would have thought that such a dramatic change would suddenly occur. This made Fire Phoenix, as a super-rank magical beast, somewhat unable to understand. No need to go through so much trouble. At this time, you can't be a burden. Han Shuo directly went to Fire Phoenix's side, and without caring about her pain, he pulled out the demon-piercing arrow. Then Han Shuo's left hand pressed down on the struggling Fire Phoenix, and his right hand pressed on the wound. After being hit by the demon-piercing arrow, Fire Phoenix's body was already weak. Her struggle was simply unable to shake off the restraints of Han Shuo's big hand. In addition, she felt that when Han Shuo's big hand pressed on her wound, there was a force that flew out. The poison that had originally flowed into her body was pulled by that force, and actually quickly flowed towards her wound. When that poison flowed from her body to Han Shuo's palm that was pressed against her wound, Fire Phoenix's originally lost strength unexpectedly recovered little by little. Fire Phoenix understood that Han Shuo was helping her, and no longer shook her feathers. Her body gradually calmed down from the beginning, and her fiery feathers also regained their luster. After Han Shuo let go of her hand, Fire Phoenix felt that her body was overflowing with strength once again. Pleasantly surprised, Fire Phoenix let out a loud cry, spread her wings, and soared into the void again, lightly flying in circles. Sister Fire Phoenix, she's fine. Valentina was incomparably pleasantly surprised. Her gaze towards Han Shuo had a somewhat different meaning, and her body involuntarily walked towards Han Shuo. Nodding, Han Shuo flipped his hand and flung a puddle of stinking blood to the ground. Only then did he calmly reply, "The poison in her body has all been sucked out by me. Look at how lively she is right now. Does she look like she's injured? Alright, consider it as us owing you a favor." "Thank you." Valentina unwillingly expressed her gratitude, but in her heart, she was astonished by Han Shuo's miraculous abilities. She was clear in her heart that Han Shuo's strength was extremely strong, but he wasn't a priest or a pharmacist. Even a pharmacist or a priest wouldn't have such a miraculous method. In the profound continent, even a pharmacist or a priest wouldn't be able to suck out a poison that had entered the blood as easily as Han Shuo. To Valentina, this was simply an inconceivable ability. She suddenly felt somewhat fortunate in her heart. Fortunately, she hadn't become an irreconcilable enemy with this person. Otherwise, she was afraid that she would bring an irreparable disaster to Helen Duchy. Taking advantage of Valentina's astonishment, Han Shuo quickly reached out and lightly lifted Valentina's beautiful, round, warm, and beautiful chin, causing Valentina to look at him with an astonished expression. While feeling the delightful smoothness of Valentina's skin, he said with a smile, "We're all on the same side now, no need to be so polite." Valentina, who had sunk into a state of deep shock, suddenly reacted. She shook her head in panic and retreated a few steps. She glared hatefully at Han Shuo and said, "We're not on the same side yet, so you better behave yourself. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." "Oh, okay, I'll see how you'll be rude to me." Han Shuo didn't take Valentina's threat to heart at all. He walked towards Valentina step by step, feeling that teasing this proud and arrogant Grand Duke was quite interesting. "Brian, can you not be like this? We should properly discuss the matters of my country," Valentina said with a tired and weak tone when she saw Han Shuo approaching. Valentina understood in her heart that she couldn't stop Han Shuo with her strength at all. The strength of Han Shuo, who was as imposing as a demonic god, made her tremble. Until now, she almost couldn't muster up the will to resist. Valentina knew that this man, who would become the greatest pillar of support in her life, might be able to give her everything she needed. Subconsciously, Valentina had long since given in. Now that Han Shuo was close to her, she finally showed it. Han Shuo stared blankly for a moment and carefully looked at Helentina. At this moment, the weak Helentina had a different kind of moving expression, causing Han Shuo to feel an indescribable sense of pity. He didn't aggressively approach her anymore. Han Shuo suddenly stopped approaching Helentina and said with a smile, "Then forget it, let's talk about the matters of your country. Ferodias is only a head knight in my hands. If no one instigated him, I don't think he has the guts to rebel against me. Humph, within the current Helen Duchy, only Marquis Kekeru has the most hope of controlling the Helen Duchy. He's been holding back all this time, and I reckon that he's preparing a fatal blow to push me off the throne. I dare say that the mastermind behind all this is definitely him." Helentina's bright eyes flickered with killing intent as she said hatefully. "Very good, it's easy to handle now that we know who it is. I'll go with you to the Helen Duchy and kill all of those rebels, so that they won't have the chance to rebel against you," Han Shuo said callously. Chapter 360. Just as Helen said, when Han Shuo and her returned to the army's encampment, her family's trusted aides didn't know about it. Ferodias had obviously acted on his own, intending to capture Helen alive and take her away. Ferodia's wishful thinking was to capture Helen and bring her back to Helen Duchy and hand her over to Marquis Kekeru. The Helen family's army had lost their backbone, Helen. Kekeru also had the support of Benedict Sackville. He would definitely be able to defeat this army and sit on the position of Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. After Han Shuo and Helen returned to the army's encampment, they didn't openly appear in front of everyone. With Han Shuo's methods, it wasn't difficult for him to meet up with Helen without anyone noticing. This place wasn't far from Helen Duchy. Helen returned to deal with the matter of Ferodias, saying that they had encountered assassins along the way and that they had all met with misfortune. She didn't reveal the fact that Ferodias had rebelled. The next day, the army returned to Helen Duchy. Han Shuo quietly followed them. Helen Duchy was equivalent to a province of the Lancelot Empire. It also had 5 cities and more than 10 towns of various sizes. Helen City was the center of the duchy and was managed by the Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. The other 4 city lords were marquises. During the previous civil strife, one of them had already been killed by Helentina. Marquis Kekeru was the city lord of Seagate City, one of the 4 cities. During the previous civil strife, Kekeru didn't have any intention of rebelling. However, he had suddenly rebelled at this time. This person was truly patient enough. Han Shuo and Helen returned to the Helen Duchy together. This time, Helen's personal guard consisted of 30,000 people. They were all led by her family's trusted aides and were also the Helen Duchy's most elite knight regiment. On the way back to Helen City, they had to pass through Seagate City. After marching for 2 days, Helen's army finally arrived at Seagate City. Because Helen was a fire archmage and a woman, she'd always stayed in a luxurious carriage pulled by 4 warhorses during the march. At this time, in addition to Helen, there was also Han Shuo in the carriage. The spacious carriage was covered with a soft carpet, which made people feel very comfortable to step on. There was a row of small shelves around the carriage, on which there were rouge and face powders to decorate one's appearance, as well as some sparkling fresh fruits. Helen lazily leaned against the center of the room, looking at the calm and natural Han Shuo in front of her. She said, "Seagate City is Kekeru's territory. That old fox didn't give himself away last time. Although I know he's up to no good, I can't find an excuse to deal with him. There are always several experts protecting him. As long as he doesn't leave Seagate City, it won't be easy for me to kill him. How many city guards are there in Seagate City? If you return to Seagate City now, do you think they would dare to let you in?" Han Shuo bluntly picked up a bunch of crystal grapes and put them into his mouth one by one as he casually asked Helen. She didn't know why, but looking at the calm and unperturbed Han Shuo in front of her, Helen actually felt a comfortable sense of security, as if as long as this demon was by her side, she wouldn't need to fear any danger. Seagate City's city guards have 50,000 people, but only 10,000 are true elites. As long as he doesn't brazenly resist me, he will have to open the city gates to welcome me. Once the 30,000 elites in my hands enter Seagate City, I can completely suppress him. However, although he is the mastermind behind the Ferodia's incident, I don't have any evidence. If I don't have a good reason to act against Kekeru in Seagate City, I'm afraid the people and nobles will not accept me. Helen frowned slightly and said with some annoyance. Han Shuo finished the bunch of grapes and wiped them on the expensive carpet. Only then did he say to Helen, "It's very simple. I'll take action and kill Marquis Kekeru along with his heir. This way, you can use the excuse of helping Kekeru arrest the murderer to take control of Seagate City. Hehe, you are the master of Helen Duchy. Adding on the 30,000 elites in your hands, I believe there won't be any problems. Oh, that's right, you can point the finger of Kekeru's murderer to your enemy. Just arrange a few people at the scene of the incident and you can frame the enemy. And, I think Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy is a good candidate. What do you think?" Helen had been fighting for power in Helen Duchy for so many years and had seen all kinds of crafty plots and schemes. Hearing Han Shuo's words, she smiled sweetly and nodded, "That's exactly what I want. As long as Kekeru and his heir are dead, I can naturally arrange a trusted aide to take over Seagate City. Hehe, I've already arranged the candidates. During the last civil strife, I already wanted to do this. It's just that the assassins I sent weren't able to achieve my goal. Now that you're here, I believe there won't be any problems." Sure enough, she was a sinister woman. Whenever she talked about this kind of matter, Helen would blossom with a dazzling radiance that made Han Shuo feel dazzled. That sweet smile of hers could captivate one's soul, causing Han Shuo's heart to move. Once a woman hated a man, she would disregard everything to put him to death, regardless of the cost. However, when a woman truly fell in love with a man, she would also disregard everything for that man's sake, even to the point of giving up everything. Han Shuo looked at Helen in front of him. He knew that the current Helen didn't hate him as much as before. However, Han Shuo also knew that Helen definitely didn't wholeheartedly pledge her allegiance to him. Only by truly conquering this kind of woman would she become a sharp sword in his hands. Otherwise, he would only hurt himself. To deal with a woman, there was nothing more than making her surrender from both the body and the mind. Han Shuo could be considered a veteran on the battlefield now. He understood that conquering a woman's body could even affect her heart, subtly turning her into a captive. Among them, Emily was the best example. Han Shuo chuckled mischievously when he thought of this, licking his face as he leaned over to the lazily reclining Helen. Just as Helen turned pale with fright, Han Shuo grabbed her and directly pulled her onto his lap, ignoring Helen's resistance. He impolitely kissed Helen's luscious red lips. A refreshing fragrance drifted from Helen's body into Han Shuo's mouth and nose. Her little tongue was like an intoxicating fine wine, causing Han Shuo to have an irresistible indulgence. Helen struggled and fiercely pounded on Han Shuo's chest. He didn't really continue kissing her. After tasting the intoxicating taste of Helen's vermilion lips, Han Shuo chuckled and let go of Helen. He smiled at Helen, whose charming face was as red as blood, and said, "You're too moving, I can't control myself. Hehe, I'm going to help you get rid of your political enemies soon, so you should at least give me some benefits, right? You bastard pervert, you forcefully kissed me." Helen ran away from Han Shuo's lap with a red face and fiercely glared at Han Shuo. Originally, she wanted to rush over and settle the score with Han Shuo, but when she thought about it, it was like a sheep entering a tiger's den. In a moment of desperation, she fiercely threw a crystal cup at Han Shuo. With a wave of his hand, the crystal cup safely landed in the palm of Han Shuo's hand. Leisurely pouring a cup of fine wine, Han Shuo smilingly carried the cup to Helen, who was shrinking in the corner of the carriage, and said, "Come, consider this cup of wine as my apology. Hehe, you also know that I'm a normal man, and you're such a beautiful and alluring woman. In this carriage, I'm already doing my best not to be even more rude to you. Don't try to anger me. After hearing Han Shua's words, Helen's heart trembled. She angrily glared at Han Shua for a while, her slender white neck gradually turning red. However, Han Shua's words of praise for her alluring beauty made her feel a little happy. She thought to herself that she would be his sooner or later, so it didn't matter if she let him take advantage of her first. Alright, I forgive you. However, you're not allowed to act recklessly in the future, especially when there are outsiders around. Helen hatefully glared at Han Shua for a while. In the end, she gave in and obediently picked up the cup of wine that Han Shua handed over. Huffing with rage, she took a sip. Of course, when there are outsiders around, you're still the goddess of Helen Duchy. Han Shua first gave Helen a guarantee, then mischievously laughed and said, however, when there are no outsiders around, you're the only woman that I can wantonly violate. Humph. Helen glared at Han Shua and seriously said, all right, you've already kissed me. We're about to enter the city, and Kekru might come to the carriage to welcome me later. Shouldn't you leave first? No problem, I'll leave right now. Han Shua replied with a smile. With lightning speed, he moved closer to Helen and stuck out his tongue to lick her neck. He turned around and walked out of the carriage, lightly praising, how fragrant. A faint mist floated out of the carriage, not attracting the attention of any of the surrounding guards. With a gust of wind, the mist gradually dispersed. Han Shua had long since disappeared without a trace. Inside the carriage, Helen, who had been impolitely licked by Han Shua before he left, only felt that the place where Han Shua had kissed was so hot that it made her heart tremble. With a red face, she lightly spat on the ground and muttered to herself in a low voice, that damned fellow, he really is a perverted wolf. I really don't know if I can last until he finishes cleaning up his political enemies. Sigh, I'm completely at my wit's end when it comes to meeting him. Damn it. A few minutes later, Helen's army slowly stopped at Seagate City. Previously, a sentinel had gone to Seagate City ahead of time, so Marquis Kekru should have already received the news. At this time, Kekru was in a low house in front of the city gates. Beside him, several trusted aides were constantly telling him something. Kekru listened with a gloomy face, but didn't utter a single word. Kekru wasn't young anymore. His sideburns were already graying, and he was wearing a noble's attire. His average stature wasn't outstanding, but his eyes seemed to be constantly rolling around, as if he hadn't stopped thinking for even a moment. Lord Marquis, Ferodias is dead. I think this operation has failed. Currently, in the entire Helen Duchy, Lord Marquis is the only one who can threaten her position as Grand Duke. That vicious woman has always been heartless. She definitely knows that it was Lord Marquis who took action. We absolutely cannot let her enter the city, or else she will definitely take revenge. The administrator of Seagate City advised Kekru. That's right, father. That woman's viciousness is well known. Once her elite troops enter the city, our Seagate City's army will be unable to suppress her. We can only use Seagate City's defenses to stop her outside. Afterwards, we can ally with a few other nobles and officially declare war on her. Kekru's son, Kasega, wore a suit of shining knight armor and similarly advised Kekru. However, Kekru didn't say a word. His two eyeballs constantly rolled around as he paced back and forth. It seemed that his heart was in a mess, and he was unable to immediately make a decision. Father, hurry up and make a decision. They're about to reach the city walls. Seeing that Kekru didn't say a word and time continued to pass, Kasega once again anxiously spoke. After a long period of silence, Marquis Kekru took a deep breath and said, "Open the city gates. Come with me to welcome His Excellency the Duke. None of you can reveal the slightest flaw. Lord Marquis, this is extremely dangerous." The administrator was frightened and hurriedly admonished. "It's fine. Even if she knows that I did it, she doesn't have any evidence." "Humph," Seagate City has been under my control for so many years. The citizens and nobles all trust me. If she dares to act against me without evidence, not a single person will listen to her. Don't worry, she shouldn't dare to act against me openly. If she still uses assassins like last time, we just have to be careful. Right now, the time isn't ripe yet. We can't immediately rebel. Otherwise, just relying on the family troops in her hands will bring us enormous losses. We don't know if we can obtain victory this way, but even if we do, Helen Duchy will never be able to recover and will become the weakest of the 7 Grand Duchies. Rather than that ending, it's better to continue controlling Seagate City. Kekeru said to the two. After hearing Kekeru's words, although the two were unwilling, they thought that what he said was indeed reasonable. In addition, they understood that once Kekeru made up his mind, no one would be able to change it. Thus, they didn't continue to say anything else. Under Kekeru's command, the Seagate City gates gradually rose. Kekeru's face was full of respect and joy as he and his subordinates went out to welcome them. However, he didn't know that they were welcoming another death god. Chapter 361. Helen's group smoothly entered Seagate City and was respectfully led by Kekeru to a manor in the southern part of the city. Helen's charming face was gloomy the entire way and she was in a very unhappy mood. Originally, when Helen arrived at Seagate City, the citizens who heard the news of her arrival would break their heads to see her. But this time, apart from Kekeru's men, there were only a few citizens on the road. Those few people looked at her carriage from afar without any respect in their eyes. This made Helen feel very uncomfortable in her heart. After arranging her personal guards in the manor in the southern part of the city, Helen refused the banquet that Kekeru held for her with the reason that she was tired. She was afraid that Kekeru would secretly harm her in his castle. She had the intention to kill Kekeru, but Kekeru was also not a kind person. Naturally, he would take the opportunity to do something at the banquet. On the other hand, Helen also did not want to endure those unfriendly gazes at the banquet. Helen had really had enough of those disdainful gazes. However, Helen could not kill others because of their hidden disdainful gazes, so she was not willing to participate in the banquet. This manor was specially used by Kekeru to entertain distinguished guests. The area was extremely large and Helen's 30,000 personal guards were stationed around it. Being in the center, Helen's safety could be said to be at ease. The full moon slowly appeared in the dark night. In the center of the room was a luxurious and spacious room. In front of the door stood a dozen or so knights in charge of security. Helen was all alone in the room, endlessly vexed. The window automatically opened without any wind and a cloud of gray fog suddenly flew in front of Helen. When the window silently closed, the gray fog stopped flying and revealed Han Shua's figure. "You've come." Helen slightly calmed her scattered mind and raised her head to glance at Han Shua. She lightly said in a low voice, "Kekeru has always wanted to remove me from the position of Grand Duke. He once wanted me to marry his son, Kasega, but I refused. His Seagate City has always disobeyed my orders. If it wasn't for the fact that I don't want Helen Duchy to fall into chaos, I would have long since made a move against him with real swords and spears instead of resorting to assassination. Tonight, I'll go over and help you take care of him." Han Shua calmly looked at Helen, as if he was talking about something very simple and normal. "If it's possible, I want to work with you. I plan to end his life with my own hands. This person once cruelly murdered my birth mother. I hate him." Helen was a bit different today. She spoke a bit viciously to Han Shua. Frowning, Han Shua thought for a moment and said, "How about this, you stay here, I will help you bring him over and let you kill him with your own hands." As for Helen's birth mother, Han Shua didn't ask about it. Everyone had their own sad memories, and Han Shua believed that it wouldn't be a pleasant one. Sometimes, respecting other people's privacy was more touching than showing respect on the surface. Helen raised her head and looked deeply at Han Shua. It was unknown if she was thinking of sad memories, but her gaze became a bit more gentle. She laughed at herself and said, "Thank you. In the end, I'm still a woman. It looks like I still need a man's shoulder to lean on. These past few years, I'm really tired." Han Shuo smiled and nodded at Helen. He tried to walk towards Helen. When he discovered that there wasn't any vigilance in Helen's eyes, he didn't stop. When he arrived in front of Helen, Han Shuo gently embraced her. Feeling Helen's trembling body, Han Shuo patted her shoulder and said in a soft voice, "All right, I won't ask about your past. However, I will bring Kekru to you and let you vent your grievances to your heart's content. Brian, I don't know if I should hate you. When I came here today, no citizens came to welcome me. It looks like they've already started to reject me in their hearts. This is all because of you. I want to hate you, but I don't know why I can't. Can you tell me why?" Helen leaned on Han Shuo's shoulder and whispered weakly. "Perhaps you really should hate me. However, if you continue to be so obedient, not only will I make you not hate me, I will also make you happy. I promise." Han Shuo whispered into Helen's ear and continued, "All right, rest for a while. In order to prevent you from hating me, I'll start with Kekru." Han Shuo gently pushed away Helen, who'd revealed her weariness in the dead of night, and left without a sound. He floated weightlessly towards Marquis Kekru's castle like a specter in the night. To Han Shuo, Helen was currently only a prey. With Helen in Helen Duchy, Han Shuo could secretly control Helen Duchy without expending any manpower or resources. At the right time, this secretly rebelling Helen Duchy could become a sharp blade in the alliance's heart and bring benefits to Han Shuo. Although Helen was the Grand Duke of Helen Duchy, she was still a woman. The safest way to treat a woman was to conquer her body and mind. Men should be overbearing and flamboyant during the day, but the occasional gentleness and elegance at night was equally lethal to women. Helen was a woman of great use to Han Shuo. Therefore, Han Shuo didn't mind spending a bit more time to firmly grasp her and her duchy in the palm of his hand. Inside Kekru's castle, in a secret room guarded by the army, the three people gathered together again during the day. "Father, that woman has moved into Seagate City. We must kill her before she leaves Seagate City. Otherwise, once she leaves, I'm afraid we won't have another chance." Kasega looked at his father, Kekru, and suggested. "Lord Marquis, I'm afraid this is our only chance. If we really wait until she returns to Helen City, it will be difficult for us to make a move." Magistrate Mori similarly advised Kekru. Kekru's eyes continued to spin as he said to the two, "I also know. However, she has 30,000 elites by her side. It won't be easy to kill her. Lord Father, she can't always hide among the 30,000 soldiers and not come out. As long as we think of a way to get her to leave, it won't be difficult to kill her in Seagate City. All we need is a reasonable excuse." Kasega said. "My lord, isn't young Master Kasega engaged to Miss Regami of the Galileo family? We can take advantage of this opportunity to complete their wedding within these 2 days. With your lordship's status in the duchy and her presence in Seagate City, there's no reason for her not to come and congratulate us. It's impossible for her to bring 30,000 elites to the young master's wedding banquet. As long as she comes, we can kill her. What do you think?" Magistrate Mori's eyes shone with a sinister light as he suggested a plan to Kekru. "Uncle Mori, this is a good idea." Kasega smiled cheerfully and said to Kekru, "Father, what do you think?" Kekru's eyes continued to spin. After a while, he nodded and said, "This is also good. However, we must be cautious in this matter. Let me carefully consider it. We'll make our move when we have complete confidence. Helen isn't a simple woman. Last time, her birth mother's entire family was slaughtered by us, but she still managed to escape. After so many years, she clearly knew that it was us who did it, but she never showed it. This kind of gloominess is definitely not something an ordinary youngster can possess. I'll kill her the same way her mother was killed by Lord Father. I gave her face, but she didn't want it. She actually refused to be my wife. What happened to her now? She was raped by some unknown brat. She asked for it. What's the point of a woman being placed in such a high position? Sooner or later, she'll still be ridden by a man. Kasega was still brooding over Helen's rejection, so he viciously ridiculed her. It's fine as long as we capture her. However, we can't touch her. I promised Benedict Sackville that once we capture Helen, we'll directly hand her over to him. After all, those 30,000 personal guards of Helen's family aren't easy to deal with. We still need to rely on Benedict Sackville's help. Kekeru warned Kasega. Lord Father, I can play around, right? In any case, it's not her first time. Even if she ends up in Benedict Sackville's hands, he won't be able to see anything. This woman has always been high and mighty like a goddess. I've long wanted to try the feeling of riding her. Lord Father, please promise me. Kasega implored Kekeru as if he could already see Helen being conquered by him. Kekeru loved his only son very dearly. He also knew that when Helen had rejected Kasega, his son had been so angry and pained that he had killed 3 maids in succession to vent his hatred. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment before nodding and saying, playing around is fine, but after this, erase that memory. Otherwise, it won't be good if Benedict Sackville finds out. We still have to deal with this person in the future. Many thanks Father, many thanks Father. I've wanted to ride that whore for a long time. Kasega laughed lewdly, his face gradually becoming more ruthless and obscene. Magistrate Mori licked his lips and similarly laughed dryly. His heart was also itching, but he knew that there were some things that he could not touch, so he naturally did not dare to make any excessive requests. Just as the 3 sinister villains were looking forward to the beautiful future, a clear and unusual sound suddenly came from the soles of their feet. This secret room was originally underground, and its surroundings had been sealed with thick iron plates. It was impervious to the bombardment of swords and magic, and was a safe place for Kekeru to discuss his evil plans. Logically speaking, no matter what, there shouldn't be such a strange sound coming from the soles of their feet that were separated by thick iron plates. Thus, when the unusual sound rang out, the 3 despicable villains stared blankly for a moment, all of them looking at the soles of their feet in astonishment. However, before they could react, the originally soft and unusual sound suddenly grew louder. The 3 of them were suddenly startled, and Kekeru was the first to react, saying, "Assassin." As he shouted, Kekeru took the lead and ran towards the place where the mechanism had been opened, attempting to call the surrounding guards to hurry over. Kasega unsheathed his knight's sword and focused all of his attention on the soles of his feet, ready to deal a fatal blow to the person below at any time. Clang! An ear-piercing sound rang out, and a circular-shaped metal disc flew up explosively. The thick metal disc was as thick as a millstone, and was obviously the iron plate that sealed the soles of their feet. At the same time, a figure suddenly shot out from the circular-shaped ground. Kasega shouted, thrusting his sword towards Han Shoa, who had used the demon's lair edge to cut open a large hole with great difficulty. Han Shoa had spent more than 10 minutes before using the indestructible demon's lair edge to cut open the iron plate. He inwardly cursed the designer for being in a bad mood. When he saw a sword imbued with fighting aura thrusting towards him, he raised the demon's lair edge in his hand to meet it. A series of clanging sounds rang out, and Kasega's knight's sword was turned into scrap metal. Even one of Kasega's arms was turned into bloody chunks of flesh. As Kasega shrieked in terror, Han Shoa suddenly swung out the demon's lair edge. Kekeru, who had managed to run to the mechanism with great difficulty and was about to shout for help, had his left hand pierced through by the demon's lair edge. The demon's lair edge's power didn't diminish after piercing through his left hand. Kekeru shrieked like a pig being slaughtered, and nailed his left hand to a wall far away from the mechanism. "Damn it, who are you, who sent you here?" Kekeru's left hand was nailed to the metal wall by the demon's lair edge. Fresh blood flowed down like a trickling stream. The heart-wrenching pain made Kekeru want to cry as he looked at Han Shoa and shouted miserably. My hand, ah! Kasega's right arm had been completely crushed, and now resembled a long pineapple that had been skinned and sharpened. Streaks of blood were connected to his meridians, making him look incomparably terrifying. Damn it, you want to lay your hands on my woman with that pathetic appearance of yours? Han Shoa spat, ignoring the wretched howls of the father and son. He walked in front of the stunned administrator and asked with a smile, apart from Kekeru's 3 sons and 5 daughters, as well as the other 47 messy relatives in the castle, who else has the qualifications to inherit his position of marquis? No, no one. Administrator Moli looked at the smiling Han Shoa, fear causing him to tremble uncontrollably. After replying with a trembling voice, he knelt down in front of Han Shoa without any backbone, sobbing, "This has nothing to do with me, don't kill me, I'm innocent. Fortunately, it looks like I didn't miss anyone." Han Shoa muttered to himself and grabbed the administrator's neck, saying, "That venomous scheme you just offered was very interesting. I'm most afraid of people like you, you can't be left alive." As soon as he finished speaking, Han Shoa's large hand twisted. With a crisp crack, Administrator Moli, who'd originally had his back to Kekeru, didn't change his posture, but his face was now facing the screaming Kekeru. It was obvious that his neck had been twisted. Chapter 362. Who on earth are you? What do you want? I can give it to you, but don't kill us. Kekeru didn't care about the heart-wrenching pain in his left hand as he begged Han Shoa. Heh, I'm sorry, but you can't give me what I want. Han Shoa said indifferently. As he walked past Kasega, he lightly pressed his hand down. Kasega had long since forgotten the wonderful fantasies he'd had with Helen in his heart. When he saw Han Shoa's large hand press down on him, he felt a surge of power suppressing him, making him unable to move. Don't kill me. Kasega was unable to move and could only wail in panic, begging for Han Shoa's forgiveness. Pooh! Han Shoa's large hand pressed down on Kasega's forehead and released his magical yuan. Kasega's head turned into a ball of brain paste as he fell limply to the ground, no longer breathing. Walking to Kekeru's side, Han Shoa ignored Kekeru's screams and smiled merrily, "Apart from you, all of your family members are dead. However, I won't kill you. Demon, you demon, what grudge do I have with you, why are you treating me like this?" When Kekeru heard that all of his family members had been killed, he ignored the tearing pain in his left hand and tried to grab Han Shoa a few times. Han Shoa released the soul tremor spell with his mental strength. Before he could even get close to Han Shoa, Kekeru felt his head shake and a piercing pain suddenly exploded in his brain. He immediately lost consciousness and fainted. The demon's layer edge still impaled on Kekeru's left hand automatically flew back to Han Shoa's hand. Han Shoa grabbed the unconscious Kekeru and dove deeper into the ground through the hole. If someone could go deep into the ground now, they would discover that there were many tunnels that extended in all directions. These tunnels led to all of Marquis Kekeru's direct and collateral relatives within the castle. Not a single one of them was left out. The complicated tunnels were more than 10 meters deep. Even with 100 people working together, it would take more than 10 days to complete. There were also some of Kekeru's guards and magicians in the castle. If there were any unusual movements underground, they would definitely be discovered. However, it was obvious that some things couldn't be viewed with common sense. As Han Shoa dragged Kekeru back, the tunnels that connected the entire underground were slowly flattened by the force of the earth. By the time Han Shoa had exited the underground a few miles away, not even a trace of a tunnel was left in the underground of the castle. The moonlight poured down like mercury. Under the cool night wind, Han Shoa easily snuck into Helen's manor. A dark mist magic was released, and the entire night seemed to be covered by a curtain of darkness. Even the moonlight overhead was covered. Helen was alone in her room. She didn't know why, but she started to worry about Han Shoa. This kind of emotion made Helen a bit uncomfortable. She had never been so worried about a man's safety before, not to mention that this man was the one she should have always hated. However, she couldn't control the emotions in her heart. Every minute and second that Han Shuo left her place, Helen knew what Han Shuo was doing. She was extremely worried that Han Shuo wouldn't be able to return safely. "Please don't let anything happen to him," Helen murmured, her eyebrows slightly furrowed, her face full of worry. The lights in the room had long since been extinguished. Helen stared blankly at the direction that Han Shuo had left in through the window. The misty moonlight was cold and pitiful, sprinkling down on Helen's creamy white skin, making her appear even more alluring. When the dark mist magic spread, Helen was the first to feel the moonlight suddenly disappear. Her bright eyes turned, and the corners of Helen's mouth hooked into a faint smile. She took the initiative to open the window a bit wider, and walked into the room herself. When Helen opened the window, a wisp of light wind brought over a cloud of grey mist. The window was closed without a sound, and a dusky shadow gradually appeared. "Are you all right?" Helen didn't ask if Han Shuo had killed Kekeru, but first asked if Han Shuo was all right. It was as if in the depths of her heart, Han Shuo's safety was more important than Kekeru's life. When these words left his mouth, Han Shuo could easily sense the change in Helen's tone and attitude towards him. His heart unconsciously warmed, and his smile became even more gentle. "Thank you for your concern. I'll be fine." The air above Kekeru's palm was frozen by the cold air, and not a single drop of blood flowed out. There wasn't even a trace of the scent of blood that could be released. No one would be able to detect any traces of it. When Han Shuo's gentle voice sounded, Han Shuo's figure holding Kekeru was completely revealed. Helen immediately saw the unconscious Kekeru in Han Shuo's hands. Her eyes, which had originally revealed some tenderness towards Han Shuo, were gradually filled with endless hatred. She gloomily looked at Kekeru and said, "This old dog has finally fallen into my hands." Giving Helen a glance, Han Shuo brought Kekeru to a room in the back of the room. Casually tossing Kekeru inside, Han Shuo set up a soundproof magical barrier around the room. Only then did he say to Helen, who was forcibly suppressing her anger and hatred, "All right, you can wake him up and slowly kill him. I'll help you keep watch outside." Perhaps this hatred had been accumulating in Helen's heart for too long. She had patiently endured it for many years. Now that the opportunity to kill her enemy was right in front of her, she didn't speak too much to Han Shuo. A layer of frost hung on her charming face when she heard Han Shuo's words. With a cold face, she entered the room that was supposed to be the storeroom. When the door closed with a clang, Han Shuo didn't deliberately try to eavesdrop on what was going on inside. Instead, he calmly walked to where Helen had been sitting, took out a new wine cup, and poured himself a full cup of wine. As he lightly sipped on the wine, he took out a thick necromancy book and began to study it. Han Shuo had grasped all of the necromancy magic that an archmage should have grasped, with the exception of plague. Now that his mental strength had reached the level of a grand magus, Han Shuo had been studying a higher level of summoning magic. Old Fey demons, mummy lords, and bone demons were all creatures that Han Shuo could grasp at the level of a grand magus. However, this higher level of summoning magic was somewhat different from the original ones. When Han Shuo summoned zombie and skeletal warriors, he would often be able to establish a connection with the zombie and skeletal warriors in the other dimension. This connection allowed Han Shuo to easily cross planes and descend into this world through them. When summoning zombie and skeletal warriors, these low-level undead creatures didn't have any ability to resist. They completely followed Han Shuo's will and didn't even know whether or not to come over. Starting from the Evil Knight level, this summoning method had greatly changed. Even if Han Shuo could sense the existence of the Evil Knight, he still had to use his enormous mental strength to first break through the resistance of the Evil Knight's body. Only then could he control the Evil Knight's thoughts and use the power of the contract to control the Evil Knight to descend into this space. When one reached the level of a Grand Magus, the higher-level Old Fey demons, mummy lords, and bone demons all had their own consciousness. The power of their souls was even greater than the average expert in this world. Undead creatures of this level, even in the other dimension, were often overlords and ambitious. At the very least, they were loners that most low-level creatures didn't dare to provoke. Not only did these kinds of existences have a complete consciousness, but they were also all proud and arrogant. They absolutely couldn't be tamed by a contract. It was precisely because of this that the summoning incantation was even more complicated and mysterious. It included an in-depth exploration of the power of the soul and an understanding of the temperament of the creatures in the other dimension. Apart from this, when the contract connected the necromancer and the undead creature from two planes, the necromancer must have enough power to make the high-level undead creature surrender. Otherwise, the unruly undead creature would definitely rise up and resist. During this process of resistance, the necromancer had to use his mental strength to suppress the otherworldly creature that was who knew how far away he was. At the same time, he had to maintain the accuracy of the necromancy incantation. Every syllable and corresponding gesture of his mental strength couldn't make the slightest mistake. Otherwise, not only would he not be able to summon the undead creature, the necromancer's soul would also suffer a backlash. It was very likely that his soul would wander to various planes and would never be able to descend into this space again. What Han Shuo was currently studying was the description of the souls of each high-level undead creature. 3 types of high-level undead creatures. The Old Fey demons had sharp claws and agile movements. They were somewhat similar to the giant silver ape, but naturally weren't as tall as the giant silver ape. However, they possessed the same speed and sharp claws and teeth. The mummy lord's body was as hard as the hardest rock. Normally, it lived in a coffin. Although its movements weren't fast, it had extraordinary strength. It also possessed corrosive acidity and could use the aura of death to fuse with the streamers in its body. It was also very difficult to deal with. The bone demon's entire body was made up of huge piles of bones. Among the 3 undead creatures, the bone demon was the most special existence. Because its entire body was made up of bones, if the bones that made up its body were very strong and contained an enormous amount of aura of death, then the bone demon's strength would be very frightening. It would have a good defense against both physical and magical attacks. At a critical moment, the bone demon could even burst out all the bones in its body to form a fatal attack against the enemy. As long as the enemy was killed in one blow, the bone demon could still reassemble the scattered bones into its body. However, if the bones that made up the bone demon didn't contain an enormous amount of aura of death, then the speed and strength of the bone demon wouldn't be fast or strong. Whether it was a physical or magical attack, it would suffer heavy injuries. It could be very strong, but it could also be very weak. It was the most eccentric of the 3 creatures. However, Han Shuo knew that the bone demon that had been modified by the little skull to be able to fly was certainly a powerful bone demon. This was because the bones in its body had been reassembled by the little skull. The raw materials were all the bones of various ancient super-ranked magic beasts in the Forbidden Land. Those bones all contained a portion of the super-ranked magic beast's power. A bone demon that was made up of these bones would absorb the aura of death even more quickly in the other world. The bone demon's body that was made up of bones could fly, which was enough to show that it at least possessed the intelligence to control a portion of gravity. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to fly so nimbly with just a few pieces of rotten flesh hanging on the bones. Han Shuo had grasped the characteristics of the 3 creatures from the other world. However, the soul force of the 3 creatures was also different. Currently, Han Shuo was researching the soul force of the Old Fei. As long as Han Shuo could understand all of the reactions of the Old Fei towards the summoning of mental strength, he would be able to use his mental strength to find a way to deal with it and successfully use the power of the contract to bring him to this plane. As Han Shuo furrowed his brows and diligently read the thick magic book, he suddenly heard an unsuppressible howl. This sound was separated by several layers of magic barriers, so the guards outside couldn't hear it at all. However, Han Shuo heard it clearly. He understood that this was Kekuru's final howl before he died. It was indeed so. Not long after, Helen walked out of the room covered in blood, sobbing as she ran towards Han Shuo. Without waiting for Han Shuo to prepare a comfortable chest for her, Helen had already buried her head into Han Shuo's chest, using all of her strength to hug Han Shuo as she sobbed. The pungent smell of blood from the room and Helen's body entered Han Shuo's nose. Han Shuo wasn't disgusted by this smell, but he didn't want the guards outside to notice it. With a slight wave of his left hand, the open door automatically closed. A whirlpool appeared in Han Shuo's left hand, completely absorbing the smell of blood. Helen tightly hugged Han Shuo and cried for a while, slowly calming down. At this time, the whirlpool in Han Shuo's left hand absorbed the smell of blood, forming a rolling bead of blood. The bead of blood was still slowly swaying, absorbing the smell of blood from Helen's body, not letting a wisp of the smell drift outside. "I'm much better, I'm sorry for dirtying your body." Helen slowly pushed Han Shuo away. Seeing that Han Shuo's body was covered in blood, she apologetically said to Han Shuo with sparkling tears still hanging on her pretty face. "It's alright, why isn't Fire Phoenix by your side? Shouldn't she be with you at this time?" Han Shuo discovered that ever since he came over, Fire Phoenix hadn't appeared in front of or behind others, so he asked with some surprise. "Sister Fire Phoenix doesn't like too many humans. Generally, she won't appear in front of too many people unless there's something special. She lives in Tunai Forest Mountain, so when I need her, I only need to summon her telepathically. Now that you're by my side, there's no problem with my safety, so I didn't call her over." Helen explained to Han Shuo. "So that's how it is." Han Shuo replied, saying, "I also have a super-rank magical beast, a black dragon, but that fellow likes to run to places with a lot of people every day. The more people there are, the happier he is. It seems that even though he's not a super-rank magical beast, his temperament is also different." "You also have a super-rank magical beast, a black dragon?" Helen was astonished. "Yes, he's currently undergoing a second-level evolution, so I've temporarily placed him in a safe place." Han Shuo replied. Helen stared blankly at Han Shuo for a while. She originally planned to say a few words about Han Shuo's miracles, but on second thought, did this person lack any miracles? So she dropped the subject and didn't say much. Then, she suddenly saw the bloodstain on Han Shuo's chest, as well as a drop of blood rolling on his left palm. She asked in astonishment, "What's this?" "The smell of blood in the room. I didn't want it to spread, so it condensed into a drop of blood." Han Shuo explained. "You're really a strange person." Helen couldn't help but sigh in the end. Then, she naturally pulled Han Shuo's hand and walked towards the bathroom. Her face unconsciously flushed red as she said in a low voice, "Wash off the bloodstains on your body first, it doesn't look good like this." Han Shuo's heart fluttered when he heard Helen's words. When Helen's gentle and boneless little hand grabbed his broad wrist, Han Shuo's eyes suddenly sparkled as he felt the beauty of Helen's hand. He couldn't help but look at Helen with a bit of anticipation in his heart. The manner that Kekuru had used to entertain Helen was extremely luxurious. Just the rooms that Helen lived in alone had more than 10 large and small rooms. There was a washroom, a bathroom, a living room, a bedroom, a storage room, and a clothes-drying room. Not only was it fully furnished, it was also decorated magnificently. Han Shuo City Lord's mansion in Brettel City was basically a small farm in the countryside when compared to this place. There was a spacious oval bathroom in the middle of the bathroom. There was a small magical matrix in the ground, and a piece of fire's park stone provided heat. The temperature of the entire bath was maintained at the most comfortable temperature. Helen's face grew even redder in the hazy mist, and she actually helped Han Shuo undress in a gentle manner. After all of Han Shuo's clothes were undone, Han Shuo, who was more than 9 meters tall, was revealed in front of Helen. Every inch of Han Shua's muscles seemed to contain an explosive power. Even when he was standing in a relaxed posture, he was like a ferocious hunting beast that was ready to pounce. His naked body gave off an overbearing aura. The image of Han Shua's imposing physique filled with wild power was reflected in Helen's bright eyes. When Helen removed Han Shua's clothes from the lower half of his body, she raised her head to look at Han Shua, who was as imposing as a towering mountain. She felt as if she had fallen into a bottomless abyss, unable to extricate herself. This demon-like man, will he be my man in the future? Helen murmured in her heart. She looked up at Han Shua with an intoxicated look in her eyes, staring blankly without saying a word. Chapter 363. Naked, Han Shua looked down at Helen, who was staring at him in a daze. His mouth cracked into a brilliant, sunny smile, and he stepped into the bath. He stirred the water and began to wash off the bloodstains on his body with splashing sounds. When the splashing sound of water rang out, Helen finally woke up from her daze. She scolded herself for having weak willpower in her heart. Looking at Han Shua's broad and beautiful back that was exposed to her, she shook her head as if she wanted to dispel the shadow that was lingering in her mind. She smiled sweetly and said, "All right, you wash first. I'll wait for you outside." "Hee, I thought you would wash with me. If you come down, I promise I won't make a move on you. How about it?" Han Shua turned around and laughed brightly. He winked mischievously at Helen as he invited her. Helen's face blushed as if she was drunk. Hearing his words, she seriously considered it for a moment before saying with a charming smile, "No, I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself and will take the initiative to throw myself into your arms." "Hee, all right, you wash well. I'll come back when you're done." Han Shua was speechless. However, this sentence was undoubtedly an affirmation of Han Shua's charm. Therefore, Han Shua laughed and said cheerfully, "All right, I'll wait for the day you truly let go of your reservations." Helen giggled. The sky that had been hazy in her heart for several months seemed to have been pushed aside to reveal a rainbow. Her mood suddenly became better, and she left amidst a string of bell-like laughter. After Helen left, Han Shua leisurely cleaned the bloodstains on his body in the bath. Afterwards, it was Helen's turn to come in and bathe again. When Helen changed into a loose bathrobe and took a seat in the living room, Han Shua was currently sitting with his legs crossed. He was drinking the fine wine in his glass while reading the thick necromancy book. When he saw Helen's beautiful face, he first smiled and praised her beauty. When the corner of Helen's mouth curved into a smile, he lightly coughed and said to Helen, "After this internal strife, your Helen Duchy should be the weakest among the 7 Grand Duchies. Benedict Sackville originally had an alliance with you, but now he has secretly interfered with your affairs. Kekru's rebellion against you definitely had Benedict Sackville's help. Right now, we must use the fastest speed possible to completely pacify the internal strife and prevent any more bad situations from occurring." Seeing Han Shua start talking about serious matters, Helen frowned and lightly sighed. She said, "Even without this internal strife, our Helen Duchy is still the weakest among the 7 Grand Duchies. Our Helen Duchy has limited resources and lacks ores and foodstuffs. Compared to the other duchies, we are somewhat innately lacking. These past few years, we've always used the warhorses we raised to exchange for foodstuffs with Narsen Duchy. We've also used the other duchies or the even more distant Brute Merchant Alliance to exchange for war equipment. Originally, our nation wasn't rich enough to begin with. In addition to the frequent internal strife, this made our situation even worse. That's why when you blackmailed me for 600,000 gold coins, I, a Grand Duke, couldn't even take it out." As if recalling Han Shua's extortion of her, Helen fiercely rolled her eyes at Han Shua and snorted angrily at the end of her sentence. Han Shua awkwardly laughed a few times before opening his mouth to say, "Actually, if it wasn't for you and the Lancelot Empire becoming enemies and turning Brettel City into a hunting ground, the merchants of the Lancelot Empire could completely provide you with the foodstuffs and weapons you need. The Lancelot Empire doesn't have that many warhorses. If you sold your valiant warhorses to the Lancelot Empire, you would definitely be able to obtain considerable profits. Unfortunately, because Brettel City has been plundered and massacred too miserably, even those greedy merchants don't dare to rashly come here. To those merchants, your 7 grand duchies are like scourges and ferocious beasts. They naturally don't dare to trade with you. This is why some of the resources within your duchies are unable to obtain corresponding rewards. Humph, this is actually all your Lancelot Empire's own doing. Back then, it was because your Lancelot Empire wanted to conquer our 7 grand duchies. If you hadn't burned and looted all the way into our borders, the 7 grand duchies wouldn't have been able to come to an agreement so quickly and join forces to deal with your Lancelot Empire at all costs. Helen's charming face was filled with anger, as if recalling the arrival of the Lancelot Empire's army like scourges and ferocious beasts. The relationship between nations only consisted of conquering and being conquered. Every king of a nation would use any means possible to expand their territory. The Lancelot Empire was like this, the Cossey Empire was like this, and even the 7 grand duchies were like this. Otherwise, why would they fight each other endlessly? Who was in the right and who was in the wrong in this aspect would never be publicly determined. After hearing Helen's words, Han Shuo smiled wryly and said, "What happened in the past has nothing to do with us. With our current relationship, we can secretly carry out some smuggling activities. Do you have anyone in your hands that you can completely trust?" "Of course, my family's trusted aides are completely trustworthy. No matter what decision I make, they will support me," Helen proudly said. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "Very good. How about this, I can use some of Lancelot Empire's war equipment to exchange for your Helen Duchy's warhorses. Rations are also not a problem. This will be beneficial to both of us." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Helen sweetly smiled and agreed, "Our Helen Duchy's warhorses are famous far and wide. How many gold coins do you intend to pay for them? This kind of matter should be properly discussed by our subordinates. What we need to do is only to finalize the overall situation." Han Shuo shot a glance at the lightly giggling Helen and said with a smile, "Don't think about using any honey trap to tempt me. There are suitable people in Brettel City who can discuss this with your subordinates. I will make arrangements in this aspect. The two of us shouldn't discuss it in detail, so as to avoid hurting our relationship." After hearing Han Shuo's words, Helen spat and said with a red face, "Who has any feelings for you? You treacherous and stingy man, you won't let me take even the slightest bit of advantage. All right, I'm going out for a while tonight. You should also be careful. Now that all the direct and collateral relatives of the Kekaru family have been killed, it's best for you to be on guard as early as possible. I think you will be very busy starting tomorrow. Now isn't the right time for us to talk about love," Han Shuo said to Helen. You killed all the members of the Kekaru family?" Helen was horrified. Only now did she react. She stared at Han Shuo in shock. Yes, any of his relatives who had the qualifications to succeed him as count, including his loyal lackeys, none of them escaped the fate of death. Don't worry, when the sun rises, the entire Seagate City will be in chaos. You'd better take advantage of this opportunity to deal with Kekaru's corpse. Also, make it look like you were the victim of an assassination. Finally, capture a few people and make them look like Narsen Duchy assassins," Han Shuo said to Helen with a faint smile. Good kill, good kill," Helen first shouted in a cold and pleased voice. Then, she smiled sweetly, a sinister glint flashing in her eyes as she said, "Don't worry, I'm very good at this kind of thing. By this time tomorrow, Seagate City should be under my control. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. I like this kind of confidence in you. Alright, I'll be leaving for a while. You'd better call Fire Phoenix back to protect yourself. Han Shuo warned Helen before leaving the place. The Dark Mantle organization of the Lancelot Empire had secret members everywhere. After Han Shuo's arrival in Brettel City, the Dark Mantle's stronghold in Brettel City had gradually become stronger. Candide had personally arranged for some members to infiltrate Brettel City, and Dick had arranged for them to be stationed in the 7 Grand Duchies. When Han Shuo had advanced to the rank of Second Dark Sun, he had used his privileges to expand the Dark Mantle's personnel. He had Jack secretly allocate 100,000 gold coins as the operating funds for those members who had infiltrated the 7 Grand Duchies. With enough gold coins, those people had secret strongholds in every city in the 7 Grand Duchies, and they gradually grew in scale. As the city lord of Brettel City, as well as a second Dark Sun envoy, Han Shuo could use a special method to contact Dark Mantle members as long as he went to any of the 7 Grand Duchies. Through these members, Han Shuo could obtain the latest news in the city, and use them to directly contact Brettel City. That night, before Han Shuo had assassinated Kekeru, he had left a message in Seagate City. After leaving Helen's place, Han Shuo headed straight for that area. When Han Shuo walked onto the streets, he suddenly discovered that the entire Seagate City had become a chaotic mess. Groups of guards wearing disheveled armor had panicked expressions on their faces as they went from house to house, searching for the culprits. Suddenly, Seagate City was enveloped in the sound of the hooves of warhorses and the panic of the citizens. When Han Shuo saw this, he immediately understood that the massacre in Kekeru's castle had definitely been discovered. Otherwise, the entire Seagate City wouldn't be in such a state of chaos. The city gates were completely sealed, and no one was allowed to leave Seagate City without permission. Several Seagate City knight captains had terrified expressions on their faces as they loudly yelled to protect the city gates. They walked out of Kekeru's castle and headed straight for Helen's manor. These people were only the peripheral members of Kekeru's small group. Perhaps they didn't know that Kekeru had long since wanted to rebel. Now that they saw such a shocking massacre in Kekeru's castle, the first thing they thought of was an enemy invasion. They arranged for the soldiers to protect the city gates while heading straight for the true Grand Duke of Helen Duchy. Among these people were some of the chess pieces that Helen had previously arranged. Before Han Shuo even entered Seagate City, he had already understood that Han Shuo had already swept away all of Kekeru's forces. Those generals who originally didn't have the qualifications to command the soldiers of Seagate City had suddenly become the ones with the highest positions. Thus, it was only natural that they became the temporary commanders. When the entire Seagate City was in a state of chaos, Han Shuo quietly arrived at the dirtiest street block that was the furthest away from the scene of trouble. Next to a courtyard, there was an old man with a panicked expression on his face, looking all around as he waited. The news of the great changes in Seagate City hadn't reached this place yet, but there were still city guards heading this way. This old man had a panicked expression on his face. Perhaps he had already received the news. When Han Shuo suddenly stopped in front of him, the old man was obviously greatly startled and hastily retreated a few steps. Only when he discovered that there was a token in Han Shuo's hand did he let out a sigh of relief and respectfully saluted, "Greetings, my lord. Let's go. Bring me somewhere else to talk," Han Shuo said. The old man didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. He brought Han Shuo back and forth through this dirty street block. After walking through about 6 streets, they finally stopped at a small farm. This farm had a few weak and emaciated warhorses. The stables were filled with smelly weeds. When the old man arrived here, he directly walked towards a small thatched house. After entering the thatched house, the old man looked around a few times through a small hole before opening a tunnel under his bed. He moved aside to let Han Shuo enter first. After passing through the dark tunnel, Han Shuo finally arrived at a secret underground room with 3 rooms. Inside the room, there were 4 people with different expressions. They were either dressed as merchants or farmers. When they saw Han Shuo appear, they were all extremely shocked. When Han Shuo flashed the token in his hand, they finally calmed down. They hastily bowed and said, "Greetings, Lord Envoy." Within the dark mantle, they only answered to the higher-ups within the organization. Therefore, Han Shuo's identity as the city lord of Bretel City didn't have any effect. On the contrary, Han Shuo's identity as a second Dark Sun envoy could make them obedient. We're all on the same side, no need to be polite. Han Shuo said indifferently, then bluntly sat down in the center. At this time, the old man who had let Han Shuo in first also walked in. "Reporting to my lord, a shocking murder has occurred in Seagate City. The entire family of the lord of Seagate City, Marquis Kekeru, has been massacred. We just received news that this matter will completely change the power structure of Seagate City." The old man respectfully bowed and hurriedly reported this shocking news to Han Shuo. The search that had spread throughout the entire Seagate City hadn't yet penetrated deep into this dirty and desolate area. Receiving this news in advance made Han Shuo feel very satisfied. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said, "I've already received this news. You've all done well. My lord, Helen Duchy's Grand Duke Helen is currently in Seagate City. This vicious woman will definitely seize the opportunity to seize control of Seagate City. Now that Kekeru's entire family has been massacred, I don't know if it was done by this woman. However, according to our intelligence, this woman doesn't have this kind of strength, so it shouldn't be her." The old man furrowed his brows as he bitterly analyzed, as if trying to figure out a clue. Han Shuo waved his hand, stopping the old man's nagging. Smiling, he said, "All right, let's not talk about this matter for now. I'll write a letter and you can send someone to deliver it to Dick. There's no need to discuss anything else." Hearing Han Shuo's words, the old man immediately stopped his guesses and respectfully nodded, "Yes, my lord." Taking out a pen and paper, Han Shuo wrote a long and winding letter, then sealed it and handed it to the old man. Smiling, he asked, "What's your name?" "Reporting to my lord, this lowly one is called Delante. I'm currently in charge of Seagate City, a 3-star envoy. I used to work in the southern part of the empire, but under Lord Candide's orders, I moved to the 7 Grand Duchies." Delante respectfully replied. Nodding his head, Han Shuo said with a smile, "Deliver this letter to Dick as soon as possible." "Understood, my lord." Delante replied. Within the dark mantle, there were secret magic arrays in the strongholds of large cities that could directly communicate with each other through the use of mirrors. Only the dark mantle possessed this kind of technology. Normally, only a Grand Magus or Space Magus would be able to set it up. In a small place like Seagate City, one of the 7 Grand Duchies, they naturally wouldn't spend a huge amount of money to set up such a magic array to communicate with Bretel City. Therefore, they could only use this ancient method to transmit messages. After Delante carefully put away the letter, Han Shuo asked him about other information regarding Seagate City. After a while, Han Shuo finally said, "All right, you guys do your work well in Seagate City. The Empire will not forget your contributions. The Dark Mantle will record every piece of information and every mission." The other members of the Dark Mantle bowed in agreement after hearing Han Shuo's words. Right now, Seagate City is on high alert. Be careful and don't expose yourselves. After exhorting them again, Han Shuo left the secret stronghold of Seagate City and disappeared into the night. After leaving this place, Han Shuo went to the depths of a dense forest outside of Seagate City. He used the Earth Elite Zombie to create a deep underground cave and set up the transportation matrix that led to the Cemetery of Death that he brought with him, directly returning to the Cemetery of Death. Calculating the time, Han Shuo knew that it was about time to refine the 12 mystical demons. At this time, Han Shuo was alone in Helen Duchy. As long as the 12 mystical demons existed, Han Shuo would have 12 shadows that were everywhere. Their usefulness would be immeasurable. Compared to the original demons and Yin demons, the mystical demons not only had more wonderful uses, they could also increase the distance between them and Han Shuo by 10 times. As long as the 12 mystical demons were refined, they could completely disperse to any corner of Seagate City. Even if Han Shuo didn't take a single step out of his room, he would still be able to see the entire situation in Seagate City through the 12 mystical demons. Chapter 364. Inside the Cemetery of Death, Dark Dragon Gilbert was still in the midst of his evolution. The mystical demon cave had long since stopped operating. Inside the mystical demon cave, in the shape of a sinister ghost face, there were 12 blood pearls that resembled red agates. The blood pearls rolled around in the mystical demon cave, following a peculiar trajectory. Han Shuo walked to the front of the mystical demon cave and waved his hand. A mass of bloody light shot out, piercing towards the 12 blood pearls that resembled red agates. Pop, pop, 12 crisp sounds of eggshells cracking could be heard from within the blood beads. The 12 blood beads broke apart, and each blood bead emitted a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist gradually condensed and expanded, taking the form of sinister and terrifying monsters. When the 12 mystical demons of different shapes and sizes, but all the same evil, appeared in front of Han Shuo, they each swallowed the blood beads under their bodies into their stomachs, raising their heads and howling towards the sky. The remaining Yin demon was released from Han Shuo's body. One of the mystical demons suddenly pounced over and swallowed the Yin demon released by Han Shuo into its mouth. It chewed up the Yin demon and swallowed it whole. With a thought, the 12 mystical demons flew into Han Shuo's body like ghostly shadows. They took the form of 12 blood pearls and entrenched themselves around Han Shuo's demon infant, absorbing the overflowing energy of the demon infant. The level of the mystical demons was higher than that of the Yin demons. With the existence of the mystical demons, the lower-level Yin demons were useless. Even if they hid within the body, they would still be captured and eaten by the mystical demons. Han Shuo also knew that there was no way for a demon of the level of the Yin demon to survive in his body. Therefore, he might as well let the mystical demons eat them, and prevent them from continuing to absorb the energy in his body. The energy that Han Shuo's demon infant could release at the separate demon realm was astonishing. For the mystical demons that were connected to Han Shuo's bloodline, they only needed to absorb a little bit of energy from Han Shuo's body to bring endless benefits to Han Shuo. Compared to the lower-ranked original demons and Yin demons, the mystical demons could be further away from Han Shuo's body. If the mystical demons could be attached to a person's mind, then they could be thousands of miles away from Han Shuo without any hindrance. Once a mystical demon possessed a person's mind, it would be able to feed on that person's brain every day, no longer needing Han Shuo's strength to replenish itself. In the beginning, the mystical demons would eat that person's brain to slowly change his thoughts and affect his judgment. Later on, when this person's brain was completely devoured by the mystical demon would replace it and completely become the mystical demon in that person's body, allowing Han Shuo to use it as he pleased. This was equivalent to the most advanced puppetry technique. The final result was that the person's soul would disappear, and the physical body would become the user of the mystical demons. From the moment the mystical demon was enchanted, as the master of the mystical demon, Han Shuo was able to control that person's thoughts and easily learn all of their secrets. Even if this person was not dead, Han Shuo could use the mystical demons to change his mind, making him unconsciously follow Han Shuo's guidance. With these 12 mystical demons, as long as Han Shuo could enchant them into the brains of the other dukes of the 7 grand duchies, Han Shuo would be able to control the 6 dukes with the help of the 6 mystical demons. At the beginning, he would affect their judgment and decision-making ability, and finally, when the mystical demons had devoured their brains, they would be completely under Han Shuo's control. On the other hand, before the mystical demons were enchanted, they could also become Han Shuo's good assistants. That omnidirectional, traceless, and formless exploration was the innate magical ability of the demons. In addition, the mystical demons could be like the Yin demons, easily transforming into Han Shua's appearance, and could even speak the human language to become another Han Shua. Of course, the strength of the mystical demons could not be compared to Han Shua's, but they could become Han Shua's scapegoat at critical moments, which was equivalent to giving Han Shua 12 extra lives. The strength of the mystical demons could not compare to Han Shua's, but they still had an advantage over ordinary experts. Mystical demons that could transform into solid and incorporeal forms could similarly swarm their opponents in battle. They were so fast that they looked like flashes of bloody light, making it difficult for ordinary people to deal with them. With the 12 mystical demons entrenched in Han Shua's body, Han Shua was even more confident. Seeing that dark dragon Gilbert had yet to awaken, Han Shua took out the skeletal staff, opened the boundary of the cemetery of death, and headed in the direction of the Valley of Sunshine. In Tunai's place of extreme water, the water elite zombie that Han Shua had left behind also received a message. This made Han Shua understand that the water elite zombie could also be born. Flying from the dark forest to the Valley of Sunshine, Han Shua did not openly enter the valley from the front door because he didn't understand the current situation in the valley. Instead, he descended from the sky to a remote corner, and then sneaked into the place of extreme water where the water elite zombie was being refined. This shop was now Han Shua's personal property. The Soul Destroyer mercenary band had not set up camp here, but had sent people over to clean it regularly. When Han Shua walked in, he discovered that the ground was clean, and there were no cobwebs in the room. In the Valley of Sunshine, this shop that had been cursed by the evil god was rather famous. After many people mysteriously died inside, ordinary people would take a detour even if they came to this area. No one dared to come here. Originally, there was a blood water demon here. When Han Shua arrived, the threat of the blood water demon was eliminated. However, he set up the Shura Soul Formation, which was also full of danger. Han Shua entered the underground place of extreme water with ease. With the experience of the earth, wood, and fire elite zombies, Han Shua did not spend too much time with the water elite zombie in this place of extreme water. Compared to the other 3 elite zombies of the 5 extremes, this water elite zombie appeared very ordinary. Apart from an additional layer of amber armor, there was nothing particularly eye-catching about it. Han Shua was well aware of the water elite zombie's abilities, and was in no hurry to have it demonstrate to him. After planting a soul imprint on it, Han Shua summoned Little Skull and handed the water elite zombie to him, then sent the 2 back to the paradise of death. With the water elite zombie healed, Han Shua did not continue to stay in the Valley of Sunshine, lest he leave a bad impression on the Cairo mercenary band. Currently, the Valley of Sunshine was still under the control of the Cairo mercenary band. Han Shua's action of not going through the main entrance was a form of contempt towards the person in charge here. At present, Han Shua wasn't too clear about the relationship between the Soul Destroyer mercenary band and the Cairo mercenary band. He didn't want to clash with the Cairo mercenary band for the time being if it wasn't necessary. Therefore, Han Shua quietly left the Valley of Sunshine after dealing with Water Elite Zombie and headed towards the secret area where the Soul Destroyer mercenary band was located. Every once in a while, Han Shua would always discover that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had obvious changes. This time, it was even more so. Unknowingly, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had already become a large mercenary band with thousands of mercenaries. These days, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band should have been flourishing. With Han Shua's financial support and Trunks' own ability, it was no wonder that the Soul Destroyer mercenary band had the strength to contend for the Valley of Sunshine. This time, Trunks was still not in the secret area. However, Han Shua learned from Grant that Trunks had only gone to meet the female bandit Janet in secret and should be returning soon. Ever since Trunks discovered that his long-lost little sister Annie had been together with the female bandit Janet, Trunks had often found an excuse to run over to Janet's place. On one hand, he wanted to see Annie, and on the other, he wanted to discuss with Janet when they would take revenge for Annie. The female bandit Janet was also a heroic and outspoken woman. She was rather congenial with Trunks, and the two gradually became familiar with each other. One was a mercenary band in the Valley of Sunshine, and the other was a large bandit organization around the Valley of Sunshine. The two leaders had unknowingly established a friendship. After hearing Grant's words, Han Shoa was somewhat astonished. He hadn't expected that Trunks would actually get along well with that tomboy. Janet's personality was like a man's. Her speech didn't have the slightest hint of gentleness that a woman had, and she would even curse from time to time. In addition, she was fond of women, and could be said to be an oddity among women. Who would have thought that she would still be able to chat with Trunks? It seemed that Annie must have played an important role in their friendship. After waiting here for half a day, Odysseus and the others returned midway. They had a few drinks with Han Shoa, whom they hadn't seen for a few months. They were all in high spirits. After Odysseus joined the Soul Destroyer mercenary band, Trunks really didn't mistreat them. In addition, Odysseus and the others had extraordinary strength, and gradually gained quite a bit of reputation within the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. The few of them had a tacit understanding with each other. In addition, they had great trust in each other and were usually able to complete some difficult missions. They were very popular within the entire Soul Destroyer mercenary band. While Han Shoa, Odysseus and the others were drinking and chatting, Trunks had also returned from outside. He laughed heartily as he joined the drinking army. Mercenaries who lived on the edge of a knife had incomparably forthright personalities. They were generally men who ate large bowls of wine and meat. They believed in true strength and lived with an attitude of enjoying life. Some of the newly joined mercenaries didn't know Han Shoa's identity at first. However, after a few veteran mercenaries revealed Han Shoa's identity, the newly joined mercenaries all revealed looks of worship. There were even a few young mercenaries who couldn't contain themselves and excitedly came over to toast Han Shoa. Although Han Shoa didn't come to the Valley of Sunshine often, he would leave behind spectacular deeds every time he did. The current leader of the Rainbow Sickle mercenary band, Florida, and the patriarch of the House of Menlo, Adam, had both been defeated by Han Shoa's hands. Especially when Han Shoa had suddenly appeared in the valley and joined forces with the leader of the Cairo mercenary band, Loriton, to help him bring the Cairo mercenary band's experts out of the valley and kill the Light Grand Magus Ferguson of the Church of Light. This news had been widely spread in Tanai of the Sunshine Valley. Han Shoa wasn't in the Valley of Sunshine, but the legends of Han Shoa had always been circulating in the Valley of Sunshine. Han Shoa's reputation played a huge role in the reason why a portion of the young mercenaries desperately wanted to join the Soul Destroyer mercenary band. It was precisely because of Han Shoa that Trunks had been able to attract so many young experts with potential. How's the situation recently? After drinking heartily in the plaza, Trunks and Han Shoa came alone to a secret room in the belly of the mountain. Han Shoa went straight to the point and asked Trunks the moment he entered. Trunks smiled wryly and said, "The Soul Destroyer mercenary band seems to have a pretty good reputation right now, but it's also because of this that the other 4 mercenary bands are on guard against us. The Cairo mercenary band that was originally on good terms with our Light Major is no longer as friendly towards us. We're walking a tightrope now. I'm afraid that the other 4 mercenary bands will join forces and deal with our Soul Destroyer mercenary band first. In any case, the undercurrents in the Valley of Sunshine are surging like a tide. It seems that a storm could spread at any time." Hearing Trunks' words, Han Shoa nodded and said, "That's inevitable. Everyone wants to have a bite of the fat meat that is the Valley of Sunshine. This is the central region of 3 countries. Controlling the Valley of Sunshine will not only allow one to obtain large amounts of gold coins, but also some secret benefits. For mercenary bands that wish to rapidly develop, controlling the Valley of Sunshine is the fastest way. Yes, the current situation here is a bit chaotic. Our Soul Destroyer mercenary band has temporarily not participated in any moves to seize power. It's precisely because I've shown that I have no interest in maintaining order in the Valley of Sunshine that the other mercenary bands haven't made a move against me for the time being. During this period of time, I've secretly joined forces with Janet, preparing to find a way to avenge Annie. However, the enemies are Florida, Butcher Gustav, and the even more difficult to deal with Kasi Empire's Bradley Pilon. Bradley Pilon is the younger brother of the Kasi Empire's king. I'm afraid I have no way to deal with him for the time being. Currently, Janet and I are discussing our plans to kill Butcher Gustav first. All along, Butcher Gustav has been colluding with Florida. As long as we get rid of the Butcher, Florida's strength will be greatly reduced. At that time, I'll skin Florida alive bit by bit. When I have enough strength, I'll deal with Kasi Empire's Bradley Pilon. I want to leave this person for last. Trunks said hatefully. How about I help you get rid of the Butcher and Florida first? In any case, I'm currently in the Valley of Sunshine. Although the strength of these two isn't bad, they aren't much of a threat to me. As long as I want to kill the two of them, they absolutely won't be able to escape. Han Shua thought for a moment and suggested to Trunks. Shaking his head resolutely, Trunks said to Han Shua, I appreciate your good intentions, but I want to slowly kill these three myself. Annie is like a sister to me. She has suffered so much, I must make those bastards pay with blood. Seeing Trunks' insistence, Han Shua sighed lightly and nodded, since that's the case, then I won't interfere. Oh right, Gilbert is with me at the moment. He's currently at the critical point of his second evolution and won't be back to help you in the short term. Be careful on your own. Don't worry and go about your business. Leave the Valley of Sunshine to me. If there's really no other way, I'll contact you. Ha, I heard that you even killed Kelt, the commander of the Brute Merchant Alliance's Redbud Knights. You're getting stronger and stronger. Trunks exclaimed in admiration. The Dark Forest and the Valley of Sunshine weren't too far apart, and the mercenaries were all characters who had traveled extensively. Their information network couldn't be any better. Han Shua wasn't the least bit surprised that Trunks knew about this. Heh, that's all Kelt's bad luck. You also know where the Dark Mantle's stronghold is. If there's anything particularly important, you can directly contact me through the Dark Mantle. Of course, you can also leave a message at the address I gave you. Alright, I'll be leaving first. Tanai, I believe that with you in the Valley of Sunshine, the entire Valley of Sunshine will belong to our Soul Destroyer mercenary band sooner or later. Han Shua said with a smile. Trunks replied boldly after hearing Han Shua's words, don't worry, I've eaten one of your pills and now have the strength of a great swordmaster. Looking at the entire Valley of Sunshine, apart from that madman Loriton, who else can be my match? In addition, we're different from berserkers. We have unlimited possibilities for breakthroughs. I believe that with the passage of time, my strength will surpass Loriton sooner or later. After all, Loriton can only go berserk 3 times. I've never heard of a berserker who can go berserk 4 times. Seeing that Trunks was so confident, Han Shua didn't say anything else. It was precisely because of Trunks' reminder that Han Shua remembered his promise to ancient Lizard King Degasi. He planned to go to the Dwarf Valley to retrieve the forged weapons and deliver them into the hands of the lizard men in the underground world. Using the art of the demonic Ninth Heavens, Han Shua made a trip to the Dwarf Valley and retrieved over 1,000 newly forged sharp weapons from Tanai. These weapons were mixed with a small amount of black iron ore, causing the sharpness of these weapons to far surpass that of ordinary weapons. He didn't linger in the Dwarf Valley for long. Han Shua flew towards the entrance to the underground world, weaved through the intricate and complicated underground world, and headed straight for the lizardman's residential area. Last time, ancient Lizard King Degasi had solemnly introduced Han Shua to the leader of the lizardmen. Han Shua didn't know the specifics of his instructions, but the lizardmen leader had been incomparably respectful towards Han Shua under Degasi's orders. This made Han Shua feel a sense of responsibility towards them, just like how he treated the forest troll. As he headed towards the lizardman's area, Han Shua's mind spun. He currently controlled the forest troll and dwarf valley above ground in the dark forest. There were still lizard men underground who completely obeyed his commands. If the Soul Destroyer mercenary band of the Valley of Sunshine was added to the mix, this was also a sizable force. If he could merge all these forces together, he could probably form an extremely powerful force in the dark forest. Perhaps he could even change some of the dark forest's arrangements. Chapter 365. When Han Shua arrived at the area where the lizard men lived, the first thing he heard was the deafening sounds of fighting. Gazing into the distance, Han Shua saw dark elves everywhere, rushing towards the lizardmen's cave within the reddish-brown mountain. Within the reddish-brown mountain, the lizard men hid in the winding caves, holding simple and crude weapons to resist the attacks of the dark elves. These dark elves were obviously formed from a combination of several families. Their clothes were divided into purple, black, light green, and other colors. There were close to 10,000 dark elves, but only a portion of them were actually attacking the mountain. Close to 7,000 were still watching from the outside, not participating in the attack this time. Among the dark elves, there were a few good-looking youths with an ancient aura on their bodies that gave Han Shua a headache. Han Shua could sense from the aura of those handsome youths that their age didn't match their youthful appearance. In the middle of those handsome youths, there was a purple gauze tent. Within the tent, there was a faint evil and strange aura that could bewitch all living things. Han Shua's consciousness swept over. He didn't think that the person in the tent would actually react, a wave of aura rebounding along the path of Han Shua's consciousness. Han Shua was startled and hastily concealed his aura, giving up on the idea of directly barging in. Instead, he used the Earth Elite Zombie to open up a secret passage to the center. He planned to go inside and see the lizard men leader first before doing anything else. Han Shua could sense the strength of the person in the purple gauze tent through her aura. Although this person's strength wasn't as terrifying as the ancient lizard king Dagassi's, she was much stronger than the average human great swordmaster or grand magus. Han Shua carefully sensed her aura, feeling that this woman's aura was about the same as Lawrence's master, sacred swordmaster Karel Ascot. He couldn't help but feel a bit aghast. Han Shua didn't expect to meet such an expert in the underground world. With Han Shua's current strength in the separate demon realm, if he had the demon's lair edge and little skull, he might be able to fight against such an expert. However, beside this person, there were several other handsome young men. The auras of these handsome young men were also very distant. Although they were not as powerful as the experts in the purple gauze tent, they were still very troublesome. Apart from that, there were also over 7,000 dark elves surrounding them. Han Shua wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could single-handedly confront this group of powerful dark elves. Using the Earth Elite Zombie to create a tunnel, Han Shua made his way towards the center of the reddish-brown mountain. Clanking sounds of fighting reached his ears. It looked like the dark elves and lizard men were fighting above him. Before leaving the underground world last time, Han Shua had learned from the lizard men leader the location of the central region of the lizardmen's territory. He also had a way to directly communicate with the lizard men. When Han Shua had traveled all the way to the central region, he used the demon's lair edge to cut through the hard rocks, directly breaking through a meeting point in the center of the lizardmen's territory. This was an enormous ring-shaped cave, roughly the size of a basketball court. Bright red sharp rocks hung from the ceiling, as if they would fall at any time. The cave was filled with stone stools. These stools had been ground by the lizard men and were smooth enough for one to sit on. At this time, a large group of lizard men had gathered here. It looked like they were discussing a way to deal with the dark elves. When Han Shua appeared, the head of the lizard men suddenly became pleasantly surprised. It mumbled something in the lizardmen's language and led the group of lizard men to kowtow to Han Shua. "Emissary of the true God, you must have come to save us. We've been waiting for you for a long time." The leader of the lizard men respectfully said to Han Shua in the awkward-sounding common language. Creasing his brow, Han Shuo said, the true god must have already left this place. What's going on with those dark elves outside? Why would they dare come here? Lord Emissary, not long after the true god left, the entire underground world's dark elves unexpectedly stopped their internal strife. They were all subdued by a dark elf called Adele. Legend has it that this dark elf woman can communicate with the evil goddess they believe in, Rose. She possesses the power of evil, and in a short month, she controlled all the dark elves in the underground world. These past few days, she's led the dark elves to attack us lizard men. However, this woman still doesn't dare to confirm whether our true god has left or not, so she's been probing for a few days without daring to truly attack. But slowly, her attacks are getting stronger and stronger, and we can't hold on much longer. Fortunately, Lord Emissary came. The lizardmen leader hastily explained to Han Shuo. The dark elf called Adele suddenly appeared after Degasi left. In a short month, she unified the scattered dark elves and became the most frightening force in this layer of the underground world. Han Shuo was a bit surprised as he listened to the lizardmen leader's explanation. He didn't know why this dark elf woman had suddenly appeared. It seemed that she also knew a bit about the ancient lizard king Degasi. Without a doubt, the expert that Han Shuo's consciousness had just sensed in the purple gauze tent should be the dark elf called Adele. With the powerful aura that Han Shuo sensed from her body and the strength of the ancient dark elves beside her, if it weren't for the existence of the ancient lizard king Degasi, they would have long since broken through this place and enslaved all the lizard men here. As for how this dark elf woman Adele had appeared, it wasn't something that Han Shuo should be thinking about right now. This time, Han Shuo had come to the underground world to protect the lizard men according to his promise to Degasi. Therefore, after the lizard man leader explained the situation, Han Shuo took out all the weapons he'd brought from his space ring without another word, saying, I've brought these weapons for you. Don't worry, I'll help you fend off the dark elves. Thank you, Sir Envoy. The lizardmen leader kowtowed gratefully. Nodding his head, Han Shuo didn't say anything else. He watched as the lizardmen leader arranged for people to quickly distribute these weapons and released the 12 recently refined mystical demons. 10 of the mystical demons filled the entire complex cave, while the other 2 flew out of the reddish-brown mountain and hovered high above, spying on the dark elves' movements from a distance. In the place where Han Shuo's consciousness had just probed, a handsome young dark elf said, Matriarch, it's been 5 days. The lizard men don't have the power to resist at all. Shouldn't we launch an all-out attack? Wait a little longer. I just sensed a strange aura. This aura was actually trying to probe me, but when I wanted to look at its source, that aura disappeared. This is a little strange. A languid female voice came from within the purple gauze tent. Several, young, dark elves who had lived for several hundred years felt their mouths go dry when they heard this voice, a ball of lust rising in their hearts. Matriarch, what is that big lizard? Could it have already left? Otherwise, it would have attacked us long ago. The handsome dark elf gulped and continued to ask respectfully. You ask me? Who should I ask? I've just escaped from that damned place just like you guys. Do you think I know everything? However, I've heard legends about it when I was alive. You guys are still a bit young, so your ancestors haven't mentioned it to you. In any case, you just have to remember that it's a very powerful lizard. The female voice from within the purple gauze tent seemed to have a bit of reproach, but it was just as comfortable and enchanting to the ears. Matriarch, I really don't understand. Why didn't it help the lizard men clear the underground world after breaking the seal at the bottom of the gourd mountain? With such a powerful creature, the lizard men wouldn't need to spend much effort to uproot us dark elves. At that time, the few of us were still imprisoned by those old black dragons on the lower level. He shouldn't have had any difficulty conquering this level of the underground world. Why did it take so long? Another handsome young man asked in confusion. Fool, have you been imprisoned for too long? Did you not hear the children's description? That big lizard might not even be able to deal with the dark dragon patriarch on the lower layer. Do you think we can stop it with just the few of us? The voice on the other side was a little angry, but it soon chuckled and continued, the reason why that big lizard didn't attack us dark elves is definitely not because he is afraid of us. We aren't a match for such a powerful existence like him. Then, who is it afraid of? The male dark elf asked. You idiots, it's precisely because your faith in the goddess isn't pious enough that you can't feel her existence in the depths of your souls even after living for so many years. The goddess within the purple gauze tent scolded them to their faces. The few old antiques that had lived for hundreds of years were all submissive. However, after hearing Adele's words, the few old undyings faintly understood the meaning behind her words. It seemed that the powerful lizard was afraid of their believers and not the few dark elves. Alright, let's wait a bit longer. The lizard men that were captured last time said that their true god had already left and would never return here. That's why we're here. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to bring you idiots to your deaths. I think that the lizard men might really have left. Otherwise, they would have killed their way out long ago. Adele said to the few old fellows from within the purple gauze tent. At this moment, a dark elf suddenly ran out of the cave. This dark elf wielding a curved bow arrived in front of the purple gauze tent and reported with an astonished expression, Matriarch, those lizard men suddenly have a few sharp weapons in their hands. These weapons seem to be tailor-made for the lizard men. They're very comfortable with them and can easily cut through our bodies. In addition, I don't know why, but a lot of undead creatures have suddenly appeared inside. These undead creatures have blocked the path and are helping the lizard men defend against my attack. Adele's surprised exclamation came from within the purple gauze tent. After a moment of silence, Adele said, it should be that necromancer named Brian. It can't be wrong. It seems that he was the one who tried to spy on my existence. Sikong, go over there and see if you can find that necromancer and bring him to me. The dark elf that had been asking questions respectfully nodded his head. He didn't say anything superfluous as he lightly floated into the cave. A blue crystal ball the size of a human head was taken out by the dark elf named Sikong and held between his two hands. As he walked into the cave, the crystal ball slowly absorbed the black silk-like threads that escaped from his palms. These threads slowly floated into the blue crystal ball, forming patterns of the cave. Strands of faint blue light floated out of the crystal ball like swimming fish, as if they were exploring the intricate and complicated paths within the cave. Gradually, a topographic map of more than half of the cave was drawn within the blue crystal ball. Han Shua remained within the central cave of the lizard men. Through the 12 omnipresent mystical demons, Han Shua heard the dark elf matriarch Adele reprimanding her subordinates. He roughly understood that they should have been freed from the imprisonment of the dark dragon chieftain in the lower layer. As for how they had escaped, Han Shua wasn't too clear. However, from Adele's words, these dark elves that had suddenly appeared should have lived for a very long time. As soon as the dark elf named Sikong entered the cave, a mystical demon had already locked onto him, clearly seeing the movements of the crystal ball in his hand. Han Shua, who was in the middle of arranging for the lizard men to assemble suitable troops to resist the dark elves, suddenly opened his mouth and said to the lizard men leader, look after them for a while, I'm going out for a bit. As soon as these words were spoken, Han Shua flew out from the cave. The mystical demons had been floating in the intricate and complicated cave for so long that Han Shua had long since become familiar with the terrain inside. It didn't take long for him to find the dark elf Sikong who had entered the cave. Are you looking for me? Han Shua suddenly revealed himself in a remote cave, facing the dark elf Sikong who was holding a crystal ball in his hand. I didn't expect you to deliver yourself to our doorstep. Necromancer, it was you who ruined our plans last time. I didn't expect that you would actually dare to come again this time. Sikong said with a cheerful smile when he saw Han Shua take the initiative to appear. He shone the blue crystal ball in his hand in the air. All of a sudden, the absorption patterns within the crystal ball all burst out from within. The strands of blue lines crisscrossed, quickly forming a huge net that rapidly spread throughout the entire cave. Among them, a few dozen strands completely entangled Han Shuo. "Huh, a mere little necromancer actually dares to ruin the plans of us noble dark elves. You must be tired of living," Sikong confidently said to Han Shuo, who was trapped in the blue spider web. After chanting an incantation, the crystal ball that had released thousands of strands of blue strands slowly floated out of the cave along with him. Han Shuo, who was wrapped up in the blue spiderweb, felt not only the bondage on his physical body, but also wisps of energy that weakened the mental strength within his body. Although this dark elf named Sikong looked young and handsome, he had lived for who knew how many years. Dark elves lived much longer than humans. As long as they weren't killed, living for hundreds of years wouldn't be a problem. Although a dark elf's strength wasn't absolutely measured by age, the majority of old dark elves were much harder to deal with than young dark elves. Dark elves had a unique advantage when practicing evil magic. In addition, they had a much longer lifespan than humans. Dark elves that had lived for hundreds of years were all dark mages that were very difficult to deal with. In addition, dark elves worshipped the evil goddess Rose and also possessed a portion of strange powers. Therefore, they were generally not easy to deal with. Looking at this confident old dark elf, Han Shuo didn't have a trace of panic in his expression even though he was wrapped in a blue spider web. When Sikong said those words, intending to bring Han Shuo out of the cave, Han Shuo grinned at Sikong, revealing a strange smile. Afterwards, Han Shuo let out a shrill howl and a bloody aura burst forth from his body. The demon's lair edge was like a swimming dragon, dragging a bloody red trail of light behind it as it completely cut apart the blue spider web that had entangled his body. The old dark elf named Sikong immediately panicked when he saw Han Shuo suddenly erupt with a murderous aura and instantly cut apart his blue spider web. When Han Shuo stared at him with a strange smile, Sikong quickly weighed the situation and suddenly discovered that he had no confidence in dealing with Han Shuo. The aura on Han Shuo's body caused him to tremble with fear. He immediately turned tail and ran without another word. Chapter 366. Since you've come in, don't even think about running away. Han Shuo laughed nastily. The demon's lair edge interweaved into a bloody light that filled the sky, activating the bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts. The demon's lair edge exploded with streaks of bloody light, forming a blood-red ball of light that swept towards the seemingly young dark elf, Sikong. As soon as Sikong saw the blade-like rotating mass of blood, which contained a terrifying baleful aura that made him feel as if he was about to die, he retreated even faster. The bloody radiance of 10,000 cuts chased after Sikong like a bone-chilling ghost. Along the way, Sikong had drilled into the narrow underground tunnel. Under this attack, a large amount of rocks fell down like hailstones, forcibly widening the underground tunnel to twice its original size. When the few dark elves who had entered from outside saw that Sikong was being chased by the ball of red light, one of them loudly shouted, "Protect the elder." Those few truly young dark elves bravely stood in front of Sikong without a care for their own safety. However, they were crushed into pieces by the blood-red light, becoming minced meat that mixed with the rocks on the ground. After Sikong witnessed the power of the blood-red light, he was truly scared out of his wits. The crystal ball that he had been holding in his hand lit up with a misty blue light. The blue light contained a portion of the divine power bestowed by the evil goddess Rose. It was weaving like a living snake, quickly forming a protective barrier as thin as a cicada's wing, blocking Sikong, who was a few steps too slow in retreating. The blood rays bombarded the top of the thin protective barrier. The faint blue radiance within the barrier had an innumerable entangling force, quickly dissolving the power of the blood rays. When the thin protective barrier shattered with a loud bang, Sikong had already taken the opportunity to retreat from the cave. He was so scared that his entire body was drenched in cold sweat. Sikong, who had lived for hundreds of years, clearly realized that he alone was not a match for Han Shuo. The older a person was, the more afraid they would be of death. Seacombe was also the same. When he saw Han Shuo's strength, he immediately gave up on the idea of risking his life to fight with Han Shuo. He retreated with a speed faster than when he came, and directly flew to the front of the purple muslin tent. Matriarch, forgive Seacombe's incompetence, but the strength of the young necromancer inside is not to be underestimated. Not only was I unable to capture him, I was even forced back by him. Seacombe's heart trembled as he reported to Adele inside the purple muslin tent. Idiot, you can't even take down a young necromancer. You've really lived for so many years in vain. Adele, who seemed to have been smiling all along, suddenly became furious when she heard this and shouted in a delicate voice. Dozens of strands of silk-like black light shot out from the purple muslin tent like flexible tentacles, tightly wrapping around the fearful Seacombe. The black light seemed to be even tougher than the most tenacious golden silk, and tightened around Seacombe. Seacombe gradually found it difficult to breathe, and his body was tightly bound by the black light, causing blood to seep out of his body as he trembled. The surrounding dark elf elders were all scared witless as they watched Seacombe being bound by the black silk until his entire body was bleeding. No one dared to plead for leniency, thinking that a woman's heart was indeed the most poisonous. Among the few of them, Seacombe was her most trusted pet. Once she was not satisfied with the slightest bit, she would immediately give him a cruel and bloody treatment. Seacombe's body was in bone-piercing pain, but because he was too tightly bound, it was difficult for him to even scream out loud. He could only groan in a low voice, but he did not dare to beg for Adele's forgiveness. It seemed that he was very afraid of Adele. Amidst the awkward silence and seeing that Seacombe was already on the verge of death, Adele coldly snorted from within the purple muslin tent. The black light that had wrapped around Seacombe retreated back into the purple muslin tent like a spirit snake. Seacombe's body went limp, and he collapsed into a pool of his own blood. However, he still persevered and kowtowed, joyfully saying, "Thank you, matriarch, thank you for not killing me." Suddenly, the purple muslin tent was lifted by a light purple arm. This arm was smooth and boneless, and was filled with a moving and enchanting luster. After the muslin tent was lifted, a beautiful woman that could captivate all living things walked out from inside with a frown on her face. The beautiful woman's skin was a strange light purple, but she had a head of long emerald green hair. Her two pointed ears made people understand that she was an elf. She seemed to have gathered all the beautiful characteristics that an absolutely beautiful elf should have. In addition, she also had a soul-stirring charm. Without any movement or words, she would charmingly stand in front of a man, making men unable to restrain themselves from pouncing on her and fiercely pouncing on her. This matriarch of the Dark Elves named Adele was undoubtedly an extremely flirtatious femme fatale. Every glance and smile of hers carried a natural charm, causing people to unknowingly sink deep into it, and willingly sink into it for eternity. Sighing softly, Adele, who was wearing a long purple dress, walked to Seacombe's side. Full of emotions, she somewhat helplessly said, "How could I bear to kill you? In the long years, only the few of you have always been with me, allowing me to feel a little bit of joy in this dark cage. However, you also have to work hard. Although you weren't talented youths back then, you've all lived for such a long time after all. How is it that these long years haven't given you the slightest bit of courage, but instead made you more and more cowardly?" Seacombe didn't utter a single word. He only buried his head in a pool of blood, his body lightly trembling, as if he was seriously listening to Adele's lecture. Adele shot a glance at Seacombe, who was curled up in the pool of blood at her feet. She somewhat regretted that he didn't live up to her expectations and sighed again. Suddenly, she raised her head and shouted towards the reddish-brown mountain where the lizard men lived, "Necromancer, let's come out and talk." This tender shout seemed to be formed from the convergence of countless sound waves. It actually passed through the intricate and complicated cave and landed directly in the center of the mountain. Even if Adele didn't deliberately use her mental strength to attack, with the two mystical demons paying close attention to this place at all times, Han Shuo was still able to hear Adele's tender shout. After Adele finished speaking in the human language, she used the elven language to shout again. The dark elves that had originally entered the lizardman's cave suddenly all retreated outside like a tide. In an extremely short amount of time, all of the dark elves had retreated from the cave. After seeing all of the dark elves retreat through the mystical demons, Han Shuo understood that it was definitely Adele's order. After frowning and hesitating for a moment, Han Shuo calmly walked out of a cave. However, he didn't go too far from the cave. After Han Shuo walked out of the cave, several lizardmen that had discovered Han Shuo's whereabouts quickly informed the lizardman chief of his actions. After the lizardman chief received this news, he led the lizardmen inside and followed him out. When Han Shuo stood not far from Adele, the lizardman chief led the lizardmen to follow behind Han Shuo. Han Shuo walked out of the cave and glanced at the matriarch of the Dark Elves, Adele. He was immediately shocked by Adele's beauty that could turn all living things upside down. However, Han Shuo's willpower was as firm as a rock. He didn't reveal any expression of infatuation because of Adele's beauty. With a relaxed expression, he said, "I've come. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Hee, that big lizard, has he already left this place?" Adele smiled sweetly. Some of the young male dark elves in the surroundings clearly swallowed their saliva. Han Shuo didn't hide it. He smiled and nodded, "That's right, he has left this place. However, it's hard to say when he will return. Even if he doesn't return in a short time, I will still help these lizardmen. If you are thinking of enslaving the lizardmen, we can play slowly." This Adele had been probing until now. She probably already had a plan in mind. With this woman constantly coming over to harass him, the fact that Degassi had left could not be concealed. Now that Han Shuo had arrived in the underground world, he would naturally do his best to help the lizardmen deal with the invasion of the Dark Elves. There was no need to rely on an illusory lie to maintain the lizardmen's safety. Adele giggled endlessly, causing Han Shuo's heart to ripple with lust. She sized up Han Shuo with interest and said, "Play slowly. Once that big lizard leaves, do you think you can stop me?" "Who knows?" Han Shuo's expression was calm. The corner of his mouth hooked up into a pondering smile. He looked at Adele and said, "Do you want to try?" "Of course, I really want to try. You were able to force Sikong to retreat from there. This shows that your strength should be extraordinary. However, young man, how old are you? I believe that in terms of human age, there is a limit to your strength. I don't think you can stop us Dark Elves from dominating the underground world." Adele smiled sweetly, full of confidence. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo said in a carefree manner, "Then there's nothing to talk about. How do you want to play? No matter what method you want to use, I'll be happy to accompany you. If it's a hand-to-hand battle on the bed, I'll welcome it even more, ha." With the lizardmen led by the lizardmen leader behind him, in addition to the number of undead creatures from another world, Han Shuo did not have much confidence in this Adele. After all, Adele's strength alone was powerful enough. The strength of those handsome male Dark Elf elders also could not be underestimated. In addition, they had close to 10,000 Dark Elf experts. However, Han Shuo did not believe that Adele would fight him to the death for the sake of the lizardmen. Therefore, he was not afraid of Adele's threat and even dared to tease her. Chapter 367. Hand-to-hand combat in bed. Adele suddenly let out a bewitching laugh, her tender body trembling like a flower branch. Her watery eyes gazed at Han Shuo, as if there was a pool of spring water in them that wanted to drown Han Shuo in ecstasy. Dark elves and dark dragons were a race of lascivious personalities, especially the female dark elves. At least 7 out of 10 of them were sluts. This bewitching and charming Adele was clearly one of the best. The dark elf elders beside her should be her bed companions. Not only was Adele not shy when talking about this matter in front of so many subordinates, but she also had a rather interested appearance. It seemed as if she really wanted to put down her status and immediately engage in a hand-to-hand combat with Han Shuo. Heh, Madame's outstanding beauty and heavenly fragrance charm everyone. If you are really interested in this aspect, I will definitely do my best to accompany you. Han Shuo's heart itched at Adele's bewitching smile. This Adele was obviously a thirsty slut, but she was born so seductive. Han Shuo wasn't a sanctimonious knight, and he didn't conceal his desires at all. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Adele couldn't help but carefully size up Han Shuo. The tall and imposing Han Shuo was like a javelin as he stood there. He gave off an overbearing aura. His handsome and callous appearance, his imposing height, and his body of muscles that contained wild explosive power simply weren't something that the beautiful but thin dark elf mistresses beside him could compare to. The more Adele looked at Han Shuo, the more her heart stirred. Her rosy little tongue even subconsciously licked the edges of her bright red lips. Her peach blossom-colored face was as moving as if she was drunk, extremely seductive and seductive. The sound of saliva swallowing came from the dark elves watching Adele from the side. There were also some female dark elves with other sexual fetishes among them. If it wasn't for their misgivings about Adele's strength and prestige, they really would have pounced on her and swallowed her whole. Young man, you're really an interesting human. Although the humans I've seen also have naked lust in their hearts, they're all more serious than anyone else on the surface. But when they're in bed, they're like ferocious magical beasts, acting out their desires to their heart's content. Hee, you are different from them. You actually dare to not conceal your desires in front of so many people. I'm really surprised. Adele tenderly smiled as she gazed at Han Shuo, speaking in a gentle and slow voice. In response to Adele's praise, Han Shuo bowed courteously and then looked at Adele with a beaming smile. He didn't say anything, but his fearless aura was naturally released. Hee, if you have the strength that I approve of, I will definitely satisfy your request and have another battle in bed with you. After Adele finished speaking, she slowly walked towards Han Shuo and tenderly smiled. Now, it's time to prove your strength. Han Shuo was dumbfounded. He then took out the skeletal staff from his space ring and said to Adele, I hope I can satisfy you. To be honest, I'm very interested in you. Adele was just about to reply when she inadvertently glanced at the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hand. Her charming face suddenly changed, and she carefully looked at the skeletal staff in Han Shuo's hands a few more times. Only then did she say to Han Shuo with some shock, the skeletal staff. You're from the Calamity Church. Shocked, Han Shuo looked at the skeletal staff in his hand and thought to himself, how can an old fellow recognize the skeletal staff? Since Adele knew about the skeletal staff, she immediately associated it with the Calamity Church. It seemed that she hadn't lived for long, at least not as long as the ancient lizard king Degassi. When did your Calamity Church's tentacles extend into the underground world? What relationship do these lizard men have with you? Could it be that you want to protect these stupid lizard men? Without waiting for Han Shuo to reply, Adele jabbered on and on. Seeing that Han Shuo had remained silent, Adele indignantly said, forget it. If you insist on protecting these lizard men, I will give you face. However, the underground world is our territory after all. If you want to conquer the underground world, we dark elves will definitely fight to the death. Looking at Adele's self-righteous words, Han Shuo, who'd been prepared to have a big battle with Adele, suddenly froze in place. From Adele's tone, Han Shuo understood that Adele wasn't afraid of him. However, Adele was obviously afraid of the Calamity Church. She actually didn't dare to make a move against the lizard men just because Han Shuo was a member of the Calamity Church. In the entire profound continent, the Calamity Church was an evil existence that caused people to tremble in fear at the mere mention of its name. The Dark Elves, who were also in the evil camp, naturally knew how terrifying the Calamity Church was. Among the various evil forces and races in the profound continent, the Calamity Church was fully deserving of being the #1 dark power. Even Adele, upon seeing the skeletal staff in Han Shua's hand, immediately gave up on enslaving the lizard men without waiting for Han Shua to open his mouth. For a period of time, the skeletal staff was synonymous with the Calamity Church. Those who possessed the skeletal staff were definitely among the top figures in the Calamity Church. When Adele saw the skeletal staff appear in Han Shua's hand, she undoubtedly treated Han Shua as a high-ranking figure of the Calamity Church and gave up on the idea of becoming enemies with Han Shua. For an evil force like the Dark Elves, they weren't afraid of any country on the continent. The countries on the continent generally wouldn't set foot in the underground world. If another country had limited energy, Adele wouldn't be afraid even if they really entered the underground world. However, the Calamity Church, with its monstrous reputation, was ruthless and persistent in dealing with its enemies. Even if someone in the underground world provoked the Calamity Church, they would face endless waves of terrifying revenge. Adele had just come out from the lower level and didn't want to immediately offend the number one power in the underground world. Therefore, she took the initiative to give in front of Han Shua. A series of thoughts flashed through Han Shua's mind. Han Shua immediately reacted, thinking that the Calamity Church's name was actually able to make an expert like Adele give in. It seemed that the Calamity Church was indeed worthy of being the most terrifying evil force in the profound continent. You recognize the skeletal staff, so you obviously know my identity. He, the true god of the lizard men, Degasi, has close ties with our Calamity Church. You might not know this, but Degasi has already left this plane and won't threaten you Dark Elves. Degasi has already left this plane, so he won't be a threat to you Dark Elves. But before he left, he asked the Calamity Church to look after the lizard men, so we won't let the lizard men be enslaved by you. Towards the Dark Elves of the underground world, our Calamity Church doesn't have any unfriendly behavior. In fact, we are all considered to have been harmed by the light and shouldn't be fighting each other. If you can give our Calamity Church some face and don't look for trouble with the lizard men, I believe that we will have a very pleasant encounter this time. Han Shua had the appearance of a high-ranking member of the Calamity Church. He spoke to the matriarch of the Dark Elves, Adele, in an arrogant yet courteous manner. Of course, since the lizard men are under your protection, we Dark Elves will not attack them in the future. Adele didn't hesitate and giggled, saying, "Honored friend, since you've come to the underground world, please come to our Dark Elves territory as a guest." As expected, Adele immediately agreed to Han Shua's request. Then, she giggled and made a sincere invitation. As she spoke, Adele threw Han Shua a seductive glance. That kind of naked seduction made Han Shua's heart itch unbearably. Since things had come to this, there was no need to fight. Adele had given up on the idea of dealing with the lizard men because of the skeletal staff in her hand. In addition, she sincerely made an invitation in an attempt to establish a good relationship with Han Shua. This was out of Han Shua's expectations. The result was obviously more ideal than Han Shua had imagined. Han Shua turned his head to look at the leader of the lizard men and said with a smile, "I'll make a trip over. I think the Dark Elves shouldn't cause trouble for you in the future." In the underground world, the slow-witted lizard men weren't as well informed as the Dark Elves. This lizard men leader had never heard of the existence of the Calamity Church. However, from Adele's words, the lizard men leader understood that Han Shua came from an extraordinary great power. This great power made even the most powerful Dark Elves on this layer feel fear. The Dark Elves were originally the most powerful race on this layer. Now that they had abandoned their internal strife and gathered together, their strength was even more terrifying. In addition, they now had a mysterious group of experts. The lizard men leader understood that if they really fought to the death with the Dark Elves, only death would await them in the end. Now that Adele had actually taken the initiative to let them go, the lizard men leader naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to say anything. He only respectfully bowed towards Han Shua and said, "Many thanks, Lord Envoy." Nodding, Han Shua and the bewitching Adele left together, heading straight for the Dark Elves' territory. In this layer of the underground world, the territory occupied by the Dark Elves was the most fertile and vast. Along the way, Han Shuo and Matriarch Adele happily chatted and laughed as they headed straight for the Dark Elves' territory. Adele was obviously very curious about Han Shuo's identity. Along the way, she constantly beat around the bush to find out Han Shuo's true position in the Calamity Church. However, Han Shuo always evaded her questions and didn't reveal even the slightest bit of information. Han Shuo didn't reveal anything even if he wanted to. He wasn't familiar with the Calamity Church to begin with and simply didn't know what the distribution of positions was inside. However, after Adele took out Han Shuo's skeletal staff and sensed the strange power contained within it, she didn't doubt Han Shuo's identity at all. The more vague Han Shuo's words were, the more Adele felt that Han Shuo had an extremely high position in the Calamity Church. For the young Han Shuo to be able to wield the skeletal staff, it was already sufficient to show that Han Shuo wasn't simple. The smiling Adele didn't forget to seduce Han Shuo. She didn't sit within the purple gauze tent along the way, but instead returned shoulder to shoulder with Han Shuo. Every swaying posture she made while walking was extremely seductive. From time to time, Adele would unintentionally lean against Han Shuo, the side of her beautiful legs slightly separated from Han Shuo's. This caused Han Shuo to be unceasingly flirtatious as he walked, his lust soaring. Adele was obviously very apprehensive about the Calamity Church and was also filled with respect for Han Shuo. When she discovered that Han Shuo wasn't too willing to reveal his identity, Adele didn't continue to work on this topic. Instead, she introduced some of the scenery along the way to Han Shuo. The underground world wasn't as dark and damp as the rumors made it out to be. It wasn't bad to never see the light of day. However, the rock walls tens of thousands of meters above the underground world sparkled with a strange light. In addition, there were some sparkling plants growing everywhere, causing many places in the underground world to be filled with light day and night. Just like the world above ground, the underground world had mountains and streams. There were even some places with beautiful scenery that was even more magnificent than the world above ground. A coquettish woman like Adele was actually a wonderful person who longed for beautiful scenery. She wasn't in a hurry to return along the way and forcefully ordered a portion of them to return first. She led a few hundred experts and Han Shuo on a detour, helping him point out all kinds of peculiar scenery. The Dark Elves of this layer were the true hegemons of the underground world. Adele had absolute confidence in her own strength and believed that there weren't many creatures on this layer that could threaten her. When the Batmen and goblins that frequently appeared along the way saw Adele's group, they all fled far away as if they were avoiding the plague. They seemed to be extremely afraid of Adele. After walking through 12 of the wonders of the underground world, Adele finally brought Han Shuo to the territory of the Dark Elves. Along the way, she smiled sweetly as she led the way for Han Shuo. It was a vast forest with all kinds of strange plants growing. Among them, there were a few trees of life that were more than 10 meters tall. They were brimming with an enchanting, emerald-green aura of life, nourishing this forest that seemed to be brimming with vitality. Along the way, all kinds of plants were lush and verdant, and the aura of nature carried a hint of evil. Beautiful and bewitching spider webs were exaggeratedly spread across the towering trees. These spider webs had different colored crystal balls within them. They seemed to be using the web to absorb the energy within the forest. Many small red, purple, and black spiders swam around the forest. They got along well with the Dark Elves and acted as guards and scouts for the Dark Elves. When they saw Adele appear, the small spiders happily danced on the ancient trees, as if they were narrating something to Adele. The evil goddess Rose, whom the Dark Elves believed in, was rumored to have the face of a human and the body of a spider. As for whether this was the truth, Han Shuo didn't know. However, judging from the current situation, this rumor might be somewhat credible. Adele could clearly communicate with those small spiders and order them to work for her. The further they walked, the more lush and tall the various ancient trees became. There were many wooden houses in the center of the forest that was brimming with the aura of nature. Some houses were purely woven from wood branches, while there were also many tall houses that were originally withered and dead towering trees. After the ancient trees were hollowed out, they actually turned into gorgeous, unadorned palaces, appearing extremely bizarre. Dark elves had a natural fondness for beautiful things. The exterior of their palaces and houses were decorated with exquisite patterns. These patterns had no use and were purely beautiful. Many dark elves had walked extremely far in the field of art. Every magic weapon they manufactured was incomparably exquisite. Perhaps the dark elves' magic equipment wasn't the best on the continent, but their magic weapons were definitely the most exquisite and beautiful. Their pursuit of art manifested itself in everything. Houses, weapons, clothes, and even food and religious sacrifices. Every activity had to be beautiful and beautiful. Han Shuo deeply understood this point along the way. This is the most important territory of us dark elves in the underground world. As the matriarch of the dark elves, I am very honored to be able to bring you here. Adele smiled sweetly and led Han Shuo straight inside. All the dark elves here respectfully saluted Adele when they saw her. Adele had an extremely high reputation among the dark elves. Adele, who could communicate with the evil goddess Rose, had a similar status as Han Shuo among the lizard men. They both had the identity of a deity. However, because Adele herself was a dark elf, her status among the dark elves was even higher. The fact that the various dark elven families that were endlessly fighting each other were able to unite after her appearance spoke volumes about this woman's lofty status. Madam is too courteous. It should be my honor to be able to come here. Han Shuo replied with a smile. Adele led Han Shuo straight to an enormous wooden palace in the center. After entering, Han Shuo discovered that the ground was covered with intricate carpets with intricate patterns. The surrounding wooden walls had strange images of the evil goddess Rose's spider face. Crystal chandeliers sparkled with resplendent light, setting off the brilliance of the lights. At this point, Adele clapped her hands. Suddenly, 5 female dark elves with different skin colors walked out. They were all equally beautiful and enchanting. These 5 dark elves wore thin muslin skirts. Their gazes were either shy, hot, or pure. Their gazes were all focused on Han Shuo, who was standing next to Adele. Serve our esteemed guest well. Adele laughed sweetly and instructed the 5 beautiful dark elves. The 5 young dark elven women walked towards Han Shuo when they heard her. All of them carried fruit trays and wine glasses, smiling with different expressions. Chapter 368. This was a banquet where guests felt at home. Served by 5 beautiful young dark elves, Han Shuo enjoyed fine wine and tender meat extremely comfortably. With Adele's instructions, the 5 young dark elves smiled sweetly as they incessantly urged Han Shuo to drink. The scantily clad dark elves intentionally or unintentionally rubbed themselves against Han Shuo's body, causing Han Shuo's lust to never extinguish. While Han Shuo appeared to be drunk and hazy, Adele gave a meaningful glance to the few dark elf elders who had been smiling apologetically. Adele's mistresses withdrew one by one with smiles on their faces. As soon as they left, Adele gave a meaningful glance to the 5 dark elves serving Han Shuo. The 5 equally beautiful dark elves undressed in front of Han Shuo and threw themselves into Han Shuo's arms with a charming smile. He, esteemed guest, enjoy their beauty. If you feel that the 5 of them aren't enough to satisfy you, then I will be very happy to accompany you. Adele said to Han Shuo with a charming smile. She also took the initiative to leave as she spoke. How about you all just come together? Han Shuo unceremoniously moved his hands up and down, rubbing the important parts of the dark elf who took the initiative to throw herself into his arms. He invited Adele with a smile. Covering her mouth with a chuckle, Adele rebuked, "How can that be? I'm the matriarch of the dark elves, I can't serve you with them. I alone am more powerful than the 5 of them. Only when you satisfy the 5 of them will you be able to make me feel refreshed. Prove it to me first." After saying this, Adele didn't stay behind. She watched as Han Shuo began to unrestrainedly lay his hands on the 5 young dark elves. She endured the turmoil in her heart and left with a chuckle. After Adele left, Han Shuo unceremoniously pressed a half-naked dark elf who was sitting in his arms under his body. He laughed loudly as he began to fight hand to hand. The 12 mystical demons silently left, spreading to the dark elves' territory. 2 of them were manipulating Adele to follow her, to see why she had left at this time. As the wonderful person under him moaned and begged for mercy, Han Shuo casually pulled over another dark elf who was blushing and couldn't help but grope her plump breasts. This dark elf had purple skin and a head of deep purple hair. She looked like a blooming purple rose. The dark elf couldn't suppress the desires in her heart and immediately began to cry out in joy under Han Shuo's body. Her trembling cries were like a melodious and enchanting tune that stirred one's heart, causing the other 3 dark elves to entangle with each other with flushed faces and ears, giving comfort to each other's empty hearts. Dark elves were notorious for their licentiousness, especially female dark elves. When these 3 dark elves first walked towards Han Shuo, 2 of them had bashful expressions, seeming to have a rather reserved charm. However, when the real hand-to-hand combat began, the 2 originally bashful dark elves actually gradually became wild. They had yet to truly enjoy Han Shuo, but they had already become chaotic. While fighting the dark elves below him, Han Shuo arrived at a luxurious room 2 floors below through Adele, who was closely watched by the mystical demons. The male dark elves of Sikong were all here at this time. Apart from them, there was also a young male dark elf who was also respectfully waiting for Adele. Not far away, Han Shuo's room was filled with extremely high-spirited cheers, spreading all the way to this room. Adele's devilishly beautiful face was bright red. She felt as if there was a little worm continuously wriggling in her heart. She really wanted to replace the person under Han Shuo's body right now and endure Han Shuo's ferocious assault. Subconsciously licking her red lips, Adele forcefully suppressed the restlessness in her heart and asked Sikong, "Tell me everything about the battle you just had with him." Sikong's body was still very weak, and there were still traces of blood on his face and arms. He took a deep breath, lowered his voice, and quickly explained the situation when he faced Han Shuo. He then added, "Matriarch, apart from the dense smell of a death mage, this person also cultivates a kind of miraculous fighting aura." "Oh, that's not right, it doesn't seem like fighting aura. In any case, this kind of aura is filled with evil. He should be a high-ranking member of the Calamity Church." "Nonsense, do I still need you to remind me of this? Being able to wield the skeletal staff has already explained his identity. The only thing that I don't understand is how that large lizard would have dealings with the Calamity Church. This is truly very strange." Adele seductively creased her brows as she muttered to herself in puzzlement. "Matriarch, do we still need to deal with the lizard men? This person is young and definitely not a match for Matriarch. Now that he has come to our territory, should we seize this opportunity to get rid of him?" Another dark elf elder suggested to Adele. "Idiot, since he dares to come here as a guest, he must have the confidence to leave. Even if he can't leave, he must have a way to spread the news." "Humph, can't you idiots use your brains?" Adele scolded. After scolding, Adele shot a glance at the only young dark elf, faintly smiled, and charmingly said, "Young child, I heard that you followed Dana in the past and have seen this person before. Reporting to Matriarch, this person came to the underground world last time. At that time, he helped us deal with a young dark dragon. Later on, because Matriarch Dana wanted to catch us all in one fell swoop, she targeted him. In the end, he killed more than half of us and even snatched the Aria of Darkness, making that black dragon his magical pet." The young dark elf respectfully reported. Adele was startled when she heard this and hastily asked, "What? The Aria of Darkness is in his hands?" The dark elf nodded and replied, "Yes, Matriarch. He snatched it from the hands of our Matriarch Dana." The matriarch was trampled to death by that large lizard when we were dealing with the lizard men last time. At that time, many of us have seen him. I'm sure it's him. Dark Dragon, he made a young dark dragon his magical pet. Elder Sikong muttered to himself. He suddenly exclaimed, Matriarch, that dark dragon can't be the grandson of the dark dragon tribe's matriarch, Gilbert, right? When we left from the lower level, we promised that old fart Gilgs that we would help him find his grandson. Adele's expression stirred when she heard Sikong's words. She said, it's very possible. That little lewd dragon's personality is somewhat similar to this Brian's. I think he might be hanging out with him. It looks like we definitely can't touch him. This person isn't someone we can provoke. Matriarch, what should we do? Are we just going to let the lizard men go? The young dark elf hastily asked as if he had a bone-deep hatred for the lizard men. Adele shot a glance at the young dark elf and said, what are the lizard men? There are so many races in the underground world. The lizard men aren't the main point. Apart from occupying a few small mines, they haven't done anything else. Making a move against them won't affect the overall situation. However, if we can form a good relationship with this fellow from the Calamity Church, we might be able to return to the world above and seize the fertile territory occupied by those damned forest elves. The dark elf was pleasantly surprised when he heard Adele's words. He said, can we still return to the world above and take back everything that belongs to us from the hands of those forest elves? In this world, there's nothing impossible. Adele said confidently. As Adele and the other dark elf elders were talking, the sounds of waves continuously drifted into their ears. By the time they reached this point, the sounds from above gradually subsided. Not a single female dark elf's voice could be heard anymore. Adele frowned and listened for a while. She couldn't help but be startled when she discovered that not a single one of her subordinates had come down from above. Those 5 dark elves were actually the most adept at sexual techniques among the dark elves. They were the ones with the most exuberant needs and could resist 10 men at night without falling. According to Adele's instructions, they would take the initiative to send her a signal after settling Han Shuo. However, judging from the current situation, not a single one of the 5 sluts had sent out a signal. Moreover, there weren't any more moans coming from them. This seemed to indicate that they had already taken the lead and laid down. Why isn't there any sound? An elder asked doubtfully. He should already be at the end of his tether. To be able to hold out for so long, it seems that this human does indeed have some methods. Another elder replied. Adele shot a glance at the 2 and lightly snorted, saying, do you think everyone is as useless as you? Ha! Could a human subdue those 5 sluts in such a short period of time? An elder sneered. You're right. Adele shot a disdainful glance at him and muttered, you actually want me to personally take action. As she spoke those last words, Adele's entire body gradually heated up. Her face was so red that it seemed as if it was about to drip blood. She didn't look at the few male dark elves here anymore. Instead, she twisted her waist and swayed her buttocks as she excitedly walked up. When Adele arrived there, she saw Han Shuo sitting upright on a wide chair, completely naked. There was a playful smile on his face as he looked at Adele, whose heart was surging with raging lust. On the carpet beneath Han Shuo's feet, there were 5 smooth and slippery dark elven sluts. They were as soft as 5 lumps of cotton. It seemed as if they didn't even have the strength to lift their toes. Adele only shot a glance at the ferocious, high-spirited thing on Han Shuo's lower body, and her heart immediately trembled. When she looked at the messy scene again, her heart began to beat more and more intensely. She could no longer suppress the thumping of her heartbeat. I've been waiting for you. Han Shuo smiled as he looked at Adele. He opened his arms and invited, Madam, come up. Adele let out a moving moan. The clothes on her body transformed into feathers that filled the sky and fell to the ground, revealing her perfect naked body. The charming Adele didn't hold back at all. She was like a moth flying into a flame. Her protruding buttocks directly landed on Han Shua, who was sitting upright on the chair. Oh! Han Shua and Adele let out a loud moan at the same time. Their voices were filled with endless joy and satisfaction. In the room where Adele had left earlier, a few male dark elves were still discussing spiritedly. It seemed as if they didn't believe Adele's words before she left. However, after Adele let out a drawn-out moan, the faces of the male dark elves became extremely unsightly. From the sound of Adele's voice, it was clear that Adele's judgment was correct. Han Shua had indeed subdued 5 sluts in an extremely short period of time. Now, he had begun his conquest against matriarch Adele. Some human males were indeed stronger than dark elves in this aspect. However, the abilities of female dark elves in this aspect were also well known throughout the profound continent. Even a human male with extraordinary talent wouldn't have any advantage when facing a female dark elf. Those 5 sluts selected from among the dark elves were even more outstanding. Who would have thought that Han Shua would really settle them? When Adele personally took action, her previous words of contempt towards them became a reality. It was as if someone had slapped them in the face, causing their self-esteem in this aspect to receive an enormous insult. What a frightening fellow! It seems that only matriarch Adele can subdue him. Sikong said to the few beside him as the bloodstains on his body gradually disappeared. The others clearly had expressions of jealousy on their faces. However, after hearing Sikong's words, they all nodded and said, "That's only natural." Sikong and the others were originally Adele's mistresses. In the Dark Elven race, this kind of matter was common. However, even if these few people were added together, they still wouldn't be Adele's match. They knew that Adele was extremely frightening in this aspect. Perhaps it was precisely because they couldn't raise their heads in this aspect that they always feared Adele from the depths of their hearts. Just as Sikong and the others were discussing spiritedly below, Adele suddenly let out a drawn-out moan from above. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 forest elf elders greatly changed. Sikong was the first to be unable to help but cry out in alarm, "How is this possible?" The others also had faces of disbelief. Each and every one of them looked at each other in dismay, not knowing what to do. From that drawn-out moan, they could clearly tell that Adele had released herself. However, before the 5 dark elves could react, Adele let out an extremely carefree moan and suddenly screamed, "No!" The 5 dark elves were once again dumbfounded. Among them, Sikong shouted, "He's still coming. Could it be that the matriarch can't take it anymore? That's impossible. Even if the matriarch has released herself, she still wouldn't say the word no. Perhaps she's using a secret technique to deliberately do so. You also know that the weaker a woman is, the more she can let a man release himself." One of the Dark Elf elders thought for a moment and analyzed with great experience. After hearing this Dark Elf elder's words, the other Dark Elves immediately reacted. Sikong suddenly came to a sudden realization and said, "The matriarch is truly formidable." It seems that her moan just now was also to confuse this frightening human. That must be the case. What kind of person is the matriarch? Such a hot-blooded fellow can also conquer the matriarch. And, we've been worrying too much. It seems that the matriarch will have another subject under her crotch. While the Dark Elf elders were self-righteously discussing, Adele's panic-stricken voice grew louder and louder. She continuously screamed, "No, don't do this, I beg of you. The matriarch's acting is really good. It seems that he won't be able to hold on any longer." Sikong continued to express his opinion. "Ah! Damn Sikong, quickly come and save me, save me." Suddenly, Adele let out a mournful howl and unexpectedly called for help. Sikong was frightened and startled as he said, "Did you guys hear that? The matriarch is calling for help. Could something really have happened? Ah! Kill me, demon, kill me." Adele screamed crazily from above. She simply didn't have the slightest hint of joy. At this time, the Dark Elf elders gradually reacted. They suddenly realized that a major unforeseen event must have occurred above. With a loud shout, the Dark Elf elders all suddenly moved out and directly headed towards the top. When they arrived, they saw that Adele had been firmly pressed against the chair by Han Shua, who was vigorously pouncing on her from behind. Adele's originally radiant and enchanting skin seemed to have been sped up 1,000 times, slowly aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Adele's long hair gradually turned a grizzled color. Along with this change, Adele's powerful aura slowly flowed into Han Shua's body. Han Shua, who originally wasn't too frightening, had his aura continuously rise. "Hey, you guys are here." Han Shua's large hand firmly pressed down on Adele as he continued his conquest. He turned his head and grinned at the Dark Elf elders. His smile was somewhat cruel. "Release our matriarch, or else we will kill you." Sikong roared and once again took out the crystal ball he had used last time. "Just wait for a while more," Han Shua said with a light laugh. The speed at which he moved became more and more ferocious, forcefully attacking in front of the Dark Elf elders. Soon after, Han Shua faced the sky and let out a loud roar, his body uncontrollably trembling. Looking at the matriarch of the Dark Elves, Adele, her body no longer had any luster. The enchanting and devilish Madame Adele had become a grizzled-haired, soft-skinned old elf granny. Her skin didn't even have a trace of the luster of life. Chuckling, Han Shua took out a set of clothes from his space ring and put them on. After absorbing all of Adele's strength, he felt an unprecedented comfort. He smiled at the Dark Elf elders and said, "Adele is dead, you guys should also leave together." Chapter 369. After Han Shua finished speaking, the Dark Elf elders were extremely terrified. Especially in the case of Adele's death, this caused the Dark Elf elders to tremble with fear. Among them, Sikong, who had fought with Han Shua, was especially timid. Sikong, who had been the first to propose this, not only didn't have the slightest intention of avenging Adele's death, he actually shrunk back. He put on a strong front and said, "What do you want?" Han Shua couldn't help but laugh, beaming as he said, "Of course I want all of you to die. You won't get any benefits even if we die. Besides, you might not even be able to kill the 5 of us." Sikong opened his mouth once again, then his expression became slightly calm as he said, "Let's discuss the conditions." At this time, the other 5 naked female Dark Elves on the carpet woke up one by one in a daze. When they saw this scene, they all lost their heads out of fear and ran towards the Dark Elf elders, fearfully saying, "Elders, save me." The Dark Elf elders didn't know how to respond for a moment when they saw the 5 naked bodies running towards them. However, they didn't have time to think too much as the 5 naked beauties each threw themselves into the embrace of a Dark Elf elder. Their expressions were still fearful as they said, "I'm so scared, let's quickly escape." Pooh! The heavily injured Dark Elf elder Sikong looked at the exquisite dagger that had been stabbed into his chest. His face was filled with disbelief as he looked at the naked woman who was still twisting her body in his arms. However, there wasn't a trace of panic on this woman's face, only a sinister indifference. The other Dark Elf elders all received the same treatment as Sikong. The 5 naked beauties that had entered their bosoms had all stabbed their weapons into their hearts and lungs. Each and every one of them were cold, heartless, and ruthless. In the hinterland of the Dark Elves, it naturally wouldn't be easy for me to kill all of you by myself. Heh, the ones who truly want you dead are your own people. Han Shua explained with a smile as he coldly watched Sikong slowly fall into a pool of blood. Why? Sikong looked at the naked Dark Elf and questioned, unwilling to give up. "You bunch of old farts, what are you doing coming out from down there? Our clans are doing fine, but you come and steal our positions, becoming our enslaved elders. All races have desires, let alone us Dark Elves. Only after you die will we be the true rulers of the Dark Elves." The woman smiled coldly. She squatted down and grabbed the dagger. She held it tightly and stabbed it again. Seekong's eyes rolled back and he completely collapsed. Each of these dark elf elders was an extraordinary magic controller, but they didn't expect that their own people would attack them. Under the sudden sneak attack of the 5 female dark elves, they immediately fell for it. With a soft sound, Han Shuo swept towards one of the dark elf elders like lightning. The dark elf elder, who had fallen into a pool of blood, had just stood up when Han Shuo suddenly closed in on him and pressed his palm against his back. Bang! An explosive sound came from within the dark elf elder's body. The dark elf elder, who hadn't been killed in a single blow, had truly and thoroughly collapsed. Since she was prepared to fight Han Shuo hand to hand, Adele didn't arrange any dark elf guards in the vicinity. She probably understood that her cries would be too loud. As the ruler of the Dark Elves, she naturally didn't want her subordinates to hear her, so she sent the guards away. When the battle ended, the guards still didn't know about the earth-shattering changes that had taken place here. They were still doing what they were supposed to do in the distance. "Didn't you not agree to our request? Why did you kill Adele in the end?" A female dark elf named Xiaoran asked Han Shuo in puzzlement as she wiped her blood-stained arm on the carpet and put on her clothes that were as thin as light muslin. When Han Shuo displayed his extraordinary strength and defeated all 5 of them in a short period of time, Xiaoran and the others had once proposed this to Han Shuo, hoping that Han Shuo would help them kill Adele and the Dark Elf Elders. However, Han Shuo had tactfully declined. Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo helplessly said, "Adele did something to me, so I changed my decision at the last minute." As Han Shuo spoke, he let out a light breath. There seemed to be red threads swimming inside his body. 2 small black dots were slowly being chased by the red threads from his shoulders to his palms. Then, the skin on Han Shuo's left and right palms suddenly broke open, and 2 tiny blue spiders the size of soybeans drilled out. 2 balls of flame soared out of Han Shuo's palms, burning the 2 blue spiders to ashes. Han Shuo opened his mouth and blew, disappearing. Originally, Han Shuo really didn't intend to make a move against Adele. However, Adele was obviously plotting against him. With Han Shuo's separate demon realm, his consciousness could clearly detect all abnormalities in his body. Adele had used 2 small spiders to infiltrate Han Shuo's body, obviously harboring unfriendly thoughts. These 2 small spiders had been drawn into Adele's body from under her tongue when she and Han Shuo were passionately kissing. Even Han Shuo hadn't felt the existence of the soybean-sized spiders when they were passionately kissing. If Han Shuo's consciousness hadn't been strong enough, he really wouldn't have known that Adele had secretly done something to him. With Han Shuo's temperament, this Adele actually dared to make the first move. Naturally, he wouldn't have any benevolence towards her. In this kind of intense hand-to-hand combat, he suddenly used a secret demonic technique and used the demonic technique of gathering yin to replenish yang to absorb the energy in Adele's body bit by bit. This Adele was a strange dark grand magus. Apart from this, there was another bizarre energy in her body. This energy was completely different from ordinary fighting aura. It had some kind of evil energy that could stimulate lust. Han Shuo felt a bit of evil divine energy from that energy and guessed that it should have come from the evil goddess Rose. It was precisely because Adele had this bizarre evil energy in her body that the Dark Grand Magus Adele, who was originally only at the Dark Grand Magus realm, appeared so frightening. When Han Shuo used the yin to replenish yang secret technique, Adele frantically resisted. However, Adele's body still only had the strength of a mage. When facing an expert like Han Shuo, whose body was as tyrannical as a magical beast, her body's struggles were completely futile. When Han Shuo used the demonic technique to absorb Adele's energy, he mainly absorbed the evil energy that came from the evil goddess Rose. After the evil and evil dregs of this energy were actively removed by the demonic technique, only 20% of the energy was ultimately left behind, which was the essence of the energy that Han Shuo's demonic technique directly absorbed. However, even this 20% essence made Han Shuo feel that his demonic yuan had been greatly nourished. The demonic infant in his body was becoming more and more spirited, causing Han Shuo to feel a kind of carefree and unrestrained feeling. As for Adele's mental strength, it wasn't something that could be absorbed using the Yin to replenish Yang secret technique. As Adele struggled with all her might, she continuously attempted to gather her mental strength to attack Han Shuo with dark magic. Unfortunately, under the attacks of Han Shuo's soul tremor magic, Adele was unable to calm her mind and gather her mental strength. It seems that the desires in my heart have been growing stronger and stronger recently. Could it be that I'm about to reach the carnal realm? Han Shuo suddenly had some doubts. During this period of time, whenever he saw beautiful women, he would have a strong desire to conquer them. He also had a desire to immediately kill his enemies. All kinds of desires for battle and slaughter, all had a tendency to spread. Shaking his head, Han Shuo temporarily set aside the thoughts in his heart. He glanced at the 5 already neatly dressed dark elf beauties standing in front of him and said, "All right, these fellows who obstructed your control over the dark elves are all dead. Now we can talk about our matters." Xiaoran nodded and said, "Leave the rest to us. As long as you take out the Aria of Darkness, we will give you 500,000 gold coins and guarantee that we won't touch those lizard men. What do you think?" "No problem." Han Shuo readily agreed. He took out the strange longbow that he had obtained from Dana and said, "It's useless in my hands anyway. It's a very good deal to exchange it for 500,000 gold coins." Adele and the other Dark Elf elders didn't have any treasures on them that Han Shuo cared about. Perhaps it was because they had just come out from the next floor and hadn't had the time to collect their wealth, so Han Shuo didn't obtain any satisfactory spoils of war from them. "In addition, we agree to establish a long-term trade with you. Our underground world has things that your world above doesn't. I believe that those things can be exchanged for all kinds of fine wine and many exquisite artworks, including some rare magic amplification gems. With those things, us dark elves can create beautiful magic weapons. If we were to sell them, I believe that every one of them would be something that your nobles would fight over." Xiaoran said to Han Shuo. Don't worry. I will definitely satisfy you. Of course, you must also satisfy me. Let's all get rich together." Han Shuo was in a good mood as he spoke to the 5 women who were about to become the new Dark Elf elders. Chapter 370. After Han Shuo left the Dark Elves' territory, the 5 female Dark Elves worked together to drag the corpses of Adele and a few elven elders to the lowest secret cellar. They announced to the outside world that Adele and a few elven elders had gone to travel to the world above. After a few days, tens of thousands of small spiders suddenly gathered in the cellar. It was as if all the small spiders in the Dark Elves' territory had gathered. These small spiders had used some unknown method to arrive in the cellar, but the Dark Elves in the territory hadn't noticed them. Millions of tiny spiders filled the entire cellar. They crazily wriggled on top of Adele's corpse. Each of the tiny spiders spat out a strange power that fell on Adele's corpse. After the tiny spiders spat out the power they carried in their bodies, each of them became dry and lifeless. This process continued for a period of time. The millions of small spiders that had rushed into the cellar all spat out the energy they carried in their bodies, and all of them died in the cellar one after another. Adele's shriveled corpse slowly weathered, and after a few days, only a white skeleton remained. However, a thumb-sized bead that sparkled with a blue halo appeared within Adele's skull. This bead was filled with the obscene energy of Spider Goddess Rose that Han Shuo had previously absorbed. Suddenly, one day, the blue bead suddenly shot out thousands of blue silk threads, which pierced into the corpses of the elven elders. Those blue silk threads were like pipes that transported liquid, and actually drew out strands of blue light from the corpses of the elven elders. In just a short while, the corpses of the elven elders had all turned into flying ashes. That blue bead slowly flew out of the cellar in the middle of the night, and flew towards Spider Goddess Rose's temple in this area. Within the temple, a pure and innocent female dark elf was piously praying to the statue of spider goddess Rose. This dark elf girl looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, as if she hadn't been deeply corrupted by the dark elves' obscene culture. Her expression as she prayed to the statue of Rose was that of the most devout believer. As she muttered to herself in the language of the dark elves and continued to worship the statue of Rose, the blue bead that flew out of the cellar suddenly hovered above her head. Suddenly, the blue bead burst out with thousands of rays of blue light, tightly wrapping the girl below. An enormous amount of energy suddenly gushed out from the blue bead and was transmitted into the young girl's body through the strands of blue light. The young dark elf girl, who was entangled by the blue light, let out a blood-curdling scream. Unfortunately, because her lips were also covered by the blue light, her screams couldn't escape. The girl's emerald green pupils gradually turned white, and her screams gradually subsided. After a while, the blue bead and the thousands of blue lights slowly entered the girl's body. The girl collapsed in front of the statue of spider goddess Rose with blue light lingering around her body. Only when it was almost daybreak did the blue light in the girl's body completely disappear, and her white pupils regained their emerald green color. When the girl stood up from the ground, she deeply bowed to the statue of spider goddess Rose, then gnashed her teeth and said, "Brian, I will definitely let you taste pain, and kill you in the same way." At this moment, Han Shua, who had been bitterly cursed and hated by others, was laughing heartily. Han Shua's wild laughter lingered in the cemetery of death, brimming with joy and satisfaction. In front of Han Shua, an old fey demon about 2 meters tall, with long green fur, dense fangs, and sharp claws had finally descended into this plane under his summoning art. The old fey demon roared incessantly as soon as it appeared. This kind of high-level undead creature wasn't bound by the laws of heaven and earth, even in the profound continent. That enormous roar indeed spread throughout the cemetery of death, mixing with Han Shua's wild laughter. The old fey demon roared and raised its head to see the contractor in front of it. It actually flew straight towards Han Shua, its speed as fast as a green lightning bolt. Its 2-meter-long claws whistled in the wind, its imposing manner incomparably astonishing. Damn it, something's still not right. It looks like the summoning art wasn't completely successful. Otherwise, if such a powerful undead creature had descended from another plane and immediately attacked the necromancer would have been in a miserable state during the battle. Han Shua cursed inwardly. Seeing the old fey demon rush over, he hastily grabbed the demon's lair edge. Han Shua waved the skeletal staff in his left hand and chanted an incantation. An enormous white bone shield abruptly formed in front of Han Shua, with sharp bone spikes protruding from the surface of the shield. The old fey zombie collided with the white bone shield with a bang, and the white bone shield abruptly exploded, causing the old fey zombie to fall to the ground. The white bone shield condensed by the Grand Magus realm was much sturdier and had a much larger surface area. The old fey demon could only smash the white bone shield when it rushed over, and was unable to break through the white bone shield's interception in one go. Without waiting for the old fey demon to crawl back up, the demon's lair edge in Han Shua's hand flew out. With an extremely ear-piercing sound of metal colliding, 2 of the old fey demon's sharp claws on the right side were broken. However, Han Shua was also overwhelmed with shock. He didn't understand how the old fey demon's sharp claws were formed. The demon's lair edge had chopped down, but only 2 claws were broken. Moreover, it seemed to take a lot of effort. Han Shua was well aware of how sharp the demon's lair edge was. In addition, it had absorbed a large amount of fiendish aura and was meticulously forged by Han Shua. It was truly able to cut through gold and stone effortlessly. Han Shua really didn't expect that the old fey demon would actually be so terrifying. Its sharp claws were only broken by the demon's lair edge's chop. The old fey demon landed on its butt, bared its teeth, and let out a loud howl again. It once again charged at Han Shua. Han Shua waved the skeletal staff in his hand, and over 100 bone spears pierced through the air. Although the bone spears weren't able to pierce through the old Fey demon, the old Fey demon was still pushed back by the hundreds of bone spears. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Shuo relied on the power of the contract and used the skeletal staff to send the old Fey demon back. It wasn't that Han Shuo was afraid of the old Fey demon. With Han Shuo's strength, it wasn't difficult to kill the old Fey demon. However, the old Fey demon that attacked its master as soon as it was summoned was obviously caused by a problem with the incantation. Currently, the most important thing was how to chant the correct summoning incantation, and not waste time with the old Fey demon. After leaving the underground world, Han Shuo had been practicing the Grand Magus level summoning incantation in the Cemetery of Death for the past few days. After a period of study, Han Shuo had gradually grasped the technique. Only then was he able to summon the old Fey demon from the other dimension today. The old Fey demon immediately attacked me as soon as it descended from the other dimension. It definitely wasn't completely bound by the power of the contract. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't dare to attack me. Han Shuo muttered to himself. He furrowed his brows as he pondered over the details of the summoning incantation. Casually taking out the thick necromancy book, Han Shuo once again deeply read it. After a while, a thought flashed through his mind, and he suddenly cried out in surprise, "Shouldn't I have created the contract midway?" When using the summoning incantation to lure the old Fey demon into the profound continent, Han Shuo had first used the incantation to communicate with the other dimension. After chanting the incantation to search for the old Fey demon, Han Shuo's mental strength would traverse the boundless space and instantly descend into the other dimension. At this time, Han Shuo would be able to randomly lock onto an old Fey demon. The following process was to use the mental strength to firmly suppress the locked old Fey demon, then use the mental strength to suppress and destroy the old Fey demon's resistance. Then, take the opportunity to form the contract and bring the old Fey demon into the space tunnel. In the blink of an eye, the old Fey demon would pass through the mysterious space tunnel and descend into the profound continent. However, from this cryptic necromancy book, Han Shuo noticed a note in a remote corner. The meaning was that the creatures from the other dimension were the strongest in the other dimension. However, once they left the other dimension and escaped into the space tunnel, they would instantly enter the weakest state. Once they descended into the material world from the space tunnel, they would be able to recover. Of course, the undead creatures would forever be the strongest in the netherworld. When they arrived in the material world of the profound continent, because there wasn't a dense death aura, their strength would be limited to a certain extent. However, even so, the undead creatures in the material world could still display formidable strength. As long as there were living creatures in the material world, there would be the presence of the aura of death from the souls of the dead. Although it wasn't as much as their world that was purely formed from the aura of death, it could still provide them with the energy they needed. In addition to the aura of death that they themselves possessed, even if they descended into the profound continent, their strength wouldn't be too different. However, in the process of going from the netherworld to the material world of the profound continent, they would have to traverse through the mysterious space tunnel in the blink of an eye. Originally, the distance should have been endless, but under the influence of the contract and mental strength, or perhaps the incantation contained the mysteries of the law of space, it caused the distance that should have been endless to shrink to the size of an instant. According to the difference in mental strength and proficiency in the summoning incantation of a necromancer, the time taken for the undead creatures to pass through the space tunnel from the netherworld to the material world was also different. The stronger the necromancer and the deeper the understanding of the essence of necromancy magic, the shorter the time needed. Under normal circumstances, a necromancer at the level of a magic apprentice to an archmage would require 3 to 5 seconds to make an undead creature descend from another world to this world. The current Han Shuo could already be considered to have advanced to the level of a Grand Magus necromancer. This time, it would only take the short span of a second. If it was a necromancer at the level of a sacred magus, the time needed to traverse could even be calculated in milliseconds. That was practically the time taken for the summoning incantation to be completed, and the undead creature would instantly descend into this material world. However, regardless of whether it was a magic apprentice who had just peeked into the door of necromancy magic, or a sacred magus necromancer who had a deep understanding of the essence of necromancy magic, regardless of whether he was summoning the lowest level skeletal warrior or the terrifying undead creature bone dragon, the summoned undead creature would always need to pass through the space tunnel. Although the time needed for this process varied according to the strength of the magus, this step was always unavoidable. According to this note, it seemed that no matter how strong an undead creature was, it would be extremely weak in this space tunnel that did not have any aura of death. Referring to the law of necromancy magic that forming a contract while the undead creature was at its weakest, Han Shuo seemed to have suddenly understood something. His heart stirred. Han Shuo once again chanted the incantation of necromancy magic, focusing his attention to the optimal state. As the syllables of the incantation changed, he suddenly formed a connection with an old Fey demon from another world. As the old Fey demon struggled with all its might, Han Shuo's mental strength erupted like a flash flood, firmly suppressing the old Fey demon's struggles. As the incantation of necromancy continued, Han Shuo's mental strength gradually suppressed the old Fey demon's resistance. When the incantation reached the syllable of traversing, Han Shuo suddenly brought the old Fey demon to traverse through the space tunnel. Once the old Fey demon entered the space tunnel, in that 1 second, Han Shuo used all his strength to quickly form a contract with the old Fey demon. 1 second passed, and the old Fey demon suddenly descended in front of Han Shuo in the cemetery of death. Letting out a light breath, Han Shuo's eyes glistened as he stared at the old Fey demon that had reappeared, ready to react at any time. The old Fey demon landed in front of Han Shuo. The terrifying old Fey demon didn't make any movements, and didn't madly charge at Han Shuo like last time. After staring deeply at the old Fey demon for a while, Han Shuo's heart gradually grew a bit more joyful. He tried to transmit a message, and the old Fey demon continuously flew in circles in the same place according to Han Shuo's message. From the old Fey demon's emotions, Han Shuo could feel its impatience and even disgust. It seemed to hate this kind of senseless action, but it still followed Han Shuo's instructions. The power of the contract made it unable to resist. Success, it's finally fucking succeeded. Han Shuo laughed wildly. He understood that the summoning spell this time was truly a success, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of satisfaction. Under Han Shuo's tireless efforts, the old Fey demon summoning spell of the necromancy Grand Magus realm had finally been truly realized. Once the old Fey demon summoning spell was complete, he would be able to quickly grasp the Bone Demon and Mummy Lord summoning spells. Chapter 371. Passing through the transportation array in the cemetery of death, Han Shuo arrived at the depths of the desolate outskirts of Seagate City and walked out of the transportation array. Summoning the Earth Elite Zombie, Han Shuo opened up a tunnel leading to the top of his head and left the depths of the underground, hurrying towards Seagate City. For an expert like Han Shuo, any city's defenses were practically useless. Descending to a remote corner of Seagate City, Han Shuo headed towards the area where Helen had originally stayed. However, when Han Shuo arrived, he discovered that Helen and her personal guards had long since left Seagate City. Arriving at the Dark Mantle stronghold in Seagate City, Han Shuo summoned Delante. From Delante, Han Shuo found out that Helen had gone through a bloody purge in Seagate City and was now completely under Helen's control. Han Shuo's letter from last time had already reached Dick's hands. According to Han Shuo's instructions, Dick spread the news from Brettel City, saying that Helen had never had an intimate physical relationship with Han Shuo, and that the rumors of Helen being raped were purely the conjectures of the servants. Brettel City issued an official statement in accordance with Han Shuo's instructions. This time, the statement was deliberately spread throughout the 7 Grand Duchies. Indeed, some people believed the news, but some people with filthy hearts still didn't believe the authenticity of the news. As for the citizens of Helen Duchy, when this statement arrived, out of respect for Grand Duke Helen, a portion of them truly believed the statement. Helen originally disdained to come out and prove the truth of this matter, but after experiencing cold and disdainful gazes for a long time, she took advantage of Brettel City's statement and stood out. Under the joint supervision of several great nobles of Helen Duchy, including a few virtuous and prestigious women, Helen agreed to have her body appraised. 3 old women sent by the great nobles examined Helen's body, finally confirming that Helen was indeed a virgin. After these great nobles, as well as the highly respected women of Helen Duchy, issued an official statement to the citizens, all the citizens truly believed the truth of this matter and no longer had any doubts about Helen's identity. Perhaps because the citizens felt that they had previously insulted the Grand Duke's reputation, the citizens who had originally despised Helen began to bitterly reflect on their actions. After this incident, the citizens' admiration for Helen reached an unprecedented height. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Helen swiftly and decisively eradicated several of her political enemies. She eliminated all of the nobles who had previously plotted against her. After a bloody massacre, there wasn't a single noble in the entire Helen Duchy who dared to rebel against Helen. At this time, the Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, who had originally treated Helen with incomparable indifference during the Conference of the Seven, immediately sent a passionate letter to Helen. On one hand, he bitterly expressed his remorse, and on the other hand, he once again pursued Helen like before. Inside the Duke's mansion in Helen Duchy's Helen City, Helen was holding the letter filled with touching words of love. She sneered as she tore it to shreds. She said to Fire Wind beside her, after experiencing this matter, I've thoroughly seen through Benedict Sackville's true colors. It seems that Benedict Sackville has always been pursuing Helen Duchy and not me. When all the citizens and nobles of Helen Duchy rebelled against me, not only did he not help me, he even schemed against me in secret. However, now that I've regained control of Helen Duchy, he's once again begun to chase after me like a housefly. It turns out that Benedict Sackville has only been pursuing Helen Duchy from beginning to end. Fire Wind, who had transformed into a human woman, nodded her head and said, I've long since said that Benedict Sackville can't be trusted. Politicians are all for the sake of profit. This person's hypocrisy is nauseating. I really don't know why you were willing to cooperate with him in the first place. Hearing Firewind's words, Helen's tender and beautiful face turned slightly red. She said, Big Sister Firewind, I was only using him. The relationship between countries is nothing more than that. Narsen Duchy and we have the same enemy. I was only using him to deal with the enemy. After pausing for a moment, Helen's face became even redder. After hesitating for a moment, she timidly asked Firewind, Big Sister Firewind, what do you think of Brian? That despicable villain. Firewind stared blankly for a moment before gnashing her teeth in hatred. She didn't know why, but when Helen heard Firewind call Han Shoa a despicable villain, she faintly felt uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if deep in her heart, she didn't want anyone to slander Han Shoa, even if it was her closest sister Firewind. Yes, it's Brian. Big Sister Firewind, what do you think of him? However, with Helen and Firewind's many years of intimate relationship, she naturally wouldn't rebuke Firewind because of these words. Instead, she looked at Firewind with some expectation. Firewind shot a glance at Helen. From Helen's eyes that were filled with expectation, Firewind could no longer see the slightest bit of resentment towards Han Shoa. Firewind sighed in her heart and forced a smile, Helen, this Brian is even more difficult to deal with than Benedict Sackville. When facing Benedict Sackville, I could still feel a bit of his filthy thoughts towards you, as well as his hypocrisy that doesn't match his inner thoughts. However, when I'm with this Brian, I'm simply unable to sense any of his inner emotions. He's like a bottomless cold pond with a deep, bottomless callousness. As for what lies in its depths, it's simply not something I can see. AI, this man is too powerful. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. I know we can't deal with him, and I also don't know if your way of doing things is right or not. Firewind understood that Helen had already unknowingly developed feelings for Han Shoa. Han Shuo indeed had the ability to attract any woman, but this kind of man was basically a drug for women. Once they fell for him, it would be hard for them to extricate themselves. However, for Helen, who was similarly exuberant with ambition, being paired with a tyrannical and ruthless character was indeed the most suitable. Han Shuo was clearly this kind of character. To Helen, Han Shuo, who possessed terrifying strength and acted decisively and viciously, was undoubtedly filled with a fatal attraction. In the 7 grand duchies that were at war all year round, if Helen had the support of such a man by her side, it naturally wouldn't be a bad thing. Unfortunately, this man's schemes were too many. A single Helen duchy was obviously not enough to satisfy him. When he attempted to dominate all 7 grand duchies, Firewind didn't know whether it would be a blessing or a disaster for Helen to follow him. Elder sister Firewind, I know what I want. Benedict Sackville can't give me something, but I think Brian can. In addition, I don't know why, but I've discovered that I can no longer hate him. Perhaps women are just this emotional. They can hate a person to the bone, but because of one thing, this hate can turn into love. AI. Helen sighed as she spoke with deep feelings. While Helen and Firewind were pondering, a cloud of light smoke slowly drifted over from within the Duke's mansion. It passed through the courtyard and curled up towards Helen's window. Helen, who was in the middle of talking to Firewind, couldn't contain the pleasant surprise in her heart when she saw the light smoke slowly approaching. Suddenly, she happily said, "He's here." Firewind stared blankly for a moment. Then, she sensed an evil aura slowly entering the room. Firewind was somewhat afraid of the necromancer and demonic aura on Han Shuo's body. Seeing the light smoke approaching, Firewind furrowed her brows and retreated a few steps, pulling apart some distance from the gradually visible Han Shuo. "You've come." When Helen saw Han Shuo calmly appear, she had an impulse to throw herself into Han Shuo's bosom. However, the joy on her face was sincere. "Yes, some matters were delayed for a few days. But fortunately, you've already taken over Seagate City. Right now, the entire Helen Duchy should be even more secure than before, right?" Han Shuo smiled as he nodded. Seeing the sincere joy on Helen's face, Han Shuo was indeed very happy in his heart. He was happy that this woman had gradually fallen deeply in love with him. In such a short period of time, Helen had eradicated her political enemies in a bloody purge and reorganized the Helen Duchy. This made Han Shuo somewhat admire Helen's strength. He thought to himself that this woman was able to ascend to a high position in the Helen Duchy. It seemed that she really did have some methods. "Oh right, the matter you mentioned last time, how is it going?" Seeing that Firewind was here, Helen couldn't act too intimately. After the initial joy, she immediately began to inquire about the proper business. "My people have arrived in Helen City. It's only because I haven't come over that I haven't dared to contact you." "Yes, they're currently outside the door. I think that now that the Helen Duchy is in your hands, you should be able to secretly conduct some transactions." Han Shuo replied with a smile. "Big Sister Firewind, I'll have to trouble you to invite them in." When Helen saw that Han Shuo was speaking, he took the opportunity to give her a meaningful look. Her charming face reddened as she blushed and said to Firewind. When Firewind saw Helen's face rippling with love, she sighed in her heart. How could she not know that Helen wanted to send her away so that she could say some intimate words to Han Shuo? "Yes, I'll go out for a while," Firewind replied and directly walked outside. She couldn't help but silently criticize Helen for valuing a lover over a friend. As soon as Firewind left, Helen retreated a few steps with a red face. Looking at the approaching Han Shuo, she said in a low voice, What do you want to do now?" When Helen retreated to a dead end, she leaned her delicate body against the wooden wall and said in a low voice with a red face, "This is my Duke's mansion. Don't you dare act recklessly." Han Shuo stretched out his hands and pressed them against the wooden wall on either side of Helen's shoulders. Looking at the somewhat panicked Helen, Han Shuo felt a sense of gradually conquering satisfaction. He beamed and said, "The Helen Duchy is completely in your hands. According to our agreement, shouldn't you take the initiative to serve me in bed?" Helen's heart panicked, thinking that this scoundrel was actually so shameless and brazen as to make such a request. This caused Helen's heart to beat faster and faster. Blushing, she implored Han Shuo, "Give me a little more time, I'm still not ready. In addition, I just proved my innocence to others. If you want me immediately, others might see through my flaws." After hearing Helen's words, Han Shuo changed his train of thought and felt that this was indeed the case. Experienced people would be able to tell at a glance whether or not a woman had been nourished by lust. Han Shuo was also extremely confident in his own ability. He believed that once he took Helen, he would definitely change the impression Helen gave others. Who knows, people might really be able to see through some clues. "Alright, I'll give you a little more time." While Helen was feeling apprehensive, Han Shuo pondered for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. Just when Helen let out a sigh of relief, Han Shuo chuckled mischievously and said, "However, shouldn't I collect a little interest first?" As soon as these words were spoken, Helen's heart that had just calmed down once again became chaotic. She shyly and stealthily raised her head to glance at Han Shuo. Seeing the fiery passion in Han Shuo's eyes, she hastily lowered her head in panic and whispered, What do you want?" "A kiss," Han Shuo said with a smile. This guy's lustful heart really hasn't changed. Helen sighed inwardly. However, she didn't feel angry in her heart, only bashfulness. Helen hesitated for a moment. Since he had already agreed to that matter, it seemed that she had to give him a little sweetness. Then, her heart became chaotic. In any case, she would be his sooner or later. Forget it, as she thought of this, Helen blushed and closed her eyes as she raised her head, waiting for Han Shuo's hot kiss to arrive. However, after waiting for a while, Helen discovered that Han Shuo didn't move. She couldn't help but open her eyes in confusion and look at Han Shuo, who was looking at her with a smile. Pointing to his own lips, Han Shuo said, "I want you to take the initiative to kiss me." This bastard, how embarrassing, he actually wants me to take the initiative to kiss him. Helen's heart thumped wildly and even her neck was covered in a red tide. That red tide was spreading to the rest of her body. She was so embarrassed that she didn't know what to do. "Hurry up, or else the Fire Phoenix and the others will come back. If you don't take the initiative to kiss me before the Fire Phoenix and the others come back, I will force a kiss on you in front of them." Han Shuo looked at Helen in ridicule and threatened. After hearing Han Shuo's words, Helen's heart became even more flustered. Thinking of the scene that Han Shuo had described, Helen's heart became even more afraid. Sighing, Helen's pretty face was flushed. She closed her eyes and stood on her tiptoes to kiss Han Shuo's big mouth. Chapter 372. This kiss was destined to be short-lived because Fire Phoenix's footsteps were already approaching. Han Shuo only tasted it lightly and didn't delve into Helen's fragrance. While Helen was still wondering why Han Shuo had suddenly stopped being so greedy, she also heard Fire Phoenix's voice. Helen raised her head to look at Han Shuo with watery eyes and immediately understood that it wasn't that Han Shuo had stopped being greedy, but rather that Fire Phoenix had already arrived. Han Shuo had already entered the inner room to sip tea before Fire Phoenix had entered. This time, apart from Fabian, there were also a few merchants from the Lancelot Empire who had come to Helen City. Although these merchants were on very good terms with the Buzzed Merchant Guild, Han Shuo still wouldn't let them discover his relationship with Helen. Even Fabian didn't know the exact situation. He had only come because he heard from Dick that this trip was safe. Fabian was loyal and devoted to Phoebe. Although his relationship with Han Shuo was also very good, Phoebe was Fabian's true master. If it were any other matter, Fabian might have always been on Han Shuo's side. However, when he discovered that Han Shuo had another woman named Helen, Han Shuo couldn't predict his actions. If Fabian had honestly and selflessly reported Han Shua's lustful behavior to Phoebe, with that jealous nature of Phoebe's, who knew what kind of storm would have arisen. When Fire Phoenix brought Fabian and a few other merchants from the Lancelot Empire in, she only needed a glance to see the bashful sweetness on Helen's face that hadn't yet faded. Fire Phoenix's subconscious pouting made Fire Phoenix's thoughts wander even more, and she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Helen. Helen was a bit embarrassed. She coughed lightly to cover it up, cursing Han Shua in her heart. She then smiled at Fabian and the other merchants from the Lancelot Empire and said, "Welcome everyone to our Helen Duchy. I believe that everyone already knew what we were going to talk about before entering this room." Fabian only knew from Dick that Helen, the Duke of Helen Duchy, wanted to conduct some secret transactions with their company. With Fabian's keen sense as a merchant, he immediately smelled the thick scent of gold coins from this invitation. As the person in charge of the Helen Duchy, Grand Duke Helen currently had 100% control over the entire Helen Duchy. With such a character taking the initiative to invite them, any merchant guild that came would be able to obtain generous benefits. Nodding his head with a slight smile, Fabian respectfully saluted before saying, "Of course, our Buzd Merchant Guild can provide you with everything that your Helen Duchy needs. In addition, we will also purchase some of your Helen Duchy's goods at a reasonable price. This will definitely be a transaction that will benefit both parties." While Helen and Fabian were talking, a guard's report came in from outside, "Your Lordship, they've arrived. Let them come in." Helen commanded gracefully and elegantly. Afterwards, a group of 7 people walked in. Judging from their auras, they were somewhat similar to Fabian and the others. Each of them had a slightly plump build, and their eyes sparkled with the cunning of a scramble for fame and profit. "Greetings to the Grand Duke." After the group of 7 entered, each of their expressions were more respectful than the other. After experiencing this bloody purge, it would be difficult to find any nobles in the Helen Duchy who dared to rebel against Helen's position. Helen's viciousness had also been widely spread among the nobles and merchants, causing these merchants to tremble with fear. Rise." Helen shouted in a tender voice, then introduced them to Fabian. "These are the merchants of our Helen Duchy. In the future, all transactions between the Helen Duchy and you will be completed by you alone. However, you can rest assured that in the future, within the borders of the Helen Duchy, all of you will definitely be guaranteed." "Thank you, Your Lordship. This kind of transaction that benefits both of us will definitely satisfy all of us," Fabian said with a relaxed smile. Helen nodded and said, "Today, I will only introduce both of you to each other so that you can rest assured that the transaction between you two will be under my protection. All right, you can find a place to discuss the specific details. My request is that you don't let anyone know about the transaction between you two. The more secretive, the better. Your Lordship can rest assured, we know what to do." Fabian and the merchants of the Helen Duchy answered together, their hearts bright as snow. Afterwards, under Helen's signal, they left the place. These merchants began to discuss the details of the transaction on the road. After Fabian and the others left, Han Shua walked out from inside and said to Helen, "I think that with the merchants of the Lancelot Empire, some of your goods will no longer have to pass through the Narsen Duchy in the future. The Brute Merchant Alliance and your Helen Duchy are too far apart, and there's also Benedict Sackville in the middle. Instead of trading with them, it would be better to cooperate with Fabian and the others. You were so enthusiastic to bring these merchants here. Isn't it because you have taken a fancy to our Helen Duchy's valiant warhorses?" Helen glanced at Han Shua, who had just walked out from the inner room, and said with a snort. After hearing Helen's words, Han Shua laughed dryly and said, "This is originally a mutually beneficial transaction. You and I can both benefit from it." After pausing for a moment, Han Shua said, "All right, the seeds of internal strife in your Helen Duchy can be considered to have been uprooted. I think it's time for me to leave the Helen Duchy." "Ah, you're leaving so soon." A sense of loss suddenly rose in Helen's heart. She said to Han Shua, "There are many wonders in the Helen Duchy that are worth exploring. How about I personally take you on a tour? In any case, I don't have much official business to attend to during this period of time. When she heard that Han Shuo was leaving, Helen was somewhat reluctant to part with him. She wanted Han Shuo to stay in the Helen Duchy for a while longer, so she couldn't help but suggest this. Han Shuo laughed involuntarily and said, "Do I look like such an elegant person to you?" Helen's expression darkened. After a moment of silence, she suddenly said in a low voice, "You've only been in Helen City for less than a day, yet you're leaving so soon. Can't you stay with me for a few days?" Helen's slender, shapely eyebrows slightly knitted, her eyes filled with loss and sadness. She understood that a person like Han Shuo wouldn't be tied down by a woman. However, for some reason, she couldn't help but miss Han Shuo during these few days that he was away. Now that Han Shuo had finally arrived, she naturally didn't want Han Shuo to leave immediately. Han Shuo silently looked at Helen, the corners of his mouth gradually overflowing with a smile. After a moment of hesitation, he said, "If I were to stay for a few days, I wouldn't be able to guarantee that you would continue to maintain your holy and pure appearance in the Helen Duchy." Cough cough. Hua Feng dryly coughed twice. When Han Shuo and the blushing Helen turned their attention to her, she opened her mouth and said, "I still have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Without waiting for Han Shuo and Helen to speak, Hua Feng stomped her feet and directly walked towards the door, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. Her departure was really neat. Helen bitterly glared at Han Shuo and rebuked, "It's all your fault. How could you say such things in front of Sister Hua Feng?" Shrugging his shoulders, Han Shuo calmly said, "It's her fault for not being tactful. When the two of us are alone, she should have found an excuse to avoid arousing suspicion. Hee, what's more, you're going to be my woman sooner or later, and this is your duke's mansion. There's nothing wrong with me telling you these things. How can this be? Sister Hua Feng is just like my own sister. She'll definitely make fun of me." Helen angrily shouted at Han Shuo, as if she was a little girl who had just tasted love for the first time. All right, I won't argue with you anymore. I'm also leaving." Han Shuo was preparing to leave the Helen Duchy and make a trip to the other duchies. He wanted to see if he could find an opportunity to enchant the mystical demons into the minds of the several Grand Dukes. He wanted to seize the opportunity to control the Grand Dukes and gradually nibble away at the 7 Grand Duchies. You're really leaving immediately?" Helen bit her lips and looked at Han Shuo with eager eyes. After hesitating for a moment, she blushed and lowered her head to suggest, "If you're willing to stay with me for a few days, as long as you don't really want me, I'll let you do anything else." When she said these words, Helen's head was almost buried in her towering breasts. She couldn't help but secretly curse herself for being so lowly. How could she take the initiative to surrender to Han Shuo so quickly? But since she was the one who said those words, it was undoubtedly a form of submission to Han Shuo's other situation. Han Shuo was stunned. His pair of burning eyes gazed at the bashful face of the goddess worshipped by the citizens of the Helen Duchy. His heart suddenly felt hot and dry. The bashful and angry Helen in front of him was boundlessly gorgeous and possessed a kind of soul-stealing charm. This made Han Shuo, who had always run amok, somewhat unable to hold himself back. "All right, I'll stay with you for 2 days." Han Shuo replied and abruptly hugged Helen by the waist. Amidst Helen's soft and bashful cry, he fiercely kissed Helen's rosy lips. During these 2 days, Han Shuo accompanied Helen to wander around the Helen Duchy. Helen had secretly left the Duke's mansion and temporarily handed over some official duties to trusted subordinates. The Helen Duchy was equivalent to a province in the Lancelot Empire. There were indeed some beautiful scenic spots in several of its cities. Helen had always been busy with official duties and hadn't had the opportunity to properly tour her own duchy's beautiful scenery. This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to come out with Han Shuo, she was truly in high spirits. Both Han Shuo and Helen could fly, and Han Shuo had enough strength to protect Helen. In order to have some alone time with each other, the Fire Phoenix was naturally mercilessly excluded. The two used 2 days to visit several famous mountains and rivers, as well as beautiful valleys. During these 2 days, Han Shuo really took advantage of Helen's body. Except for the lack of true ecstasy, every part of Helen's body had been explored by Han Shuo. At first, Helen was reserved and resistant, but as she slowly became intimate with Han Shuo, she gradually let go of herself. After 2 days, Han Shuo and Helen no longer had any barriers between them. The surging waterfall was like thousands of silver ribbons pouring down in torrents. It fell into a bottomless cold pool, splashing up sparkling and translucent water droplets like crystals. There were many lush plants growing around the cold pond. Some of the flower buds were releasing a delicate fragrance to their heart's content. All kinds of birds were chirping and dancing in the air, rendering this area full of vitality. The breath of spring was perfectly performed in this place. On the branches of a towering old tree, Han Shuo hugged Helen and smiled at the beautiful scenery. He whispered softly as he listened to Helen narrate all the interesting things about the Helen Duchy. These 2 days, Helen had put down her dignity and arrogance as the ruler of a duchy, and as a little girl who had fallen in love, she accompanied Han Shuo to her heart's content. Looking at the man in front of her who was becoming more and more satisfied with her, a feeling called happiness leisurely rose from the bottom of her heart. If you want to conquer the 7 grand duchies, there's one person you must pay attention to. Nestled in Han Shuo's embrace, Helen slightly adjusted her posture and looked up at Han Shuo who was looking ahead. Han Shuo stared blankly. He lowered his head and looked at Helen in puzzlement, asking, "Who?" "Statholm of the Bramble Tunai." Helen replied with a dignified expression. "Who is this person? How come I've never heard of him?" Han Shuo was even more puzzled as he asked in puzzlement. The current 7 grand duchies were the original Verdun Imperial dynasty. When the Verdun Imperial dynasty was at its peak, it wasn't any weaker than your Lancelot Empire. The state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial dynasty was Sword Saint Statholm. Although the Verdun Imperial dynasty was divided into 7 grand duchies, the original state preceptor, Statholm, lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Vale. This person should still be alive. Once the 7 grand duchies are invaded by foreign enemies and are on the verge of being destroyed, he will definitely leave Stranglethorn Vale to help the 7 grand duchies. Helen looked at Han Shuo and explained. Han Shuo was really astonished when he heard Helen's words. He couldn't help but continue to ask, the Verdun Imperial dynasty has disappeared for so long. Are you sure this person is still alive? Nodding, Helen said, legend has it that when your Lancelot Empire invaded the 7 grand duchies last time, Statholm played a key role. The 7 grand duchies didn't have a sword saint or sacred magus on the surface. When your Lancelot Empire invaded our 7 grand duchies last time, your Lancelot Empire didn't send a sword saint or sacred magus because they were warned by Statholm. When the Verdun Imperial dynasty was still around, State Preceptor Statholm was a sword saint renowned throughout the continent. So long after the Verdun Imperial dynasty, State Preceptor Statholm is still alive and well. No one knows exactly how powerful his strength is. However, after the last time, legend has it that State Preceptor Statholm warned the experts of your Lancelot Empire, they indeed didn't dare to use the forbidden magic of a sacred magus to reverse the situation of your Lancelot Empire's defeat. Han Shuo was overwhelmed with shock. He silently nodded, firmly engraving the name Statholm in his mind. Chapter 373. In the end, Han Shuo didn't stay in Helen Duchy for long. 2 days was 2 days. After separating from Helen, Han Shuo galloped all the way, arriving at Benedict Sackville's mansion in Narsen Duchy that very night. The state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court, Statholm, had left a deep impression on Han Shuo. From Helen's words, Han Shuo understood that this state preceptor of the Verdun Imperial Court was perhaps still alive. Generally speaking, the lifespan of an expert who had advanced to the sage realm would naturally extend. Statholm had been a sacred swordmaster for many years. After reaching the sage realm, Statholm had always lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Valley. According to reason, he should indeed be alive and well. This person was the state preceptor of the Verdun imperial court, as well as the only sage realm expert in the 7 Grand Duchies. If Han Shuo wanted to take the 7 Grand Duchies for himself, then Statholm would indeed be a threat. Fortunately, this person had long since lived in seclusion. What Han Shuo needed to do was to use his mystical demons to enchant each and every one of the Grand Duchies, using the power of the mystical demons to slowly turn them into his puppets. This was different from the previous large-scale invasion by the Lancelot Empire. Han Shuo believed that this method should be more reliable. Statholm, who had always lived in seclusion in Stranglethorn Valley, shouldn't be able to sense anything. When the 7 Grand Duchies were all secretly under Han Shuo's control, Han Shuo's strength should be able to take another step forward. At that time, even if it was Statholm, Han Shuo might not necessarily be unable to do anything to him. Benedict Sackville's mansion was brilliantly illuminated at night, as if a banquet was being held. The shadows of people could be seen moving about in the central courtyard. Many knights in full armor were tightly guarding the place. Inside a large hall with crystal lamps hanging high above, Narsen Duchy nobles in formal attire and elegant bearing were currently holding wine glasses and happily chatting with each other. Among them, Grand Duke Benedict Sackville, who was dressed in a white ceremonial robe, was naturally the most dazzling. All of Narsen Duchy's great nobles surrounded Benedict and incessantly beat around the bush in an attempt to obtain some information from his mouth. The last meeting of the 7 nations in Sakimir Valley had ended on bad terms. Several of the Grand Duchies had lost some of their troops in the chaos of the assassination and war. Narsen Duchy also had many high-ranking generals assassinated in this battle. After Benedict returned to the duchy, the first thing he had to do was naturally to replace the lost outstanding generals. Upon hearing this news, all of Narsen Duchy's great nobles spared no effort in recommending their own descendants, hoping that they could fill in the gaps and become people with real power in Narsen Duchy. Benedict understood the intentions of these nobles. He also knew that this was a time of need, so he held this banquet in the Duke's mansion, intending to probe them and gain some personal benefits. After releasing the mystical demons, Han Shuo had a clear understanding of the situation in Duke Benedict's mansion. How many experts were hidden within the Duke's mansion, and how many magical boundaries were laid out in every corner of the mansion. None of these could escape Han Shuo's prying eyes. Concealed outside the Duke's mansion, Han Shuo was like a hunter in the dark night, calmly staring at his prey, Benedict Sackville. In his heart, he was constantly searching for the most appropriate opportunity to enchant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain. Mystical demons possessed miraculous effects, but the process of enchantment wasn't that easy. First, Han Shuo had to be personally by Benedict Sackville's side. When the original demons occupied Benedict Sackville's brain, Han Shuo had to constantly urge them with secret demonic techniques. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, Benedict Sackville might immediately die a miserable death or become an idiot, unable to achieve the effect Han Shuo needed. During this process, Benedict Sackville couldn't resist in the slightest. His mind had to be maintained in a muddled state. This was the easiest way for the mystical demons to invade. Generally, the best opportunity was when Benedict Sackville was dreaming. Only when Benedict Sackville had entered a deep state of a nightmare and Han Shuo had suddenly descended to Benedict Sackville's side, would he be able to take advantage of Benedict Sackville's muddled state to successfully implant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain. Everyone would dream, but dreams didn't happen every night. Sometimes, a person could go several days without dreaming. Han Shuo had to wait for Benedict Sackville to dream. Moreover, when he was dreaming, the defenses around him were sufficiently lax. Only then would he be able to descend to Benedict Sackville's side. For 5 consecutive days, Han Shuo paced back and forth in the vicinity of the Duke's mansion. The mystical demon paid close attention to Benedict Sackville at all times, especially at night. The mystical demon kept a close watch on Benedict Sackville, especially at night. During these 5 days, only on the third day did Benedict Sackville fall into a nightmare due to exhaustion after a long day of official business. However, on that day, Benedict Sackville stayed in an incomparably tightly guarded room in the Duke's mansion. Outside, there were layers upon layers of experts protecting him, while inside, there were all kinds of magic barriers alerting him. On that day, Han Shuo was confident that he could forcefully barge in and kill Benedict Sackville on the spot. However, he wasn't confident that he could implant the mystical demons into Benedict Sackville's brain without waking him up. Han Shuo even carefully weighed the gains and losses. In the end, he came to the conclusion that even if he killed Benedict Sackville, there would still be another noble who would become the Grand Duke of Narsen Duchy. Rather than wasting time like that, it would be better to directly control Benedict Sackville. It was precisely because of this that Han Shuo gave up on the idea of killing Benedict Sackville on the spot that night. He continued to wait for the next opportunity. On the 6th night, Han Shuo suddenly discovered through the original demons that Benedict Sackville had left the Duke's mansion for the first time. His heart stirred. Han Shuo used the mystical demons to closely watch Benedict Sackville while silently following him. He planned to see what Benedict Sackville wanted to do in the end. Contrary to Han Shuo's expectations, Benedict Sackville clearly didn't leave the Duke's mansion for official business. Instead, he headed towards the northwest streets of Narsen Duchy and secretly entered a quiet and elegant manner through the back door. The 12 mystical demons scattered and entered the manor. In just a few minutes, Han Shuo already knew what kind of place this quiet and elegant manor was. Lawrence had previously brought Han Shuo to Asen City's northern rose garden. This manor was a special place for the nobles to indulge in debauchery. This manor was undoubtedly the most famous place in Narsen Duchy. The area it occupied was even larger than Asen City's northern rose garden. There were countless unsightly activities inside. After the 12 mystical demons circled around, Han Shuo gained a deeper understanding of the debauchery of the nobles. Benedict Sackville was the true master of this place. Han Shuo only needed to use 2 mystical demons to keep an eye on Benedict Sackville and quickly learned of this fact. As the most powerful man in Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville didn't need to expend much effort to secretly control this place. As the master of this place, he first listened to a financial report in a tightly guarded secret room. Soon after, he chuckled and walked towards an exquisite and elegant little building. Waiting inside was a pair of mother and daughter. Han Shuo had previously seen this pair of beautiful mother and daughter at the private banquet Benedict Sackville had hosted at the Duke's mansion. These two were the wife and daughter of Count Tibbet. Madame Tibbet was over 40 years old, but because she had taken good care of herself, she only looked to be in her 30s. Madame Tibbet and her daughter Diali stood together. The two of them didn't look like a pair of mother and daughter at all. Instead, they looked more like a pair of sisters. The radiant Madame Tibbet and her daughter welcomed the ruler of Narsen Duchy, Benedict Sackville, into the room. Through the eyes and ears of the mystical demons, Han Shuo was astonished to discover that this pair of mother and daughter had actually obtained the approval of Marquis Tibbet when they came to serve Benedict Sackville. It was precisely because of the instigation of their husband and Diali's father that they had secretly come here to serve Benedict Sackville, in exchange for their sons, or younger brothers, position as a knight captain under Benedict Sackville. Having learned of this situation from the mystical demons, Han Shuo now had a deeper understanding of the hidden filth of the nobility. He didn't expect that Marquis Tibbet would actually allow his wife and daughter to serve Benedict Sackville so that his son would have a way out. This made Han Shuo feel that it was inconceivable, but at the same time, it also broadened his horizons. This pair of mother and daughter were indeed the best of the best in the world. The mother was mature and charming with a full figure, while the daughter was youthful and full of vitality, possessing a charming and gorgeous beauty. When the two of them stood together, it was already a kind of temptation. When the mother and daughter simultaneously resolved to serve the same person, the unethical taboo would increase the temptation to men by more than tenfold. Not to mention Benedict Sackville, even Han Shua felt a bit restless. He found it hard to resist the temptation of having a mother and daughter serving together. Madame Tibbet was all smiles as she put in a good word for her son. Even Han Shua couldn't help but stare blankly at her with the unique allure of a mature noble woman. Damn it, I can't let that old bastard Benedict take advantage of me. Han Shua secretly swallowed his saliva as he fiercely thought to himself. His mind was racing as he quickly thought of an idea. He didn't know if he had reached the realm of carnal lust, but Han Shua's current lust was gradually becoming somewhat uncontrollable. Often, when he saw a beautiful and moving woman, he would have a ruthless impulse to recklessly press them down and ravage them. This pair of mother and daughter stood there charmingly. Whenever Han Shua thought of that kind of forbidden joy, his desire would burn fiercely. Just as Han Shua was thinking about this, the demonic infant within his body suddenly overflowed with a bizarre energy. This energy circulated faster and faster within Han Shua's demonic infant, causing Han Shua's face to flush red. He found it difficult to control his own desire. Han Shua was suddenly startled as he suddenly reacted. The bizarre energy rapidly circulating within the demonic infant carried a nefarious aura. This aura clearly came from the energy absorbed from the dark elf matriarch, Adele, last time. What's going on? Last time, I clearly got rid of the dregs, so that nefarious aura should have been expelled from my body. Why is there still this aura flowing within the demonic infant? That's not right. Why wasn't there such a big movement the last time I faced Helen? Han Shua's consciousness could clearly pry into all the unusual movements of the demonic infant. When he discovered that the demonic infant was rapidly rotating and that nefarious energy was unexpectedly rotating faster and faster, he felt somewhat puzzled. He understood that he had yet to advance to the realm of carnal lust. Logically speaking, when he was about to reach the realm of carnal lust, he might have an intense desire. However, this desire should be multifaceted and not limited to just lust. Could it be because of the nefarious energy that was absorbing Adele's energy causing mischief? Han Shua was somewhat puzzled. However, he gradually discovered that the intense lust in his heart was slowly becoming uncontrollable as the nefarious energy circulated within the demonic infant. As a demonic cultivator, Han Shua was particular about doing as he pleased. Add to that the fact that Han Shua wasn't averse to this kind of lust to begin with, it caused his lust to gradually overflow. I can't let Benedict Sackville take advantage of me. I need to think of a way. While Han Shua was allowing his lust to spread, his brain was actually operating at high speed. Since this place wasn't Benedict Sackville's Duke's mansion, its defenses were much weaker. Benedict's elegant room was only surrounded by his personal experts. There weren't any complicated magical barriers in the room. After hesitating for a moment, Han Shua suddenly released his dark fog. Seizing the opportunity, he slowly floated into the room where Benedict Sackville, Madame Delbert, and her daughter were in. At this time, the three were still drinking and flirting. After Han Shua arrived, his body uncontrollably overflowed with specks of blue light. Under the cover of Han Shua's dark fog, these specks of light weren't that obvious. Gradually, Benedict Sackville, as well as the mother and daughter, inhaled them through their noses and mouths. Like this, not only did Han Shua and the others, but even Benedict Sackville and the mother and daughter, who were brimming with taboo allure to men, gradually became confused and their breathing became rough. Including Han Shua, the four people in the room were shrouded in lust. The blue specks of light drifted and enveloped the entire room. As the one who unintentionally released the lust, Han Shua was still somewhat clear-headed, but the other three were still completely unconscious. At this time, the mother and daughter sitting together were the first to be unable to resist the lust in their hearts due to their weak willpower. The mother and daughter hugged each other and started rubbing against each other with their bare chests exposed. Just as Benedict Sackville growled and attempted to pounce on them with bloodshot eyes, Han Shuo, who was still somewhat clear-headed, stomped on him and knocked him out. Like a wild beast, he pounced on the confused mother and daughter who were only filled with pure lust. Unsuppressible moans suddenly rang out from within the room. The mother and daughter and Han Shuo crazily wriggled together. They simply didn't have the shame of serving the same person as a mother and daughter. On the contrary, under the influence of Han Shuo's lust, they crazily fawned on Han Shuo. Outside the elegant room, the experts that Benedict Sackville had brought along revealed envious expressions as they listened to the melodious moans. They whispered to each other, completely unaware that their Grand Duke had already been knocked unconscious. After a long while, the moans within the room gradually subsided. The window suddenly opened on its own, even though there was no wind. A puff of smoke drifted past, and the naked Han Shuo disappeared like a ghost. A black light swiftly floated through the darkness of the night, disappearing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After Han Shuo left, he flew high into the sky and directly arrived in an open field. He forcefully endured the monstrous changes within his body and summoned the Earth Elite Zombie to open up a space-deep underground. Amidst heart-wrenching howls, Han Shuo set up a transportation array and arrived at the Cemetery of Death. Adele's energy that had been absorbed into his body suddenly backfired under the power of the lust aura. The energy that had originally only occupied a very small portion of Han Shuo's demonic infant boiled like boiling water. The demonic infant, which was the foundation of Han Shuo's demonic arts, had been filled with a chaotic evil aura from the rush. It unexpectedly possessed an uncontrollable ferocity. There seemed to be another energy pouring into Han Shuo's body from an immeasurable distance. That energy drove Han Shuo to absorb Adele's and Spider Goddess Rose's energy, causing Han Shuo enormous pain. Within the Cemetery of Death, Han Shuo let out a heart-wrenching howl. His rock-like body actually split open. Han Shuo gradually lost control of the energy within his body. In the end, he mobilized the boundless evil aura of vengeful spirits within the demon's lair edge, pouring it all into his body and violently attacking that energy. The demonic yuan within Han Shuo's body was originally pure and enormous. In addition, the demon's lair edge had absorbed the negative energy of tens of thousands of living beings, as well as the evil spirits of various experts. It erupted like a mountain torrent within Han Shuo's body. Han Shuo's body had become a cruel battlefield. The demonic yuan and the power of vengeful spirits fought desperately against Adele and the energy that had suddenly intruded. After an unknown amount of time, the demonic yuan and the demon's lair edge's energy within Han Shuo's body gradually gained the upper hand. After a long period of time, the unfavorable energy and Han Shuo's energy within Han Shuo's body were finally completely eliminated. Pfft. In the distant underground world, within the Dark Elves' temple that worshipped Spider Goddess Rose, a young girl in the center of a dark, spider-shaped altar suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked at the statue of Spider Goddess Rose in front of her and murmured, "God that wields boundless darkness, why is it that even your divine power cannot imprison him and make him my captive?" Pfft. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, the young girl fearfully kowtowed towards the statue of Spider Goddess Rose. She hastily said, "I'm sorry, I shouldn't have doubted your greatness. You, who are restricted by the power of laws, are indeed unable to transmit even a 10,000th of your power. Your most devout believer is willing to accept your punishment." While the young girl was muttering and praying, her beautiful skin suddenly split open, as though she was being whipped by an invisible whip. However, the young girl didn't dare make a sound and continued to pray piously in the Dark Elven language. Chapter 374. Han Shuo was lying in the middle of the large transportation matrix in the middle of the Cemetery of Death. His body was curled up in a fetal position, fresh blood flowing out of it. All of the clothes on his body had long since been torn to shreds. His naked body was covered in wounds that were so deep that bones could be seen. Magical yuan silently circulated within Han Shua's body while he was unconscious, nourishing his withered meridians and body like a trickle of water. It flowed through every nook and cranny of his body, bringing a cool and comfortable feeling to him. Unknowingly, the wounds on Han Shua's body gradually healed at an astonishing speed. It didn't take long for his body to return to its original state. There were no longer any traces of injuries. His body seemed to have become even more sturdy after being reconstructed after going through such painful torture. The cemetery of death didn't see the sun or the moon all year round. After an unknown amount of time had passed, when Han Shua slowly awoke, he felt that his entire body was no longer in pain. Every cell in his body seemed to be brimming with energy. Han Shua moved his body from his curled-up position, and when he stood up, his body continuously crackled and popped, as if every bone in his body was cracking. Inspecting his body with his consciousness, Han Shua suddenly discovered that his internal organs had yet to completely recover. With a thought, Han Shua enveloped his internal organs with demonic yuan. Wave after wave of bizarre energy flowed into Han Shua's internal organs. Under the nourishment of the demonic yuan, Han Shua's internal organs recovered 100-fold faster. After a short while, Han Shua could no longer feel any abnormalities in his body. Letting out a light breath, Han Shua left the cemetery of death and arrived at the nearby waterfall. He sat cross-legged, naked, on top of the most turbulent rock of the waterfall. He allowed the incomparably ferocious water to pour down in torrents, battering his unmoving body on top of the rock. After a few more days, Han Shua finally walked down from the rock. He looked in the direction of the entrance to the underground world and hesitated for a while. In the end, he walked towards the cemetery of death. Then, a mark caught Han Shua's attention. Han Shua walked over and looked at it for a while. He pushed aside a few rocks and took out a letter from the depths of the ground. He used a special method to rearrange the words on the letter, and Han Shua understood the contents of the letter. The letter should have been sent by Emily. The letter was written by Emily herself, and it explained some key matters. The health of Lancelot Empire's king was getting worse and worse. Currently, the struggle for power between the princes in Asen City had reached a white-hot stage. After Lawrence's identity was exposed, he became the most disadvantaged party. Because Lawrence was the child of King Uhtred and the wife of the finance minister, Lawrence's identity was rejected by the nobles. Some people who value tradition even clearly expressed that Lawrence could not have the right to inherit the throne. Now that King Uhtred was still alive, those voices of discussion were forcefully suppressed, and could be considered to have straightened out Lawrence's identity. However, even if Uhtred acknowledged Lawrence's identity, the situation was still developing in a disadvantageous direction. Currently, Lawrence's position in Asen City was somewhat awkward, and he was also the weakest among the princes. Seeing that His Majesty King Uhtred's health was getting worse and worse, Lawrence was also secretly anxious. He knew that once Uhtred passed away, the situation in Asen City would be difficult to control. At that time, not only would he, this illegitimate son, be unable to obtain the throne, he might even lose his life. However, while Lawrence was living in fear and his days were incomparably difficult, Brettel City had become a standout. Favorable news came one after another. A ruined city suddenly showed signs of thriving vitality. Although Han Shua was far away from the capital, his reputation was becoming more and more resounding. It was precisely because of this that Lawrence thought of Han Shua. He attempted to borrow Han Shua's strength at this crucial moment, allowing Han Shua to return to Asen City to help him. He hoped that he could take advantage of Uhtred's life to recover from the disadvantageous situation. At the very least, with Han Shua in Asen City, the other princes would more or less have some misgivings. After Han Shua finished reading the contents, he had already made a decision in his heart. As soon as he entered the cemetery of death, a melodious dragon roar resounded throughout the entire cemetery of death. Fortunately, the cemetery of death was enveloped by a boundary that never dissipated all year round. Otherwise, this dragon roar of Gilbert's would have spread over a radius of several hundred miles. Honorable Master, you've finally returned. Gilbert's dragon body soared in the sky, flying straight towards Han Shuo. Gilbert's body seemed to have grown a bit larger. The dragon scales on his body had become as black as ink, carrying an evil, ancient desolation. Han Shuo knew that the evil aura came from Gilbert, and that ancient desolation must have been caused by absorbing the green dragon's core. As Gilbert made a racket, his enormous body gradually shrunk, gradually turning into a human with coarse skin. Gilbert, who had turned into a human, had a distant and otherworldly look in his dark eyes. However, because the evil aura on his body was too heavy, that otherworldly aura was completely covered up. Han Shuo only shot a glance at Gilbert, but he could already sense an even stronger power from Gilbert's body. He smiled and asked, "How is it?" "Very good, very good. The green dragon's core was very powerful, allowing me to advance to rank 2. In addition, I feel that even among rank 2 transcendent magical beasts, my current strength is still very strong." "Waha, many thanks for Master's gift." Gilbert laughed loudly, his voice filled with pride. "I've received a piece of news from the underground world. I think you'll be interested in it." Han Shuo waited for Gilbert's wild laughter to die down before speaking to Gilbert unhurriedly. "What news?" I've now realized that my decision to follow Master was correct. If I hadn't followed Master, how could I have advanced to rank 2 so quickly?" Gilbert understood that all of this was a gift from Han Shuo, so he couldn't help but flatter him. "Gilbert, I didn't expect you to be the grandson of the chief of the underground world's Black Dragon City. You have quite the background." Han Shuo looked at Gilbert with a smile. While Gilbert was startled, Han Shuo continued, "Your grandpa chief seems to be very worried about you. He even sent the dark elves to inquire about you. It seems that a runaway like you is quite favored." "Great Master, how do you know all this? Have you been to the underground world's Black Dragon City?" Gilbert looked at Han Shuo in astonishment, asking in confusion. He had never told anyone about his identity in the Black Dragon City. Gilbert believed that no one would know about it. Now that he heard that Han Shuo seemed to know everything about his background, Gilbert was truly puzzled. "Your Black Dragon City has imprisoned some people. Among them are the dark elves of the older generation. Do you know someone called Adele?" "Adele? I think I've heard of this name before, but I've never seen her. There are indeed some fellows who dare to offend us imprisoned in our Black Dragon City. However, I'm not interested in those things." "Master, why do you ask?" "It's this Adele. She promised your grandpa chief that she would help him find the whereabouts of the Black Dragon City. However, I killed this Adele. Because I absorbed some of her power some time ago, I almost set myself on fire and suffered a backlash. I want to ask about this Adele." Hearing Han Shuo's words, Dark Dragon Gilbert was also shocked. He stared blankly at Han Shuo, saying, "I heard that this Adele seems to be the former matriarch of the Dark Elves. This woman can communicate with the evil goddess Rose, whom the Dark Elves believe in. She has some very terrifying power in bed. Adele has been imprisoned in the Black Dragon City for many years. It's said that she's very beautiful. According to the nature of our Dark Dragon race, we should have done her long ago. However, it's precisely because she can communicate with the evil goddess Rose that no dark dragon dares to force himself on her. They're afraid that she'll kill them when she's happy. Master, it's said that Adele is very powerful. Even some of the rank 2 or 3 dark dragons in our race might not be her match. With her faith in the evil goddess Rose, legend has it that she can communicate with Rose and obtain the divine power of the evil goddess. Our race is afraid that killing her will anger the evil goddess. That's why we've always imprisoned her." "Did you really kill her?" "I killed her." Han Shuo answered calmly. "Waha." The little Lu dragon Gilbert was excited. He looked at Han Shuo in adoration, saying, "Master, what's going on?" What the hell is going on? Quickly tell your loyal servant the specifics of the situation. Seeing how excited Gilbert was when he heard this, Han Shuo angrily knocked him on the head. He then told Gilbert what had happened. Finally, he told him about the situation where he couldn't control his body's lust last time. Only then did he say with a sullen face, "I can be sure that after I was carried away by lust some time ago, besides absorbing Adele's power, there was also an even greater evil power in my body. That power carried an aura that shouldn't have appeared in this plane. If I'm not wrong, it should have come from the spider goddess Rose. I really don't know what's going on. Could it be that she found out that I killed Adele? Is there really a god in this world?" After listening to Han Shuo's description of the situation, after the initial excitement, Gilbert became somewhat serious. He thought for a moment and said to Han Shuo, "Master, I heard my grandfather say that this world isn't as simple as I thought it was. Even with the strength of my race of dark dragons, we can only live in the underground world. It seems that it's because we're restrained by some kind of power. My grandfather's strength is so strong that it scares me, but even my grandfather can't escape the restraint of that power. I think that apart from the God that we know of, I can't think of anyone else that can restrain our race of dark dragons in the underground world." With a deep frown, Han Shuo couldn't help but raise his head to look at the dusky, deathly still sky of the cemetery of death. He thought of the God of Light that the Church of Light believed in, the holy aura that the Templar Knights and Kos carried, and the feeling that the Revelation scroll gave Han Shuo. He then thought of the existence of the Calamity Church, the skeletal staff in his hand, and the shadow of the 1,000-meter-tall giant that he vaguely saw in his mind when he first obtained the skeletal staff. Han Shuo had a faint epiphany and gradually believed in the illusory gods of this world. "Master, perhaps you really were attacked by that spider goddess last time. However, it's said that in our plane, the power of ordinary gods can't truly interfere. Otherwise, they would be restrained by the laws of space. Look, even that perverted spider goddess couldn't do anything to you. This fully proves that she can't go against the restraints of the edictal forces. We don't have to be afraid of her," Dark Dragon Gilbert said in a carefree manner. Han Shuo silently nodded his head. This was the first time he realized how insignificant he was. He recalled the ancient aura of the 1,000-meter-tall giant that appeared in his mind last time and couldn't help but feel a bit more reverence in his heart. He said to Gilbert, "That's right, we can't guess the existence of gods. However, these gods are definitely restrained by the laws of space. Otherwise, if they descend on this plane, they might directly destroy it. Yes, gods are definitely opposed to each other. Otherwise, the Church of Light and the Calamity Church wouldn't have fought for so many years." Gilbert was also a blasphemer. He didn't have any feelings towards gods or evil gods. He was still carefree as if he didn't care about anything. Han Shuo didn't think too much about it and nodded, "All right, since you've evolved to rank 2, continue to help Trunks in the Valley of Sunshine. I think the Valley of Sunshine will undergo a great change soon. With you there, the Soul Destroyer mercenary band will be a bit safer. Oh, right, pay attention to the matters in Black Dragon City. Your grandfather has been looking for you. I think even if you don't go back, you should send someone to send a message so that your grandfather won't worry." "Understood, Master. I think if my grandfather knew that I've advanced to rank 2 so quickly, he would definitely be very happy. That old fellow has been forcing me to train day and night in Black Dragon City. I've been training for so many years and I'm still at rank 1. Look at me, I've just come out not long ago and I've already advanced. This means that his method is obviously not working." Gilbert replied indifferently to Han Shuo. It seemed that he didn't take Han Shuo's words to heart. "All right, I have to return to Audiobook City to take care of some matters. However, I will continue to pay attention to the Valley of Sunshine," Han Shuo said and stood in the transportation matrix after Gilbert left. Chapter 375. Lancelot Empire, Audiobook City, Buzzed Merchant Guild Headquarters. In an elegant courtyard, Phoebe and Lawrence sat upright and sipped tea. Lawrence's expression was gloomy. Although his identity as a prince had been recognized, he didn't seem to be living well. On the other hand, Phoebe was more and more graceful and elegant. However, the divine weapon, Starry Sky, in her left hand made her appear a bit more cold and arrogant. Phoebe fondled the Starry Sky in her hand, her thoughts involuntarily drifting to the faraway Brettel city. Junior sister, your Buzzed Merchant Guild is growing bigger and bigger, and Brian is like a fish in water in Brettel city. However, my days are not so good. Once father passes away, I think I will immediately be killed by Charles. Did you help me pass the news to Brian? Lawrence looked at Phoebe and asked helplessly. Senior brother, it's not like you don't have people in Brettel city. You should know better than me whether or not Brian is in Brettel city. Speaking of which, it's been a few months, why hasn't there been any news of him? Could it be that he went to do something bad again? Phoebe's long eyelashes fluttered, her bright eyes sparkling with doubt. Falk was one of the people Lawrence had sent to Brettel city. Apart from that, Lawrence had also arranged for some government personnel to enter Brettel city. These people currently had their own positions in Brettel city. However, these people would still pass on news for Lawrence. From their information, it seemed that Han Shuo really wasn't in Brettel city. Lawrence sighed and suddenly said to Phoebe, I've asked the Dark Mantle to help me find out news of him, but there hasn't been any news of him until now. Do you think something has happened to him? Phoebe smiled proudly and took out the divine weapon, Starry Sky, that sparkled with resplendent starlight. She flicked a disdainful glance at Lawrence and said, he was able to kill Kelt, the commander of the Redbud Knights, one of the top 10 knight orders on the continent. Moreover, Kelt was a very powerful dragon knight. What accident do you think will happen to him? That guy is extremely cunning and sinister. Add to that his frighteningly keen senses, he would be able to escape even if he encountered danger. There definitely won't be any accidents. He must be doing something bad again. Phoebe thought to herself. However, she naturally wouldn't say these words to Lawrence. Lawrence carefully thought about it and agreed. It wasn't the first day he'd met Han Shuo. He naturally knew that Han Shuo wouldn't act rashly. Once he realized that he couldn't deal, he'd quietly leave. Logically, nothing would happen to Han Shuo. Lawrence rubbed his temples with both hands and said tiredly, Junior sister, I may have been too nervous recently. My thoughts are gradually becoming a bit chaotic. Don't worry. With Brian and your light attribute, as long as he knows of your current situation in Asen City, he should come to help you. I heard that the 7 Grand Duchies have recently united to deal with Brettel City. I think Brian might have gone to the 7 Grand Duchies to do some secret things. You don't have to worry too much. I think he'll definitely come to find you after he's done with his business. Phoebe comforted Lawrence. She also knew that Lawrence had been somewhat embarrassed by the princes recently. She naturally understood Lawrence's feelings. I hope he can rush back before father passes away. Also, I don't know what's going on with our teacher. He hasn't expressed his opinion on this matter yet. I don't know if he will support me or not. Lawrence complained with a headache. He then said to Phoebe, Junior sister, you are teacher's most beloved disciple. Do you know what teacher's intentions are? Teacher has always been responsible for teaching us all kinds of knowledge. I think he wants you to rely on your own strength to ascend the throne. You also know that teacher has always wanted us to work hard on our own. He has never relied on his identity to help us. Phoebe thought for a moment before replying to Lawrence. In this kind of situation, if I rely on my own strength alone, it's impossible for me to wield the throne. Lawrence seemed to know a little about his teacher's temperament and couldn't help but sigh. Although teacher won't help you openly, he won't let others bully you either. If it wasn't for teacher having Grandpa Ballins secretly protect you, I'm afraid you would have long been secretly killed by others. This shows that teacher also cares a lot about you. Phoebe continued to console Lawrence. Lawrence nodded after hearing Phoebe's words, "That's true. Fortunately, Grandpa Bollins helped me several times. Otherwise, I really would have been killed long ago." Phoebe didn't continue speaking. She was still focused on wiping the starry sky that had long been as bright as a mirror. It was as if this sword was Han Shuo himself. "When I came over, teacher asked me to bring a message to you. Don't rely too much on the weapon in your hand. Weapons are always inanimate objects. They can increase your strength a little, but they won't increase your own strength." Lawrence stood up and said to Phoebe, "Don't worry. My understanding of teacher's martial techniques is higher than yours. You should think more about how to increase your capital from your father." Phoebe said indifferently and continued wiping the divine weapon in her hand. She thought to herself, "When will that damned guy come over to see me? Being separated by two places like this is not a solution after all." Han Shuo, who Phoebe was bitterly talking about, had now officially arrived at Asan City. After arriving at Asan City, Han Shuo discovered that 3 months had unknowingly passed while he was resisting the invasion of Spider Goddess Rose's power in the Cemetery of Death. During these 3 months, the 7 Grand Duchies had been at war without rest. Brettel City and Helen Duchy had secretly conducted many secret transactions. Han Shuo didn't immediately make a move against Benedict Sackville of Narsen Duchy. On one hand, opportunities were hard to find. On the other hand, there were more important matters waiting for him to deal with. After returning to Brettel City from Narsen Duchy, Han Shuo took away the materials needed to refine the Metal Elite Zombie from Jack's hands. He entered Mount Silk and planted the Metal Elite Zombie inside. Afterwards, he gave Jack and the others a few instructions before directly leaving Brettel City. He passed through the transportation array in Seamist City and arrived at Asan City. Falk and Lawrence's former subordinates had already informed Han Shuo of Lawrence's urgent need to see him. Han Shuo also immediately left. When Falk saw that Han Shuo's destination was Asan City, he didn't report any news of Han Shuo to Lawrence. He knew that Han Shuo's speed would definitely be faster than what they reported to Lawrence. After entering Asan City, Han Shuo first rushed to Fanny's laboratory because the transportation array was close to the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He hadn't seen Fanny for a long time. Han Shuo now truly missed this beautiful and moving teacher. Walking through the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force at dusk, Han Shuo bypassed a few more crowded areas and headed directly in the direction of the Necromancy Major. When Han Shuo had just walked to the long corridor where he and Jack often cleaned the statues, he suddenly discovered an extremely familiar new statue. The statue was meticulously carved from pure white jade. The tall and imposing statue held a magic staff in its hand and raised its head to the sky in a posture of chanting magic. A row of conspicuous small words was engraved below the new statue: Brian, a graduate of the Necromancy Major of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force. He graduated in 2 years and 3 months, setting the fastest graduation speed in history. He is now a Necromancy Archmage and once defeated Great Swordmaster Leah Kane. Han Shuo gazed at his own statue and his heart was suddenly filled with an indescribable emotion. When he and Jack had cleaned these statues together, he'd once had the ambition to become one of them. However, after such a long time, when he, who had revisited this place and discovered that his own statue had appeared here, he felt an involuntary sense of pride and satisfaction. Who would have thought? I really didn't think that there would be a day when my statue would stand here and become a role model to inspire the younger generation. Han Shuo looked at his own statue in front of him and muttered to himself. Because of you, there are many new students in the Necromancy Major. Heh heh, Fanny is getting busier and busier. A kind voice sounded from behind Han Shuo. Dean Emma of the Babylon Academy of Magic and Force gradually walked in front of Han Shuo. As a space Grand Magus, Emma possessed the unique ability to travel through space. In this area, as long as Emma wanted to talk to someone, she would immediately appear in front of them. When the space behind him fluctuated, Han Shuo knew that Emma had discovered his arrival. When Emma's voice sounded, Han Shuo wasn't surprised at all. He smiled faintly at Emma, who hadn't changed at all, and said, "I really didn't think that my statue would stand here." "Heh, you have this kind of strength. Just based on the fact that you've advanced from a magic apprentice to an archmage in less than 3 years, you already have the qualifications to stand here. Not to mention that everything you've done since graduating from the academy has been deafening. The necromancy major is also the weakest major in the academy. Now that a person like you has appeared, of course your statue should be hung here." Emma smiled benevolently and walked in front of Han Shuo's statue. His large hand lightly pressed on the annotation below Han Shuo's statue, forcibly adding a grand character in front of the Archmage Necromancer. It looked like Emma already knew that Han Shuo had become a Grand Magus Necromancer. You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.